Good morning to one and all. We're all set to begin this wonderful event right now. So thank you so much for being with us over here and literally battling the rain outside and being with us over here on time. So thank you so much. Can I please request you all to clap for yourselves for making it on time in this interesting weather, first of all, to get going with things. You know, as you all know, this event is about sustainability. Sustainability is about a greener tomorrow. And the core definition of sustainability is about supporting and managing a process over a period of time. So it's not about just supporting sustainability, it's about being consistent in that approach. So before I get going with today's event, I'll request all of you to kindly take that pledge over here that we are going to be having a sustainable environment, not just for a limited period of time, but also for a consistent period of time so that we leave our planet in a good condition for a better tomorrow for our future generation. Are we all ready to take that pledge, ladies and gentlemen? Perfect. Thank you so much. And on that note, let's get going with things. So ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a welcome to the second Realty Plus Harit Bharat Leadership Summit and Awards 2024. My name is Shubhajit Ghosh and we are all gathered here to explore new ideas and initiatives that can make more sustainable environment and eco-sensitive environment for a better tomorrow. Today we are joined by green stalwarts from various segments, sectors and industries who will share their insights and expertise with all of us over here. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we will discuss how we can collaborate to bring about the desirable change for a greener future. To amplify the insights shared by our experts today, the event is currently being live streamed. You can tune in now on the Realty Plus website at www.rprealtyplus.com as well as on our LinkedIn and Facebook pages at the rate RP Realty Plus. Please do join us online to be a part of this wonderful conversation that we are all set to go ahead with. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at a brief introduction what Realty Plus is all about. So can I please request the console team to kindly play the AV for all of us. Thank you.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Thank you so much. Truly leading the way, Realty Plus in every sense of the term. Of course, for more details, you can get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, who's the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. Now, ladies and gentlemen, genuinely, I believe that no event or no initiative can actually begin without the blessings of Ganpati Bappa. So we're all set to get going with our Ganesh Mantra and our inaugural lamp lighting session. So thank you so much, and I'll be requesting Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman Exchange for Media and Business World Media Group, Shabbir Kanchwala, Principal Global Network for Zero USA, Dr. Mala Singh, Founder and Director PEC Greening India, Chairperson IGBC CII Mumbai Chapter, Executive Director CSO Global, Sahil Priyadarshi, Green Building Specialist for South Asia International Finance Corporation, World Bank Group. Can I please request all of them to kindly do the lamp lighting session for all of us? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them over here. I'll also request with Ms. Wilma Rodriguez to kindly join us over here. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for all of them once again. I request them to kindly do the lamp lighting for all of us.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ
Thank you so much to all of you for doing the honors for all of us. And truly, like I said, Ganesh ji ke aashirwad ke bina kuch ho nahi sakta. So everybody over here in the house, can I please request you all to say Ganpati Bappa Moria as we begin the day. Ganpati Bappa Moria. Kya baat hai. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we get started, it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, that we express our sincere appreciation to everyone who helped us put forward this event together. So it's important that we thank them for their invaluable contributions. Today's event is co-partnered by Global Network for Zero Signature Global India Limited and LIC Housing Finance Limited, business media partner BW, Business World Media Group, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, organized by Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request all of you to give a huge shout out to the team of Realty Plus for putting this event for all of us over here together. Thank you so much. We genuinely couldn't have done it without you. Now, it's important that we hear it from the man himself, the visionary himself, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Group, to kindly come up over here on stage and share his vision regarding today's event. Of course, we all know that he's India's media mogul, and he's a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Shubho. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here in spite of rains. Shows the commitment towards the cause you've set out to do, which is to build icons in real estate which are sustainable. I don't think I need to evangelize sustainability or ESG or sustainable practices while building real estate. I just want to say that in a month, Realty Plus will complete 20 years. I'm here because of the good work that Ms. Tripti Kedia and Ms. Sapna Srivastava and their team does. So please give them a big round of applause. Um, in this 19-year, 11 months journey, on 27th August, we'll complete 20 years. Tripti been with us for the last 17 years. She's really nurtured this brand and grown it. Sapna has been with us for the last 7-8 years. And a lot of exchange from media colleagues that work with them to be able to put together whatever Realty Plus does. I just want to use this opportunity to say that all of us are leaders in our domains. Climate change is a reality. We can see in the temperatures that we saw in June, early July, temperatures are clearly rising, oceans are shrinking, there is a disturbed pattern of climate. So the least we can do is to be able to do whatever we can do in our area of impact to be able to create sustainable practices, and in this case, habitats, buildings, and landmarks that are sustainable, right from using energy efficiency for the last decade has been a very important part of buildings, but using sustainable materials throughout the value chain, making sure that in a true sense we are building a Harit Bharat. Yesterday we had the budget. Of course, real estate could have benefited more from the announcements in the budget speech, but of course the finance minister has a very limited leeway in doing things, but doing away with the carry forward that used to get in the capital gains tax is not good for real estate, but real estate nevertheless is doing well on the back of rising incomes and aspirational requirement of homes, of multiple homes, of more and more nuclear families being created, and there is genuinely a uptick in real estate in the last 2 years that looks like it will continue at least for a decade. So it's a great time to be in real estate and make impact. I also want to use this opportunity to say that we all are too busy building what we build, and we all have crests and troughs in our work, we have stress. The one thing that keeps me going is good quality sleep. I do want to talk about the quality of sleep. I know a lot of my colleagues don't sleep enough. They sleep less than 8 hours, mostly sleep 5-6 hours. And not because of me, I don't trouble them in the night at all. But because of our phones, of our lifestyles, because we're constantly on, I think the quality of sleep will help you be calmer. And I know all of you know that. I'm just bringing it top of mind. Second is in difficult moments for others being kind. And I do talk about this story of a young Israeli who in 2012 almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. His name is Nether Ben Yehuda, and he was somewhere between the base camp and Mount Everest, and he encountered a friend who was about to die. He had two choices, either to go on and climb the Mount Everest and become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, or help his friend live. Of course, he chose to save his friend, and he sacrificed a personal goal for which he prepared for many, many years to be able to do that. We are very me-focused, all of us, including me, but while we continue to be me-focused, we can still contribute, and all of you are. And I would say that, we saw a tough time in real estate a couple of years back. In COVID, everyone wrote off real estate. I believe that the way real estate demand is in almost every sector, of course, residential, in commercial, in retail, in industrial, in warehousing. I think the next 10 years for real estate sector look very promising. With this, I wish you luck. And in the evening, we'll have the Realty Plus Green Building Awards, or we call it the Harit Bharat Awards. I look forward to celebrating the success of people and practices in this domain. Yesterday's budget was a political budget, but it was also a prudent budget. It was a very wise budget, and it was a budget which had continuity, but it had change. And all budgets are also about the direction of the government and messaging for the masses. I think the budget achieved many goals and those priorities that the finance minister set out at the start of the speech in terms of the various domains and subdomains that the budget is looking to accelerate and be a catalyst in. I think by the end of the budget, the finance minister was able to give tangible outlays for everything. So I'm sure with this budget, we'll be able to continue our work of building icons and landmarks that are sustainable. I wish you luck and I look forward to interactions during the day with you. Back to you, Shubho.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, truly, I believe that, we can clap a lot louder for Anurag, sir. Can we please clap a lot louder for Anurag, sir, the one and only Anurag, sir. Thank you so much. We are all set to begin the Harit Bharat Leadership Summit, which aims at spreading awareness and promoting sustainable models of development. I'll quickly request the team over here to kindly get the chairs sorted for our first exclusive conversation for the day. So we are going to be beginning the day with an exclusive conversation, ladies and gentlemen, which is all about deliberating on responsible reality, how to achieve better sustainability outcomes. I'll repeat the topic of discussion for you all once again. It's responsible reality, how to achieve better sustainability outcomes. This session is going to be moderated by none other than Sapna Srivastava, who's the editor of Realty Plus. And after her, I'll be announcing our speakers in alphabetical order as we get our chairs sorted on stage. So the topic that we are going to be discussing right now is responsible reality, how to achieve better sustainability outcomes. Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus, she's going to be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap loudly for Sapna Srivastava, moderating the first session of the day. I'll request her to kindly come up over here on stage. And now I'll be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. I welcome Dr. Mala Singh, Board of Director, USA, Executive Director, India, ESG and Carbon Services, and Chairperson, IGBC CII Mumbai Chapter. Dr. Mala Singh, as we all know, is one of the country's leading experts of climate strategies, green buildings, net zero approach, ESG compliance, and sustainability solutions. With more than 15 years of experience, Dr. Mala is the founder and director of PEC Greening India. She has various green buildings and sustainability accreditations, including IGBC Fellow, GRIHA CP, GRI Assessor for Sustainability Reporting, and LEED Green Associate, etc. Give it up for Dr. Mala as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. All of you over here, Mumbai, please show some energy in the house. Thank you. We also have Sahil Priyadarshi, Green Building Specialist for South Asia International Finance Corporation, IFC World Bank. He has worked on business development, technical and market research, and has led several capacity building programs. He has provided technical expertise to over 160 climate responsive building design, net zero carbon projects, and green building certifications. He has worked with both international and local organizations involving a variety of stakeholders in government and private organizations such as railways, metros, developers, REIT portfolios, consultancies, policymakers, banks, and financial institutions. Give it up for Mr. Sahil as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Great work background over here coming forward. We also have Deepu V. Reddy, COO, Business Development, Strategy, Sales, and Marketing Champion, Infratech. Deepu V. Reddy brings decades of international experience in corporate real estate management, renowned for his strategic acumen and entrepreneurial leadership. He has cultivated influential partnerships and possesses a profound understanding of global real estate dynamics, enhancing organizational effectiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, the first exclusive conversation of the day. We're all set to begin. Zor se aap log please bajaiye taali for our first discussion, for our first panel. And I can't hear zor se. When I mean zor se, I mean it in the true sense of the term Mumbai. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Clearing, there is not much. So I'm just taking place of Gurmeet Singh ji because of rains. He's stuck. He will be here in some time and will be joining another session. But the responsibility of conducting this session and this exclusive conversation has come to me now. So I hope I do full justice in the absence of Mr. Gurmeet Singh. Our topic of discussion is responsible realty. And we have a very eminent set of speakers who are experts in their own field. Let me first of all ask each one of you, what is the definition definition of responsible realty. Deepu, starting with you, you are building real estate.
Yes.
So, what is responsible realty in your view?
See, I mean, in terms of perspective, really into real to say you. See, in most of our projects or in most of our, I mean, communities, I should say, I mean, we are trying to be responsible with respect to water. So that's one of the, I mean, major domain that we are catering to, which with the help of building crystal lagoons in India. So, I mean, responsible usage of water, because we all had seen a crisis in the month of April, May, mostly across South India. It was most of a, I mean, drastic scenario out there. So we are trying to, I mean, conserve water from our perspective. That is one of the responsibilities that we are addressing. But, I mean, all the natural resources, neither polluting them nor, I mean, depleting the resources, is one of the responsibilities that we as, I mean, real estate, and the whole team of real estate across India has to look forward for. Okay, I mean, it could be sand, it could be, resources such as groundwater and, releasing of sewage water into the channels and etc. So we'll have to avoid most of these, the basics to ensure, we are responsible in order to save for the next generations.
So, as a developer, pollution, not to create pollution or pollution in the environment is something that you are taking care of in your projects, whether it is water, whether it is sewage, going into the water. Sahil, coming to you, how do you see responsible realty? What, according to you, is the definition?
Thanks, Sapna. First of all, thanks to you and the entire fraternity here for having me. It's a great coalition. And a very important question. I do agree with Deepu. However, I would like to keep it at a very broad level. In my opinion, responsible reality is in three ways. First is responsible collaboration. So it's very essential for anybody working in any space. You have to have a conscious decision on collaborating with key stakeholders that you want to work with. So that's first thing. Second, I think it's very important to have a responsible approach to whatever your agenda is, whatever you're targeting, whatever your goal is. With the stakeholders that you have decided, you have to ensure that everybody is on board from day one and everybody is in sync to the decision, whether it's minor or major. Everybody's consent is very important, so we don't see hassle. Large part of issues that we have currently is because of the gaps in these two things. And then third part, I would say we should responsibly reflect to what we have built, what we have created, be it our own or somebody else's. Let's accept criticism, let's give feedback. That's very important for us to stay positive in our approach and hit the target which we are aiming for, be it sustainability, addressing climate change, whatever it is, or in your personal life. So these are the 3 bits from my side.
That's great. So having a clear agenda and collaboration, I think it is very important what you are trying to achieve, and all the stakeholders on board, whether it is developer, financier, occupier, or construction company, etc. Criticism we will come later on in this discussion. Mala, from you, what is responsible realty?
Yes. So first of all, Sapna, why we are talking about responsibility and why we should be non-responsible. We must responsible, okay? All of us. So when we talk about reality, responsibility, without harming our nature, we work in a harmony with nature. We look into our resource efficiency amicably. We look into the inclusive way of involvement of all the stakeholders in such a way in the entire development process that everyone is being benefited. You talk about environment, you talk about social aspects, and then finally it's profitability. So I always believe that these three triple bottom lines, you know, like your people, planet, and profit together, when we look into three pillars together and follow inclusive approach. So this is what more responsible approach towards environment, towards people, and towards your business. So that's very, very important.
The people, planet, profit. Yeah, of course.
Very
It has
important.
to be all these three
Very,
together.
very important.
Otherwise, we cannot achieve
Exactly,
sustainability.
exactly.
And as you said, why are we even stopping responsible realty? It has to be by design, responsible. Asking you, taking forward from there in your organization, if you were to highlight three major initiatives that you have taken in terms of bringing sustainable outcomes for the project.
Yeah, I think when we are talking about initiatives, it is very important to understand that why we call it initiatives. It is not just initiative, but it is a positive attribute towards Mother Earth to look into the preservation and conservation concepts, you know, for creating that sustainable built environment for everybody. And also, why we are talking about that climate change and global warming must address in the reality specifically, because the challenges, as my fellow colleague has told, pollution, he talked about, somebody will talk about climate change, global warming. There are multiple issues, you know, which are the challenges in the reality, as particularly this sector itself. This is what we are talking about sustainability today. And when it comes to the project development or initiative we are talking about, so very, very important consideration which we look into first, that is the biodiversity first. So how do you look into your project site from, its biodiversity, its flora, fauna, how do you look into the hydrology patterns, how do you look into the, then design intervention only comes into the pictures once we look into the initiative of site preservation. So we understand our site, which is the most ignorable part. We just start designing. We always ignore that what kind of nature, my site has, which is very, very important. Your soil quality, your water quality, your flora, fauna. We generally cut the trees and design the things. So how we thought that concept from the initial level of planning. That is a first initiative and the first very, very important green principle. When you talk about Harit Bharat, or you want to create a better built environment or any green building, or you talk about any initiative, that's the first initiative we use in every project. That is the first thing. Then second initiative, which we always feel that this is a pyramid approach. So we always feel that one is the passive design. So how do you see the design interventions from passive design point of view, so that you can cut down and you can limit your resource utilization? So how would you think as a designer or as a builder you take the decisions where you design it so natural, you are using nature-based solutions, you are using design interventions, bringing more daylight, more ventilation, putting less pressure on the artificial lightings and all that. So using more passive approach, that is a important principle, which comes into the picture as an initiative. So you cut down your resource load by just using nature-based solutions and design interventions through passive approach. Then comes to the active. That is the third principle. So where you look into your all equipment, electromechanical equipment you are using, you are looking into the green supply chain process, then how efficiently you do the selection process, how do you see the efficiency, energy efficiency, water efficiency in those technologies, so that finally you can save energy, you can save water. So that aspect comes into the picture then. So it is entirely a pyramid approach.
Okay.
So
okay.
this is what it's a
Fantastic.
360 degree, I would say, very holistically you need to see.
Correct.
So initiative is not something for him, it can be STP, any person, he can say I'm using solar panel, somebody can say, oh, I'm planting 1,000 trees. So for everybody it has different sustainability priority
Correct.
in his project development.
Correct.
So it is always important to understand what is your priority. So what is your utmost priority? You need to give focus when you follow this approach in the project development.
What I understand
Yeah.
is one method or one initiative cannot work in
Yes,
silos.
yes.
It has to be holistic,
Yes.
all encompassing,
Yeah.
starting with site preservation,
Yes.
understanding your site, your
Yes.
topography, your
Design.
vegetation,
Yeah.
through design accordingly, then use passive architecture to have
Yeah.
minimum
Passive
resources.
comes first,
Yeah.
then active.
Yeah, so passive
Yeah.
designing comes after
Yeah.
site preservation,
Yes,
you
yes.
use less resources.
Yeah.
And then the active systems where you
Yeah.
create all the efficiencies.
Then
that you
performance,
can.
then
Then
monitoring and performance.
Yes, and monitoring of performance
Yeah,
is
that
very
comes.
important. That
Yeah.
will tell you how your building is performing
Exactly.
on all the standards.
Yeah.
Sahil, what would you like to add? 3 points, how we can have better outcomes or how you are doing it.
Yep. So, as part of International Finance Corporation or the World Bank Group, I'll again try to first keep it at broad level because we are working on different sectors, different kind of activities happening. So broadly, if I have to classify our role and responsibility is in the two areas. First is advisory, second is investment. Now, every department within World Bank Group is working on these two sides, these two legs. So the advisory team is responsible for understanding the market, for collaborations, for identifying opportunities where we can invest. So these are the three key things that advisory team does. Now, along with this, the investment team is basically responsible for, again, identifying opportunities in different sectors. And I'll come to the sectors in a bit. But their key role is to directly take investment decisions and decide that what can actually be invested in terms of amount. Now, considering these two functionalities, the sectors that we are working in varies across the board. So it starts from manufacturing, agriculture, services, tourism, retail, properties, and of course, real estate is part of properties, and then infrastructure at a larger scale. So after this background, I just want to mention that since we are talking about realities, I'll again put it more in context of reality. The three key initiatives that we have taken at an organization level are, first is we have defined our own green building standard or green building program. As part of that, we have created a certification system, which is called EDGE. So EDGE is a green building certification system. It's an international certification system that is actually been taking care of all kind of properties, be it new, existing, and whatever Mala and Deepu has said in terms of the quantified approach, in terms of dealing with the passive strategies first, and then coming to active, and then thinking about renewables. So these all things are covered there. It's more, again, of a performance-based approach. So we have not taken an approach of, qualitatively define what one can do in terms of, building a property, but we have specifically said that in case you want to, hit, let's say, 15% savings, energy savings for your buildings, you can develop your own set to get there. And then that is linked to the business case as well. So that's a very innovative model there, where you're not just doing efficiency, but you're also making a business sense for anybody to decide that if I opt or make my building 15% efficient, then what would be the implication on cost? What would be your payback period? So these other things are already inbuilt into the model, and that way it becomes very heavy. With that, in the same system, there is a combined study that you can do among energy, water, and embodied carbon of materials. So it also gives you a data about how much carbon footprint you can basically reduce by going green. So that's first key initiative. Second one, this edge system that we have is largely dealing with building from making it green. The second system that I'm going to talk about is Building Resilience Index program, which talks about the resilient aspect of the building. So there we look at saving the asset it's more about, whenever any natural calamities happen, for example, natural hazards comes in, then how do you ensure that your building withstand all applicable hazards? And there are different kind of hazards that that a building may be prone to. So that's Building Resilience Index program. Third is the Epic Cities program. Now, Epic Cities program is basically looking uh, at not just building, but the entire city. And that's where we have more engagement to do with government, because they have, real authority to roll out policies at city level. And that's where we look at infrastructure development. So we go from green, then to resilient, and then to cities, which is a combination of green and resilience. So these are the three initiatives, just to summarize.
So profitability, resiliency, and then even at the city level, the policy level is where we have to look at, and of course investment and finance. What you are doing, investment and advisory. We are now talking a lot about green finance, green investment bonds. Even a lot of investors are now looking at investing. They have their mandates. Coming to you, as a developer now, again coming to you, like they mentioned that there are a lot of things that as an organization, as an advisory they are doing. Like Mala suggested, we should start from the site, then move on to passive designing, and then move to active systems to bring efficiency. How are developers doing it, and how you in particular are doing these green initiatives?
So, to start with, we residential development. So, that was it was a passive, approach. Okay, let's get IGBC certification. Okay, we had applied for platinum and diamond and gold kind of a certification. So we ended up getting into the gold category. But still, that's that's because we had a thought that we need to get there. So that's how it started. So now we are trying to either be we are in the designing stage for one of our projects. So we are trying to be net positive, and we are trying to get an IGBC certification for that, or a LEED certification for that particular project. And as with one project, it just gave a success for us. So we want to ensure we replicate it in most of our projects that we do. Okay, and in terms of our lagoon projects initiatives, we have taken up. Okay, which with one of the developers that's in Rajasthan. Okay, I'll have to stress upon this, that their water scarcity is at the highest. Okay, with the evaporation levels at peak, and there we are trying to build up a lagoon. Okay, and which is consuming roughly about 18 million liters of water to fill the lagoon. So we had for it. Yes, there are bore wells, there are aquifers in Rajasthan also. Okay, so the project is a 14-acre project, and we are trying to ensure, okay, during the course of construction, we try and identify the available aquifers, we fill them during the course of this thing. And as we build the lagoon base, we try and secure most of rainwater into the lagoon water body. Okay, and in the peak summer, the Rajasthan temperatures are highest of 45, 47 degrees. Okay, with the innovative technology that we are utilizing, we are reducing evaporation losses by about 50%. Okay, and we are trying to use this rainwater which is collected during the construction and treat it to ensure, it's a, what do you say, zero discharge facility. So nothing goes out of that particular facility at all. Okay, and this is for a hospitality project again. Okay, and considering this, it's already we are on the sustainable practices to ensure, okay, we use either water which doesn't either have an alternate use, or very limited alternate use. Okay, and making sure that we are filling the lagoon.
Correct. So you are making a lagoon project, but you are also ensuring water efficiency.
Of course.
Who says luxury cannot be responsible?
Absolutely.
if we plan judiciously, and as you said, you are also taking the green certifications, etc. So we don't need to compromise on luxury. We can build responsibly and have projects which are comfortable, convenient, luxurious, and still very sustainable.
Exactly.
Great, fantastic. Now coming to the criticism part of it, like you mentioned, that is also an important part of green buildings. A lot of people are very skeptical about green ratings, that these are only done for the sake of getting a certification. There is no monitoring system later on, or a lot of greenwashing, like we hear the term. A lot of people are doing only the low-hanging fruits. Uh, so, Mala, starting from you, what do you have to say when
Yeah.
with all these points?
So, if you see, we always have two kind of mindsets, on this planet, I would say. Sometimes if we see from the positive perspective, like there is a glass of water. If it is filled with water, it's my approach, like I want to see the filled glass with water or its emptiness. That is up to me, my vision, to see the things. I always believe that Rome was not built in a day, but the kind of progress, if you see, because I represent IGBC and right now I'm the chairperson for Mumbai, it's a big responsibility, and we have recently launched climate mission also for Mumbai. So with this aspect, we always believe that first thing is you need to focus on the positive aspect. So what is the best impact I'm getting out of some initiative? If I'm taking some initiative, or I'm helping some people, empowering them or encouraging them to take some initiative. That is the first perspective. And if you become a critic, you can, 100 items, 1,000 items you can bring on the table. You can say, oh, this is bad, this is bad. People don't believe anything, we talk about politics or we talk about anything. Anything, you talk about. But I think the time is now, I always say that now the real estate must address climate change now. So as you rightly said that climate risk, even when he's funding the project, he is giving emphasis this particular aspect, the climate risk. Then being a developer, because he's taking initiative, because he has to make his mitigation plan for that. That is important. So what the green building approach and the rating system or guideline, it is up to you. You consider it as a checklist, just a yes, no, and just number game, or you take it as a guideline, as a methodology to adopt, to understand that what is my need and what is my goal to meet certain benchmark, and how do I address my design intervention, how do I look as a developer or as a procurement head, in your department, he look into the green supply chain process, and how do we look into the resource efficiency overall, from this overall concept of development, from the site, I told you that site preservation, then design, then passive and active, then construction methodology is also in place, and at the end, when we operate the project. So what we are getting outcome as in terms of our saving as a performance, that really matters, not the rating level only. Very, very important. And in some projects, you will say that they do excellence in energy. Some projects, they do excellence in water, because everybody can't do everything. So we always believe that even the little, small drops of water, they also create an ocean. It doesn't matter that you are platinum, silver or gold, or somebody saying that rating system doesn't help. But for many people, it is helping, because we have the data where you can see that people are being benefited. That's what you are progressing, and people are adopting that.
Correct.
If it is not good, why people should adopt that?
Correct.
Okay, adoption is always happening in the market, and market outreach is always there when there is a positive attribute. Once the people understand or experience that impact, so that means something is positive in the market.
Correct. Something is
Yeah.
better than nothing, and at least
Yeah.
we have made a start. There is a long way to go, of course, and it all depends on people's perspective, how you take
Exactly.
it. Like Mala said,
Exactly.
you can either just take it as a checklist, or you can genuinely follow the
Yeah.
guidelines and achieve profitability and sustainability. Now, Sahil, from you mentioned about investments and finance, climate risk. From that perspective, how what criticism has come your way?
So before I answer that, I would like to step back a little. Uh, I think people who have raised this question of, questioning whether green building is actually needed, I somehow feel they're right. But I also want to ask them, can we actually go ahead without that in today's world? Some people also come to me and say that, your IFC, why don't you promote something like, vernacular design? I ask them, do we have those conditions outside to build buildings that way so we can actually, leverage that? Do we have that scenario right now, which we used to have 3 decades back? Can we actually go via that route? We don't. The scenario has changed. Trends are different. The opportunities are, way different. So we also have to grow. We also have to understand. So I'll go to the 3 points that I have raised initially that, had there been a responsible collaboration, responsible approach taken by, all the stakeholders, this scenario or the requirement of, experts who are working in green building domain may not have been needed. But there is a huge gap, and that's why there need to be such standards which actually, at least guide you that, this is how you can build your buildings green. And then comes the financing bit, which is even more tricky. So, we have to play a role where we keep a balance among all the stakeholders. Because when we come from investment standpoint, we have to make it more like, a win-win scenario for everybody. And that's where, the terms of financing starts getting very complex. So when we invest, some of the critiques that we have got are, why don't you invest in low-skill developments? Because, IFC has a minimum cap, and below that, we generally don't invest directly through our balance sheet, but we would love to collaborate in that case. So when we have got that kind of feedback, what we have done is we are now doing a lot of investments through different banks or financial institutions. Like we have invested, huge amount of money in HDFC, for example, and that money they are utilizing for the customers who are buying the properties, not for developers yet, but those who want to live in that property. So there's some subsidy or the rebate on the interest rate that they get out of that if they are going to buy a green property. So these kind of models have come up. The next challenge that we have got was about financing, not just by ourselves, but also giving opportunities to other players working together. For example, if we have some funds available, how can we ensure that we are scaling up the market? We are enabling them to do the same thing where we see opportunities. So as again a development institution, what we have done is, not just in India, but across the world, we have been the first one to get into an area where we definitely need somebody to start that work. For example, building resilience is something that many of us is just not talking about it. It's all green, green, green these days. So that's one thing that where we thought of coming in and starting this BRI, which is Building Resilience Index platform, so people can learn from it that what kind of assessments you need to do. How do you ensure that you basically make your building so robust that it withstand those things? And it's in pilot stage right now in India, but in other parts of the world we have done it well. And that's how we have collaborated with other partners, giving them the opportunity to actually take it up now.
Correct.
And there is just last bit, there is an insurance company whom we are working, because whenever we talk about risk, insurance companies are the real guys who actually come in.
Correct.
And there is a lot of potential for them to get involved and work closely with the developers. I'll stop there.
Yeah. So one benefit of building green is that you might get finance from IFC. But
Can I add
yeah,
important
sure.
aspect here? So I think you said from financial perspective, but when we address green building at its benefits, we always correlated Panchbhutas, Indian mythology, okay? So when we talk about Agni, so we address energy. When we talk about Jal, we address water. When we talk about your Vayu and Akash, we address daylight and ventilation. Because you were talking about that the surrounding environment doesn't allow us for vernacular architecture nowadays and all that. But still, if you follow green building approach in the urban context also, still there is a lot of importance of daylighting and ventilation. Still people need air to breathe. Still people need a good daylight for health and wellness.
Correct.
So these are very, very important aspects.
So
Just a small
yeah.
example of one of our project, because initially you asked one example. I'll tell you there are multiple buildings in India nowadays, the corporates who are adopting IGBC rating or other ratings, they are experiencing a lot of benefits because they are cutting down their electricity cost, they are saving huge amount of water, they are also increasing their productivity, improving air quality, lot of stuff is happening. That's what, this momentum is progressing. And today we have 12 billion square feet in the country,
That's
starting
correct.
from the 20,000 square feet in 2001.
Yeah, I think it is the integration of our architecture and technology.
Exactly.
We have to keep in sync with times. Buildings are getting complex day by day. So yes, while vernacular architecture has its place, we have to use that. But
Wherever
technology has to be an enabler to that.
It's more active.
Your last words, Deepu, as you have heard both sides of the story as a developer. Your last words on that.
So I would like to generalize as a developers, as as a fellow real estate person, anyone who sees future in real estate is already considering sustainability. Okay, anyone who's not considering sustainability, I think they don't have a future.
Okay, great. So as per Deepu, if you are not building green, you don't have the future because obviously, you won't have the planet to build anymore. So thank you so much. I think we had such, fantastic conversation. Your last, because as Dr. Anurag Batra said yesterday we had the budget. One sentence, Mala, from you, budget for green real estate. There was a lot of focus on energy sector, on renewable. One word, good or bad or okay was the budget for green.
I think for energy sector,
What would be the rating you will give out of 10 to the budget
To
for
the
green,
budget.
green sector?
For the green sector, I would say 8.
Okay, Sahil, what was your rating to the budget?
I'm sorry, I cannot comment on it.
I have
I'm
given
from a
status.
financial institution, so it's difficult to really
okay,
get
so,
into that.
So you
excuse
will
me
be
for that.
diplomatic, you will not. Deepu, you.
I would definitely like to give it 8, and considering more lower interest rates as HDFC's initiative that Sahil was saying, it is definitely good to have more green projects, more better rates for consumers.
Great.
That
great.
adds more
Fantastic.
value to the country.
For green sector, our speaker say budget was 8 out of 10. So that's a good news. So thank you so much for being here with us for those very wise words. Any questions from the audience? Vilma.
So my question is about regulations. You see, India is well known for all its regulations and for also its laws. And there are now, it's not, a lot of the green regulations are part of, actually it's not voluntary anymore, it's mandatory. But we see the real estate industry sector very often not giving adequate importance to the compliance on regulations. Because, as I said, there is many laws, but the implementation of these laws are quite poor. And somewhere we are waiting always for that stick or for the, the fines to be mandated, etc. But can the industry now look at self-regulation? And is that something that is being done? I've heard a lot about energy and water, etc. But especially when it comes to waste, we see a lot of regulations not being followed. The C&D rules, for instance, would be an immediate thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. So, Madam, when you talk about regulations, so definitely Ministry of Environment has the regulations in place, environmental regulation for more than 2 lakh square feet project. So, but the condition is that the people comply that unless builders will not get occupancy certificate. So nowadays there is a little governance procedure from Pollution Control Board or environmental bodies, because they also scrutinize at some level. However, it need to be upgraded because we need more governance in that sector. I fully agree with you because governance is very, very important. All the rules are in place. But when it comes to the voluntary initiative like green building certifications, so definitely you are not being awarded by any certification body unless there is not a third party audit, and auditor comes to the site, they check on each and every compliance in respect to your purchase orders, in respect to your technical specifications, in terms of performance of your equipment, only you get the rating. So this is what the advantage of how do you follow the approach successfully and how do you take the things, in a positive manner. And I think third thing you said, the waste. Waste is already being addressed in all the rating systems. It's a holistic methodology where water, energy, biodiversity and waste, very, very important, using 3R principle. Reduce, recycle and reuse. Very, very well addressed in all the rating system. Without that, you cannot achieve ratings.
Thank you. Gurmeet ji.
Well, Sapna, very well moderated session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. IGBC earlier used to give a lifetime certification. Now we give a 3-year certification, and every 6 months you are supposed to give us your energy, your waste generated, your water consumption. And if you don't give us these figures, you will not get a recertification after 3 years. So there's absolute control over checks and balances are there. Also, there are 32 third-party assessors which are not in IGBC employees, which come and assess your site. So whatever is promised on the pre-certification, if it's not achieved while you go for the certification process, you will not get that. You may have to go from platinum to gold, as you said, you have to go to gold for one project. Yes. So we are very strict about that and we are monitoring. Second thing, ma'am, the Energy Conservation Building Code of India has now been amended to the Energy Conservation Sustainable Building Code of India. It is only 3 days back that it is approved by the Prime Minister's office, driven by the PMO. And we have in 2 months rewritten the entire code. IP has done the water, IGBC the waste, and ISHRE the energy. This now Bureau of Energy Efficiency will monitor water and waste. And this is by an act of Parliament, the ECBC. So this is coming, the mandate is coming now.
Okay. Fantastic. So I think what we get to know here is that policies are there, laws are there, government is taking a lot of initiatives. Now it's upon us how we, become more responsible. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shubhajit.
Thank you.
Back to you. And
I
thanks
think,
to all our speakers.
ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for this wonderful, wonderful panel. And I'll request Sapna to kindly be over here. We'll first do a group photo. Or I believe we first do the felicitation first. Sapna will be doing the honors, and then we'll be having a group photo with all of you over here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out for this wonderful, interesting panel, sharing their knowledge and insights for all of us. Together holding the token of appreciation. it's all about go green, green revolution it is. So of course, we definitely do pose with the greens as well. Thanks to all of you, our speakers, our respected moderator, for being with us and sharing your knowledge and insights. Truly enlightening indeed in the true sense of the term. I'll request to kindly remove one chair as we get going with the next session. And I'll also seek the approval of our videographer. If the frame is correct for the next one, do we need to move the chairs? इधर उधर कुछ करना है चेयर्स हम लोग को आगे करना है आगे कर लीजिए अभी आपको सही लग रहा है इज इट फाइन ओके थैंक यू All right, so a good and positive topic to get going with things. Now it's time for the second conversation, the second exclusive conversation for the day. The topic that we are going to be talking about right now is technology trends, smart building systems shaping sustainability. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's technology trends, smart building systems shaping sustainability. This session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be chaired by Shabbir Kanchwala, Principal Global Network for Zero USA, who's an evangelist for the green cause. Shabbir ji has been there for close to nearly 3 decades and has over 3 decades of real estate expertise and has led the green transformation, which ranges green buildings for new developments and existing projects with the Bill Clinton Climate Foundation under their Building Energy Retrofit program. Shabbir ji began his career as a structural engineer back in Cincinnati, Ohio, and has come up with the ranks to be known in the Indian real estate industry as a torchbearer for the Green Initiative. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen, a true visionary in the true sense of the term. I want you all to clap and make some noise for this wonderful human being over here. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I'll be introducing our speakers now in alphabetical order. We have the presence of Amitabh Kumar, founder and director, Projmatrix LLP, member CTBUH Height and Data Committee. Amitabh ji has 34 years plus experience and has been a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, MASCE, since the year 2009. He has closely monitored P&L as head EPC at Puranic Builders Limited and has been instrumental and has actively contributed in design and construction of over 250 plus meters high India Bulls Sky Towers and 240 plus meters high K. Raheja Artesia Tower, and has worked closely on projects with globally reputed consultants like LERA, TT, WPM, RWDI, ACOM, ARUP. Give it up for Mr. Amitabh Kumar, ladies and gentlemen. A huge shout out for this wonderful man as he comes over here and joins us on stage. We also have Sudeep Mehrotra, CEO, Asset Management, Wellspun One Logistics Parks. Sudeep Mehrotra brings over 2 decades of experience in logistics, real estate, and transport infrastructure. He has successfully led transformative ventures across India, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. His professional journey includes spearheading PPP initiatives in ports and airports, driving business development at APM terminals, and playing a pivotal role at Alvarez and Marcel as managing director in infrastructure and logistics. Can I please request all of you to clap loudly for Sudeep Mehrotra ji as well as he comes and joins us over here on stage. Thank you so much, sir. The stage is set. We're all set to get going with the second exclusive conversation for the day. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. I guess the topic is something which talks about state-of-the-art building systems, where people call it smart building systems, in terms of how it's going to affect sustainability in the real estate sector. So that's something which we all are interested in, because obviously without building systems, for sustainability to sustain itself is a question mark, as data is a very important part of the whole process. So the smart building trends illustrate how smart buildings are contributing to, whether we talk about energy efficiency, whether we talk about water consumption, or creating healthier environments. as the technology will evolve over a period of next 4 to 5 years, and which is rapidly getting done, uh, for us to move forward, as we all know that we have just one planet which needs to be left for our children and grandchildren, I strongly believe that net zero is the way to go in terms of ensuring, as Prime Minister Modi has in the Paris Agreement has said that India would become net zero by 2070, and with intermediate targets of 2030 and 2040. So whether it is any types of buildings or solar or electric vehicles, or for that matter, moving away from fossil fuels, net zero is the journey we will all have to undertake. So let me start with you, Amitabh. Basic question, what defines a smart building in the context of sustainability?
Thank you I will add. I'm thankful to Realty Plus giving me this opportunity to be here. I'm thanks to Sabir on this panel discussion. So coming to your question, the sustainability and a smart building goes together. So smart building use sensors, use a data-driven system, so they optimize the energy use, and energy efficiency is there, which helps the environment because we are reducing the energy consumption. Obviously, smart building is taking care of the occupants' health and wellness by monitoring the indoor air quality, temperature, humidity, ventilation system and all. So that way it's good for environment, and it takes optimized resources because it is a data-driven system. So what we use, we monitor the use of water, use of waste, then what are the waste recycling processes, so that way it's an optimized resource management. This is again helping the environment. So in all these ways, it's helping the environment.
Thank you, Amit. So your comments on this, what defines a smart building in the context of sustainability?
Namaste everyone. Shabir, to my mind, let's just maybe, so if you look at the overall smart buildings or buildings consumption of energy, right? For a country like India, it's around 30-35%. For globally, it has gone up to 40-45%, which means that as we grow and become more and more aspirational, we have more and more buildings, and as we have more and more buildings, those buildings will be big consumers of energy. So one of the aspects of smart building is the ability to maybe consume less energy and still be as productive as any other potential building, right? So if that is defined as a smart building, and if any one of us who has maybe done work around maybe making certain objectives meet business reality, we all know that there are 4 levers, right? There's a lever on process, there's a lever on technology, there's a lever on organization, and there is a lever on infrastructure. Now, infrastructure is the most long-term, long lead of the other 4. So you can change the process, you can change the technology, you can change the organization, but infrastructure once created stays there for a longer period of time. So to my mind, smart building means a building which is capable of managing the aspirations of the people inside in their capability to achieve these objectives of sustainability, right? Whether it is lower energy, lesser waste, better comfort, more use of renewables, etc., all comes as a necessary element of smart building. But a building which is well thought, well designed, well conceptualized, along with whatever exists around it, and it is capable of giving everyone who either is responsible for building it or developing it, and who is responsible for maybe operating from it, the building which gives maximum flexibility to people to do all that they aspire to do with lesser energy and lesser impact on environment, would to my mind mean a smart building.
Thank you. So to continue with you, Sudeep, you mentioned that smart buildings help in say, reducing energy bills, right? So how would, you know, how would I do that? I mean, if I am a person who's looking for a commercial office space, or for that matter, I'm a residential customer who's looking for buying a home which is a smart home. How do I do that? How do I reduce my energy bills?
Yeah, so maybe I'll explain this in the context which I understand more, right? Which is building these buildings for industrial and warehousing usage, and then maybe we can use some of those elements around residential and office and commercial buildings as well. So when we think about our parks and when we go about maybe building each of those buildings, there are certain basic things which have become hygiene now, right? For instance, how much maximum sunlight can be provided to reduce the energy bill inside. Things like how can you make sure that the air changes inside are to an effect that the requirement of artificial ways of maybe generating that airflow is reduced, right? So these are hygiene. These are things which over a period of time technology offers, and they become the dominant nature of doing any design. And when they become a dominant nature of doing any design, everybody is willing to pay for it, right? So these are simple things. In addition to that, of course, now solar is a reality, and solar is a reality for any industrial site, any warehousing site. So it becomes, and then there's absolutely no if and but now. The question is almost convincingly to the extent that if you're able to use solar, your energy bills are lesser, right? Then there comes a solution around how can you make your park or your building more compliant to use electric vehicles. Now, different people have different view on how much will be the penetration of electric vehicle for meeting the requirements of people like you and me, and also meeting the requirements of cargo which flows between cities and the warehouses. But the fact is that number is only increasing every quarter, right? So not playing that game would mean that we are doing something wrong. So then that becomes an incremental thing. All the material which is used, all the way the way you think about water. Now there are multiple parks of ours where we are not only getting people who do just pure storage, the people who do a lot of manufacturing inside. And for some of them, water becomes a necessary element of choosing a site. Now, just using the right kind of thought process of design, and how can rainwater be harvested? How can we make sure that whatever waste is created is also getting disposed in the way it should be? So some of these things then get either advertised by the companies themselves in the way they are selling their proposition, or through certification with many professionals like many in this room and others would be doing. So those can be some ways of people like you and me to decide which is the property where maybe I'm being more responsible than not being more responsible. And I'm assuming a similar kind of certification, a similar kind of thought process also exists on the residential side. So as a residential buyer, I may be less educated to evaluate a building, but then there are various kinds of agencies who come in and who are giving insights that which building is environmentally more responsible. And I'll tell you something. I think this is quite amazing. I have a 5-year-old and an 11-year-old, and when I think about buying the next vehicle, the elder one has a view that why are you not taking an electric vehicle, right? And I'm sure time is almost there when children and family will have a view that why are we not taking a more environmentally friendly house as well, right? So awareness is coming, people are respecting it. Some of us maybe are a little ahead in the curve, but it's a matter of time. As you said, 2070 is the goal for India, and it will either be imposed on us or will willingly accept it, but it's around the corner for us to make those choices.
Thank you. Amitabh, I have a different question for you in terms of, because you're involved with building infrastructure. So how do you integrate smart buildings with the existing building infrastructure? So if you have an existing building, how do you integrate that?
So the existing building cannot be written off. They are there, and it has to be retrofitted. We have to make it smart. So what we do, so first thing comes to my mind is sensors deployment. So we can deploy various sensors without affecting without any structural changes. so that can help. And we are having legacy system in all our buildings. There is building automation system, there is sensors. So what we can do, we can use IoT network, we can connect these two together, and then we can use cloud platform. So we can have aggregated data at one place, centralized data, so that will help us. We can, this way, we can integrate all those smart building systems. We can also thought of putting the smart building system in a modular way, like if you are putting some devices, smart devices. So it should be modular, it should be scalable, so that it doesn't disrupt the process, because the existing building is already having the legacy system. So it should be in a scalable manner. So it is implemented in such a way that it is not disrupting the overall services. So it's very robust system. We can deploy smart buildings to the existing buildings.
Thank you. So Sudeep, I have a question for you in terms of, when we talk about automation, in terms of, one is that, we talk of sustainability, we talk of saving power and water, and then we talk about occupant comfort. So how do you balance the two, and how does the building automation system help in ensuring that there is an occupant comfort, and as well as the fact that we are also saving power and water?
Yeah, so there could be various drivers of automation, and I will be frank here, most of the drivers of automation in the context of the buildings that we develop are mostly to improve productivity. And these are productivity of people or productivity of rolling stock, which essentially is a truck or a material handling equipment, right? So let's just take examples, right? So for instance, a lot of parks, including parks which exist near the airport, or parks which are created for very high velocity movement, right? Which is for quick commerce, or which is for same day commerce, or 4-day or slot based delivery. These require very heavy movement of vehicles, right? And when you have very heavy movement of vehicles, you have queuing. When you have queuing, you have lack of productivity. In the process, you also have the load on diesel, because you end up consuming more energy if the vehicle is not doing maximum number of trips in the minimum amount of time, right? So one of the automation thoughts there, or the implementation there, is say appointment based tracking, right? So the vehicle only comes on a gate when it is supposed to be on the gate. And then there is automation around the gate entry and bay management, so the vehicle exactly knows when it will get entered. So a security person just reading the number plate can also determine which bay this vehicle needs to go to, which tenant this vehicle belongs to. And then there are automatic guidance systems in the park to tell that where this vehicle is supposed to land, right? So some of this, while it improves the productivity of the vehicle itself, it also significantly reduces the pressure on the fuel itself, right? Now, to the extent that a smaller vehicle, 70% of the cost in a month is fixed cost. So if you're just like an Indigo Airlines, if you are turning it faster, you are reducing that cost. In the process, you are also maybe achieving the goal of fuel efficiency. Similarly, I think inside the warehouse, when operations happen, right, the way you can use height by using maybe material handling equipments, things which are there for doing faster turnarounds, conveyor belts, etc. These are things which consume energy, and increasingly these are becoming a standard part of any warehouse, right? Because our needs are evolving so fast that we used to be a country where the availability was a value proposition for customers. Now time has become a value proposition, that can I get this particular good in this much amount of time, and everybody is fighting for the 15-minute delivery, 30-minute delivery, 45-minute delivery. So if that is a reality, then there will be a lot of automation inside the building, to an extent that when we put a building which is say a 12 crore building, the person who operates it is putting 70-80 crores inside. Right? So you can imagine how much automation is going to, and for that kind of automation, you can also imagine how much electricity is going to be used, right? So increasingly we are seeing that people want usage of automatic, so Amitabh spoke about sensors, so everybody is now going for sensors inside, and just imagine warehouses are not the most fancier buildings, right? These are fancy buildings inside the city, but now there are sensors inside the warehouse, there are obviously light guided aisles, so only those aisles get lighted wherever the person is there. There are automatic retrieval and storage system which are dark warehouses where only things come out as and when they are needed. So some of this automation is on the go. Most of it is happening because people want to improve productivity of the warehouse and reduce error of management. But the day is not, I mean, places like Mumbai where the energy bill can be so massive, I think everybody has gone towards using all the automation tools. So we need more support of people who design automation and do it really, really fast. I think as a country, maybe that resource pool is a little bit of a miss. I mean, if you start thinking about companies and partners who can automate this service for you, the best ones are the Germans and the Japanese. We still have to have the right kind of partners here in India who are able to do it at the cost at which is a make in India cost, right? So that would be my response on how is automation changing buildings. And every year we see something really new inside the building. So it's happening very, very fast. So I'm quite excited about it. I think a lot is happening, and it's the area of future on automating some of these concepts inside the building.
Interesting. So I guess this question is for both of you, and there is a buzzword of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So do you foresee a role of AI in terms of upgradation of smart building system? Is there going to be a necessity of humans to to look at the smart building systems, or will AI and machine learning play a role in terms of Sudeep, you can start and then you can.
So the problem with sensors and automation is we are having a lot of data, and if you are having plenty of data, a human mind cannot work on it. So we need algorithm, so machine language algorithm, artificial intelligence. So they are coming to our help. So what they can do, they can analyze those data and give us the result in a very precise manner, and it will enhance the data, whatever we are getting out of the data, and that will help us, like you can see, they can predict when you need to maintain your HVAC system, they can predict when you have to change a particular component so that you are prepared in advance. So to my mind, artificial intelligence and machine language learning will be required more and more, because we are generating more and more data. We are collecting more and more data. So how can we handle it? How can you get benefit out of those data? That's comes to my mind.
A great point, Amitabh, and just maybe taking it a step further. So Amitabh spoke about a building which is operational, and how can a lot of data which gets generated inside the building be used for the right kind of operating decisions, right? For somebody to operate the building in a way that is maximum comfort for people who live in there, right? But if we just maybe go back, even during the design phase, right? So right now, when we think of designing our buildings, right? So options get generated using the efforts of people on the floor. But there is a lot of tools now available where we are able to generate many more options on what can be done with that piece of land and with that size of the building by using AI. And most of the inputs or constraints which are fed at the moment to maybe give the right answers are around maximum land efficiency, maximum area efficiency, things like maintaining the regulatory criteria of that site. However, those tools are not right now taking inputs like which of these designs will give me the maximum solar efficiency, which of these design will give me the minimum energy efficiency for the lifts. I think some of that will start coming in, right? Because people will solve for the hygiene and then start using this for giving these kind of answers. Also, a lot of video analytics which is happening on sites are currently being done for exception management, right? However, what we are seeing is video analytics would also be on site during construction, be used for managing the flow of material, and in such a way that the double handling of material, the movement of material will reduce using video analytics. So I see that as a interesting use case for using AI for energy efficiency, because any movement is a cost, and it's a cost as well as energy consumption. So that's the other area. And just to add to Amitabh's point, I think for all our buildings as well, so one another example is we generate a lot of information around how many people have come in, how many people have gone out, where all is went to. Some of this information can very efficiently be used using AI to define the path in which a certain activity should be done, so that there is minimum energy consumption when that activity is done on a daily level. So I see a lot of merging of concepts here. Again, I think in this case, when it comes to digital automation, maybe we as a country are doing better than physical automation, but still there is a lot of journey to be covered.
Thank you. I was reading an article that in China, AI has virtually taken over facility management of quite a few offices and factories, where the requirement of the facility management team is virtually not there in terms of what they can do. So I believe going forward, whether we like it or not, there will come a time where AI is going to take over a lot of things which we are doing right now. So my last question to both of you is, government has regulations, whether you have the municipality regulations, whether you have the state government regulations. How do these, affect smart building technologies implementation? So, that is the question. Does the government regulations help in ensuring that, smart building technologies are implemented in the way they should be?
So standards are quite elaborate. There are local standards, like if we go and see the NBC, there are a lot of data available to design the building, guidelines available. If we want to use the international standards, so ASRE and ISRE standards are there, so that can be used. IEC standards, European standards can be used. There is also LEED, EDGE, and other green building certification standards which help us in designing the building in right manner from the beginning. So that's also important. And there is, and I will also like to add IEEE standards. IEEE standards are also very good, and they are the biggest technological group as IEEE, and to understand that they are having a separate division for standards, that IEEE standards come from there. We can get a lot of help from those standards. So all of them will help us in designing the building and the smart building devices and other things.
Thank you. Sudeep?
So as Amitabh said, I think standards are good benchmarks for some of us to follow, and in the process maybe make sure that we are also complying to minimum expectations that stakeholders will have from us. And then the standards are also, as Amitabh mentioned, are evolving with time, and they're also getting better and better. From a government regulation perspective, I think when it comes to maybe providing incentives and providing the right kind of financial tools, the government is acting, and they're also maybe doing the right things for the industry to adopt some of these practices. Although the awareness about how can this be availed needs to be improved, especially in the MSME and small segment category. So that's on the government side, it's happening. However, I think when it comes to maybe innovating, improvising, and doing disruptive thought process, right? there I think the government's capability to even advise or maybe guide may not be there. I think there's a need for that kind of a innovation center which is capable of thinking the next thing in the world, not just the next thing in India, which is continuously maybe encouraging developers as well as pushing some of us to think out of the box, and that some of it requires government support, some of it can be done independent of government, but I think that kind of, and if you were to think about, if there is one cutting edge innovation center in India which can think about the smart building design of future which is 50 years away, right? I think those kind of institutions need to be established for us to maybe get better and better.
I would like to add his point that if you see the commercial eligible buildings, so green building makes sense because whosoever is making a grade A commercial building is looking for the clients, MNC clients, and they always want green building. When it comes to residential sector, things are very different. There is no such incentive to my developer clients. So they are thinking, they are doing it on their own with that idea that yes, green building we should do. But what I think that government can play a role, BMC is collecting so much money for every project, for every square foot. So if the BMC comes with some incentive for the green building in the residential sector, it will help a much, and green building will be more promoted if such thing happens.
Thank you. So I would like to finish off with a few comments in terms of how smart building technologies would evolve. India is at the cusp of real estate revolution, what has happened in the last 3 to 5 years, and like we all say, anything and everything is selling in terms or getting leased out. Having said that, in Mumbai itself, to give you a perspective, we have more than 11,125 projects, work in progress going on right now, with new projects getting announced every day. People talk about in various forums of India actually will be building one new Chicago city every year. So with all this and with a certain GDP growth which India requires to get people out of poverty, I believe in what the millenniums look at this whole green concept and the net zero concept. They talk about wanting to stay in a net zero home, want their parents to work in a net zero office, they want to go to a net zero school. So I guess smart building technologies are actually the implementers and would partly help in this journey. As we all have one planet, and we need to ensure that we leave that for our grandchildren. Thank you.
So much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please clap for all of them over here loudly and cheer them in the best way possible? I'll also request Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus, to kindly join us over here on stage and hand over the token of appreciations to all our beloved speakers over here. revolution, greener tomorrow. So I'll request all of you to pose with the greens. Thank you so much, respected speakers, respected moderator, and thank you so much, Sapna, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, two interesting sessions full of knowledge and insights, and now it's time to go ahead with the next one. But before that, it's time to refresh yourselves with an interesting meal over there. So lunch is awaiting all of you outside. So we'll resume in the next 1 hour. So I'll request all of you to kindly enjoy your meals, enjoy your lunch. We'll be back after 1 hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to begin in the next 5 minutes. I'll request everybody to kindly settle down. We're all set to begin with this fantastic day, Harit Bharat 2024, in the next 5 minutes. I'll request everybody to kindly please settle down. We're all set to begin with the second half of this conclave very soon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back post-lunch. Before we get going, quick request to one and all people over there seated behind. Can I please request you all to come a little forward? हमारे बहुत अच्छे panelists हैं, so when they see people sitting forward, it of course acts as a motivation factor, right? So I'll request people over there seated at the back to kindly come forward. Everybody wants to get an atmosphere which is almost filled with audience, right? So can I please request people over there at the back to kindly please come forward and take your seats. Thank you. And we're all set to get going post-lunch. Did you all enjoy your meal? सच में लग नहीं रहा है, खाने के बाद एनर्जी आ जाता है ना सबके अंदर, तो जोर से तो यस बोलिए. या अभी आ रहा है मजा. You know, normally people say that the session post lunch is very difficult and perhaps the most difficult to be a part of or listen to. But then let's ensure that we don't make our guests over here feel that way, ki, you know, just they have come after lunch, they're all tired and relaxed and taking a back seat. Let's ensure as an audience that we don't make our presenters and speakers going forward feel that way. So thank you, requesting everybody to show their highest amount of intensity and energy going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your host Shubhajit Ghosh. Welcome back. And now we bring to you some exemplary case studies on green projects. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite in front of all of you over here, Shravan Bendapuri, Co-Managing Director, Principal Gensler over here. Shravanji provides business leadership and expertise to projects throughout Asia, focusing on aspects such as workplace strategy, data analytics and culture transformation. He leverages his extensive workplace expertise and knowledge about the Indian market, in particular to lead Gensler's Asia Pacific and Middle East region as a design purpose leader. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to clap and shower some love for Mr. Shravan over here as he joins us. Thank you so much. And sir, over to you.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. Let's just see. Wait, what happened? Are we good? Yes, okay, excellent. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for firstly giving me the opportunity to share this kind of case study with you. So when we were kind of thinking of what kind of project to really talk about on this forum here, what really became apparent to us is whenever we talk about sustainability in the real estate sector, we're really very concerned about new projects and active measures that we take to try to reduce carbon when we're choosing systems, when we're choosing the kind of infrastructure that we're developing. But one of the places that we find a lot of passion in as well is to really talk about passive measures that architects can usually take to, to reduce carbon, as well as looking at using existing materials. So the case study that we have here this was an icon in the Bangalore market. It was called the Opera House. It was used as an opera house old, and it really needed to be converted to a retail store, right? So the question was, when you have something that was a cultural icon in the city to be given back to something that's so commercial in nature, how can you do that respectfully? That was where really the starting point really was. So we really wanted to look at, and this was for Samsung, right, for their mobile phones, for their technology. So we really wanted to look at blending that old and new, and we knew that this had to be something that was sustainable and given back to the city, given back to the community, because this was a structure that was kind of behind its boundary wall. It was old, it was dilapidated, and it was on a street that was a primary retail street with no sense of, public space or public plazas per se. So we started to do a few things, right? So number one was, I think the first big bold move was we wanted to keep the structure as say true to itself as possible. Typically retail requires a large glass frontage, large levels of visibility on the inside. We said no to all of that. We tried to respect the original architecture to keep it that way. The end result was also the fact that because there was high thermal mass, it kind of reduced a lot of heat ingress on the inside. We added some level of transparency to be able to get in sunlight inside, but then we also kept to, the jalis and all of that to try to make sure that there was no direct incident sunlight inside. So it was a little bit inward looking, which was kind of the reverse of what a retail store really was. We also started to look at things like there was a double-heighted atrium. We wanted to use that as a natural flue so that, warm air would kind of naturally rise up to the top. We looked to only air condition the heights that were, up till about 7 feet height, or the height that we really care about, where humans are kind of going through. So for that, the upper floor really had up-throw air conditioning as opposed to the down-throw air conditioning that would be the traditional norm. And so when we kind of started to look at those kinds of spaces, the gallery spaces that were there, that kind of allowed for a little bit of buffer, so that from the outside in, again, as you were kind of experiencing these various kinds of spaces, they were naturally buffered from the elements. So the amount of infrastructure that we had to give that was drawing a lot of energy was quite low as well. right? So this project, it's publicly, you can visit it anytime you're in Bangalore. It's a great experience. It's kind of a different from what traditional retail experiences would be. And I know I'm just going to talk about this in very brief because I've got 3 minutes, so I'm just going to go through the images so that you can kind of see what the end product really was on the outside and on the inside. And so with that, I think, yeah, in about 3.5 minutes, I'll open it up for questions about this project.
My first question to you, you said no to the client. So, how did it go? This is an inward looking, like you said, which is contrary to what retail outlets are like. So what was the client response when you proposed such a kind of design to them?
I'd say the client, in this case, we were very lucky. The client had a shared vision of this. We won this through a competition because of how we were respecting the structure. So that means the client was really bought in as well. So I must give credit to the clients there. They also made sure that we, as a group, we never diluted the intent of trying to create a sustainable landmark that was given back to the city.
Okay, so that kind of also highlights how client role also becomes very important.
Huge.
When we are talking about sustainable buildings. Another very important feature that you spoke about is the passive design. In fact, in our earlier sessions also we spoke about. Do you think a lot of architects these days are depending on technology rather than passive design approach to buildings?
A little bit. It is happening, I think, in quite a lot of cases that, say, for example, we'll do a glass building and then we'll try to put fins on it and then we'll try to put, high-tech glass on it and all of that, rather than just trying to, stop heat coming in the first place. And I'll say, for certain clients, that we end up doing that as well. So which is why we're very thankful when we do get the opportunity to, look at more passive ways of creating sustainable landmarks. I'll say again, it goes back a lot of times to, we propose to clients, but there are business cases for clients as well for them to make. So a lot of the times it kind of gets lost there. I'm sure there are a lot of architects here who love the notion of trying to do something.
Yeah. Again, another important is the adaptive reuse. We can see here this entire building, it does not look like a retail store. It's sloped roofs, the windows and the jali. The handrail that we have, it looks like a bungalow and, with a courtyard inside and all. Adaptive reuse, this is being used quite a lot now in design circles. Is this the future? How do you see it?
It actually is. So in more mature economies, like India is still a fast growth economy. We're building a lot of things for the first time. So, it's very easy in our current changing paradigm to bring something old that's down and build something new in its place. But if you look at all of the cities that have matured, they really start to look at how can we retain the character of our cities through the developments that we've had. Surprisingly, Shanghai is starting to realize that as well. From Gensler, we've been able to do a few projects where we've retained old buildings and built either above it, around it, or kind of done new developments in a way that still leaves the character of the old in place. We've got some great structures in India as well that we can do that too. I hope we do get the opportunity to do it.
Correct, that's true. Another point that you spoke about is that this, when you started this project, this was very unidentifiable, location, did not have the character. Now it has become like a congregation point for people to come and sit around. If I were to ask you finally the impact of the project, one, for the occupiers, the experience of the occupiers or the visitors. Second, for the client in terms of probably ROI, because that is what they always think about. And lastly, overall on the city or on the surroundings or the social impact of this project.
Okay, so that actually has been quite significant for a couple of different reasons. So number one was when for the Samsung guys themselves, right? If you see this entire street, it's really like a retail street, has got very few pause points or places where people can take a break in a sense. This was all originally behind a compound wall, and we said that no, this is space that we wanted to give back to the people going around there, provide a plaza. That's provided a pause point where people notice the store, right? So people come in, and if they're tired from walking from their, all their retail experience, etc., they come and rest here. And so along with that, now there's a Starbucks inside the store as well, right? So the entire thing is kind of built for people to take a pause there. So from the client standpoint, that's great because they're getting more eyeballs, more footfalls, because that's the place where people pause. From a city standpoint, I think I felt really good about this when we went for a subsequent project. We had one long-time Bangalorean as our client, and his only statement was, "Thank you for giving this back to the city." Right? So we were like, okay, that was our objective, and that's been kind of met. So from that standpoint, also, it's been really positive for the public as well. Of course, as you can see, it becomes such a cool resting place. Normally, a lot of our resting areas are commercially driven. Unless you buy a coffee, unless you do something, like you can't just hang out somewhere. So the minute that we had that, that's become a really activated space. So there are events that sometimes happen there. It's constantly something or the other that's happening, that's engaging, that's there. So that's a nice kind of touch there as well.
We are really short of public spaces to enjoy in our city, so great to have something like that. Finally, your last words on this project, how do you see going from here, your future projects probably? What is your wish list you would like to work on?
So within Gensler, we have a practice called adaptive reuse, repositioning and adaptive reuse, right? So that's where we focus in on essentially distressed properties. It doesn't matter, old, new, whatever that may be, right? But essentially properties that need help. We're very conscious now in terms of trying to build new square footage. India, being a high growth economy, will always have new square footage. So we're hoping that we can really start to build a practice here around, revitalizing, it could be just a nondescript grade B office building that's just lying somewhere. 15 years ago was built, and now it's not really it's not really modern in that sense of and can't compete with today's stock. We're very happy to kind of look at that. So it would go a huge way in our sustainability goals.
Great. So anyone, Shravan is here to put his magic to those properties. Any questions for our audience? I have asked what I wanted to ask. Shravan, anyone from the audience who has any questions? Yeah.
It's a very interesting project because I'm from Bangalore, and I always wonder, like, this project belongs, the property belongs to the city or, the common man like that. But I would like to ask you how you balance the modern amenities like parking, to renovate, and Samsung is inside. Like suppose like leakage and things like that would be really challenging, maintenance issues. It's like almost like a heritage building, renovating a heritage building.
So, of course. So, okay, on the parking front, we got lucky, given the fact that this is part of the larger Brigade Road kind of market ecosystem, which has the parking overall. No individual store has their parking within that overall premises, right? So that part is fine. But as far as infrastructure goes, so there obviously was a bunch of, say, rebuilding or a little bit of rebuilding that had to be done. It wasn't, but we did it in a way that kept the original intent of the building in place, right? So when we were doing roofs, for example, there was an internal domed roof originally that was there. We kept that domed roof intent and design language within the place as we were kind of repairing it, redoing it, etc. So the idea was to kind of, so for example, there were additional punchers that we put in here as well. This is what I was saying. Normally what would happen in a structure like this is you would end up putting, say, a large glass frontage, in an existing building as well, to have that juxtaposition of modernity and classic. But we wanted to keep it classic, so we actually had just the muted punctures that were happening. So we added a few of those. There were a few of those that were blocked up, etc. as well. So we kept it to that scale. On the western facade that you see, we added a window. So it was all very modest things. It wasn't these large, big scale changes that typically we would end up doing to show, oh, hey, this building's undergone, a transformation. Rather, it felt that we were restoring the building to something that it should have been, and that's how it really, so it is modern in that sense. There are things that we've had to do. It was not, it was not that the building was just there and we just did something inside it, but it was in a way that you wouldn't realize that it wasn't there originally.
Hi. Yeah, good to see someone from the retail industry. I'm from the retail myself, with the brand competing Samsung. My question to you, you mentioned that this is a flagship store. What we're seeing is, with the kind of the deliveries and everything that's happening, the amount of displays that actually happens in these stores are reducing quite a bit, and they're becoming more like experience centers and hubs rather than, over-the-counter sales. So do you see that, since I think you guys are working a lot with Samsung, do you see that trend happening a lot where they're becoming more experience, information, education?
This is all experience center based, right? So this format of the store as well, you're absolutely right. It's more about trying to come physically experience the products, which is why it's even integrated with that level of F&B, is that it's a place for people to experience or get a holistic view of how it would be to use that product as opposed to just focus on sales, right? But there is something about, say, a level of engagement that you need from the public when you do these kind of things as well, right? So you can do, say, a very high flash, digital rich kind of environment for people to come and visit, and experience their products. But then you have to be able to entice people in, right? That principle of retail still remains. It's not going to be, just a standalone thing somewhere that people will automatically come to. You have to entice people in. There have to be, we had a kind of a stage with a backdrop and seating as well that was kind of integrated within this for education programs, for presentations, for events. So it's more event space as well. So it does a lot of that. So a lot of flexible planning towards that as well. So yeah, in that sense, totally experience related around the product, but really focused in on the functions that may happen around the sale.
Yeah, and the other question I had was, it's sloping roof, but in the interior shots inside it looked like vault. So does the sloping roof show anywhere?
No. So there's inside there's a domed vault, right? So it's kind of, there's this cavity in between. So initially, look, this was an opera house initially, right? So it already had a roof internally that was there for acoustic purposes, that was there to kind of, enclose the volume. So it wasn't directly exposed to the roofing structure, no.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you, sir, for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you to Sapna as well for those wonderful questions. A huge round of applause, please, for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and I'll quickly request you to kindly wait, and I'll request Sapna to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to sir. Can I please have the token of appreciation for sir? Huge round of cheers once again for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. For a photograph. Thank you. So there was one interesting presentation, interesting questions as well, and too much to learn. Actually, it's never too much to learn. You can keep learning, right? So when you talk about learning, it's now time to learn from the next presentation, ladies and gentlemen. This one is about knowing various relevant issues, and this one is about a presentation by Vilma Rodriguez, Founder and Chief Transformation Officer, Sahas Zero Waste. And let me tell you all a little bit about her. Of course, everybody knows, but then still, it's my responsibility that I say stuff. Vilma has had a diverse career path from being a tour guide and German language translator in the 80s to a business journalist in the 90s. And for the past 19 years, she has been a pioneer in the waste management industry. Sahas Zero Waste, an environmental and social enterprise, has over 20 years of experience in waste management, resource recovery, and social impact. She's been doing a great work. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for her, as I request you to kindly show us your wonderful presentation. Thank you. you, and over to you.
So it's great that we are also now looking at waste management, because that is also now a critical problem across the country, and specifically in areas where there is a concentration of waste generated. Tech parks, apartment complexes, educational institutions. These are what we call bulk waste generators. And there is actually a regulation for the bulk generators which expects them now, as per municipal solid waste rules, to actually become entities of being zero waste. And when we say zero waste, we mean that you actually take care of all your waste so that it comes back to you in some form. And that is the new circular economy that we are now trying to build as part of our good sustainable practices. So we are an organization that has been a private limited, a social enterprise for the last 10 years, but our origins were 2001, when from an NGO, we then set up a second entity, which is today Sahas Zero Waste, that delivers services around converting campuses into becoming true zero centers. Yeah, and there's one big, what I'm going to be talking about in the next 2 minutes is our flagship program, which is the Zero Waste program, and we've done this in Bangalore, in a tech park called EcoWorld. So Bangalore today seems to be the flavor of the season, or rather the flavor of today. So it's good for me to take you through what's happening in Brookfields. The Brookfield properties, which in Bangalore is on the outer ring road, and it's called EcoWorld. So Brookfields has a 7.2 million square feet of space, and there are about 10,000 people, 8,000, 10,000 people working there every day. They generate about 9,000 tons of waste, or rather 9 tons of waste every day, 9,000 kgs of waste, and they have a dedicated facility of 12,000 square feet in the campus itself. So that's how you actually can convert waste into resources. When you look at the types of waste that is generated, there is wet waste, which gets composted or goes into a biogas facility. And the composting facility, again, is on site itself. You do have some amount of technology today which helps you to make sure that that composting is acceptable. So you have shredders, you have a conveyor, you have a converter system, and it's all done in a way which is acceptable even to a tech park. And then you have the dry waste, which is paper, plastic, metal, glass, which then goes into a certain sorting that takes place again in the campus itself at one level, and from there then it goes to a second level, which is a material recovery facility which is run by us. There it gets sorted into 20 different categories, and then that makes recycling possible, because only when you sort plastic into 7 or 8 categories, paper into 5 different categories, recycling is very specific. Each category goes to a specific place for recycling. And that's how we've been able to get, for the first time, EcoWorld was recognized by GBCI and got its True Zero certification. True Zero is a very intense certification because it actually makes sure that there is data that there's just not data, but there's actually data that is validated on the ground with infrastructure and with proper processes in place. So it's a very intense system, and we are very excited that we were able to do this for EcoWorld. And this is how, the kind of details that you need to do in order to be able to be getting this kind of acknowledgement and certification. Reporting, data management, and following your waste right to the point of where it gets processed and recycled. Happy that we're not just doing this with EcoWorld, but with many other similar campuses We are more or less doing this in Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Goa, and now also in the NCR area. We'd really like Bombay to catch up a bit. So hopefully we will see more true zero campuses or net zero campuses in Bombay and Mumbai and other cities as well. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to some questions.
Thanks, Wilma. I think after this presentation, we'll have some projects here in Mumbai also of true waste certification, which you said is a very intense certification. What do you have to do what do you have to do to get that certification?
So the first thing is to really, when you're building anything, you plan for your food courts, you plan for your landscaping, you plan for your parking. All of that is taken care of. But somewhere waste management is one little hole somewhere in the corner. And actually the municipal solid waste rules mandates that 5% of your total built up area has to go towards waste management. And that regulation is very much ignored. So therefore, 12,000 square feet given by Brookfields for the purpose of waste management. And management of waste and disposal of waste is two different things. Disposal is landfill, management is waste coming back to you.
Again, what I asked Shravan also, and he said, they were lucky to get a client who was at the same vision. Yes. Again, here what we see is the client who was, equal stakeholder and wanted to do this thing. How did you get on board with them? Was it the client requirement, or when you spoke to them, they realized they wanted to do this? How did this entire process start?
Yeah. So luckily now there is leadership in many of these companies who are aligning with what they're talking about. So this is one such client, Brookfields. But what is interesting is that actually Brookfields inherited this from RMZ. So RMZ was the original client, and we had done this for RMZ, but we were so happy when Brookfields also welcomed it. So that alignment went on to the next party as well, and that was Brookfields.
We spoke about collaboration in our earlier session. What our speaker said, that collaboration and having the right agenda in front of you is very important. Now here what we saw was that they had a dedicated space, they had the infrastructure to do it, convert and recycle. But this is what the challenge is for a lot of entities who want to do it. They have the intention, but they are not that big a business in terms of investing the capital. So infrastructure becomes a challenge. What's the solution for them?
I don't think it's a challenge, because whatever the size is, you will be proportionately generating less waste. So whether it's 1 kg of waste or whether it is 1 ton of waste, the proportional infrastructure and space is there. But the intent has to be, like we talked in the morning, responsibility in the form of an action. That this is my waste, I take responsibility for it, and therefore I put in place, because if you are investing in any building, there is an investment cost. So waste management also comes at a cost, and that is what we'd like to see happen.
Okay, so when we are designing, so while we are providing all the amenities and all, this is also one thing we need to take care of. If our building is generating a waste, we have to take care of it. Yes. Yeah, okay. Now awareness, we all talk about waste management, whether it is residential building, how our waste is going to get disposed of, etc. We talk about reuse, recycle, repurpose. How do we bring in together the awareness? One is the awareness from commercial to residential to the general public. How do we create that and bring these things that we talk about, triple R's, how do we actually put that in practice?
We've seen the kind of advertising that is there in any sector, any brand, and for sure the real estate sector also has massive advertising. We would like to see that advertising includes things like, we are a True Zero certified entity, or we put in place composting. We put in place whether it is even rainwater harvesting. But we don't want to see it so small. We wanted to see it on billboards.
Right.
So we have to change behaviors. We want to see advertising budgets being in proportion to the size of the problem. The problem is big.
Right. Change in behaviors, change in mindset, and change the way we treat our waste. Yes. Any questions from our speaker here? because we want to see Mumbai also on that,
Yeah, we'll be very happy if
screen very soon.
we are ready for Mumbai if Mumbai is ready for us. And I know Mumbai has a lot of waste and a lot of landfills and burning, so you can definitely address it.
Any questions for our speaker? So I think they all are managing their waste very well.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They all want to connect with her offline and take all those elaborate questions because they know they will get descriptive answers from your end in a very detailed manner. Thank you so much. Give it up for Miss Wilma, ladies and gentlemen, over here. Can I request Sapna to kindly hand over the token of appreciation to Wilma Rodrigues over here. Thank you for this brilliant applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, it's all about having that vision. अगर बैंगलोर में है तो मुंबई में भी हो सकता है. All Mumbaikars believe that's the spirit that Mumbai is all about. All right, so two interesting presentations, two engaging presentations rather, and I would say two thought-provoking presentations, leaving us in deep thoughts in terms of कब ये होने वाला है, कब क्या होने वाला है. But now it's time to move forward with the next panel discussion for the day. The first one post-lunch, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that we are going to be talking about right now is residential real estate march towards sustainability. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's residential real estate march towards sustainability. I'll first invite our session moderator, Gopal NP, Vice President ESG Advisory Services from Knight Frank India. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Gopal NP. Gopal ji has over 14 years of extensive experience and has worked on providing design assistance, net zero strategies, well green building certification, sustainability reporting, and ESG due diligence, including suggesting decarbonization pathways to government organizations. His notable works include drafting a green vision document for Lucknow Development Authority. He has undertaken and completed projects in Indonesia, Zambia, Bangladesh, Tanzania, and the Gambia as well. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for Mr. Gopal. Can I please request him to be with us over here? Has he arrived? I'll quickly announce our speakers as well, and then in the meantime, I believe we'll be having all of them. So our first speaker, I'll be introducing all of them like always in alphabetical order. We have Jitesh Donga over here, Chief of Design, Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited. Jitesh Donga leads design, conceptualization and execution for the company's projects. Jitesh ji has more than 23 years of experience in architectural design and business management roles across residential, real estate, industrial projects and interior fit-outs, and has worked on more than 100 projects during the course of his career. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Jitesh Donga as well over here. Can I please request all of you to kindly clap and show some love over here, Mumbai. Thank you. We also have the presence of Mahesh Ramanujam, co-founder, president and CEO, the Global Network for Zero as well over here. He's experienced in both non-profit and for-profit sectors. Mahesh helps in businesses, communities, cities, buildings and infrastructure to realize their ESG and net zero commitments. As president and CEO of USGBC and GBCI, Mahesh set the gold standard for global green building certification. He future-proofed the LEED rating system with a more rigorous and ambitious certification process that included the overdue decarbonization requirements for a net zero reality as well. Can I please request all of you to clap and show some appreciation for Mr. Mahesh as well over here, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Shailendra Joshi, Head ESG Birla Estates Private Limited. Shailendra Joshi has over 25 years of experience in ESG, sustainability, EMS, net zero, environmental due diligence, environmental approvals, carbon accounting and management, climate risk assessments, embodied carbon analysis and CSR. He has worked across various sectors including auto component manufacturing, PEBs, automobile industry, and of course the real estate industry. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Shailendra Joshi as well over here. And we also will be having Pranesh Chibber, Country Director, Canadian Wood. He's been associated with the woodworking industry for over 20 years in his entire career span of more than 40 years. He has been instrumental in starting many innovative initiatives for promoting Canadian wood lumber and its applications in India. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Pranesh as well. I request all our speakers and our respected moderator to kindly join me over here on stage and give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They're all here now, they're all coming, so we want that energy in the house. So can you please show some love and appreciation over here.
Thank you very much. Apologies, we were having a small session, but thank you all for coming and thank you for providing this opportunity to all of us. This session will be focusing on the residential real estate specifically, and we have people from different domains. We have a couple of experts, who run the sustainability agenda in their companies. We have Mahesh, who has been instrumental in pioneering, a lot of certification systems. And we have Mr. Chibar, who is an expert when it comes to wood. So we'll pick their brains, and see, what is, the missing link, or how can we ensure that even in the residential sector that's been lacking a bit compared to the commercial, how can we enhance the energy efficiency, which is the need of the hour. So without wasting much time, I'll get straight to the questions. Obviously the regulatory market in India, when you look at, residential buildings, it's picking up with the, advent of Eco-Niwas Samhita, that government is mandating, right? And the states will be adopting them very soon. But apart from that, I would want to know from Mahesh, how does your organization, help in the overall scheme of things, and what is your opinion on the regulatory market? So, will global net zero, help in the government, or is it something that people are looking at in isolation? So, what's the sentiment like in the market, especially concerning residential buildings?
Thank you, Gopal. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks to everybody for joining us. The first and foremost that comes to my mind is after COVID, or almost at the end of COVID, I saw some unprecedented commitments that were made related to net zero. So the first question that came to me was, after running certification for such a long time, how do we hold these people to account for their accomplishments? So I saw unprecedented commitments. So how do you know that those commitments will convert into implementation actions? And implementation actions will eventually drive the result that we are looking for, which is zero emissions. Now, while at US Green Building Council, I found the residential market was the hardest to crack, because who's going to pay for it? How much the developer can compensate for the residential consumer? So when you put these two things together, the hardest part to crack will be a net zero home. So from that perspective, I think our goal is to continue to nudge the regulation to really raise the bar on what we should expect as a minimum from the society. While standards like us, there are so many standards like us and so many certification programs like us that should actually guide to really push the envelope to what's possible. So our goal is to be market oriented, and the regulatory framework is to say that this is the minimum you have to hit. Because without that, India is not going to hit the 2070 target of net zero. And 2070 is not a good date, actually. We need the Paris Agreement to actually be able to be aligned with we should be able to align ourselves with the Paris Climate Agreement, which is 2050. We can't be 2 decades late, and that embarrasses me as an Indian, so.
Right. I think the point which Mahesh wanted to bring out is, of course, there should be a minimum requirement that all of us will have to do. And, affordability is something which comes into question. And these two are often interlinked, sustainability and affordability. So my next question is to the pioneers in the respective companies. I'll first pose this question to Mr. Joshi. So what are the key challenges Birla Estate faces in adopting sustainable development practices, and how does the company overcome them?
As a part of Birla Estates, the key challenges for Birla Estates. So I could not say the Birla Estate. So basically, this for real estate industries. There are key challenges majorly into real estate industries for sustainable development and practices. Is first of all is skilled workforce. That is one thing. Then technological interference. That is second thing, which is lacking in the real estate industry. As this is very unorganized sector, so it is very lot of resources needs to be collaborated and put into the place to come up with the sustainable practices and everything. So those are the two things. Third one I feel is lack of you can say regulatory force to implement the initiatives in the real estate industry. So these are the three major things which I feel these are the major challenges for any real estate industry. And to overcome these challenges, to get a skilled man force and some technological interference, so maybe each and every company has to continuously strive for the innovations and disruptive technologies. Based on that only, the things will come into the picture and the process will go into the faster mode. For example, to come up with a building as a real estate, we need a certain time. So as far as the demand of real estate is concerned, we need to get a disruptive technology to come up the fast in the building with the sustainable technologies in the area of the energy, waste and water. So that is the reason I feel these are the important things in the real estate industry as a major challenges.
Right. Thank you, sir. So my next question will be on similar lines, but it'll be slightly more focused on life cycle assessment, which is something that has been picking up. Of course, green buildings have always been there for the last 15, 20 years. But I would want to know, sir, from you, considering the life cycle environmental impacts of residential buildings, how does MLDL plan to manage and mitigate these impacts from construction to eventually demolition? So are you thinking on those lines? Have you started thinking, or are you started thinking and going even beyond something as new as LCA?
So yes, as group and definitely at Mahindra Life Spaces as company level, sustainability is kind of a key driving factor. So starting from the site selection and the analysis, so that the data kind of estimation or the data collection is very important, where we go through hydrology, hydrogeology, even the flora and fauna assessment at site level. So that one thing is from the site level. Second is the design, how we can optimize the site resources throughout the design exercise. And one of the things is the climate responsive design, which we definitely take care in all our projects. So that is second thing which we take care. Third is during the construction, where the waste and the water, the two major things which we take care, and we have taken a lot of guidelines. We have created the guidelines and make sure that we don't have anything which is surplus. So selection of material, which we see that it's listed in terms of waste generation, recycle, reuse, and thirdly, the guidelines when we hand it over to the society, how we can optimize on all the parameters which we have considered while doing the entire project. So at all the three levels, from site selection to design and construction to handover, has been very well defined. So that we are taking care. And one more thing which I add is as initiative, so like for net zero energy. So we have three projects which are kind of now at design and construction stage. Two projects which are at net zero waste. And we are kind of aiming for net zero water for the last project which we have just started. Right. So that helps us to kind of take care of all the three.
Right. Also, do you look at the embodied carbon of these materials when you talk about material selection?
Yes, so that is the next stage. Though we have not gone into that level of detailing, but embodied carbon is the next, where carbon neutrality is the target where we'll take care of it.
Right. Thank you so much. Talking about materials, there has been a, evolution in terms of, materials. We have, gone ahead with materials such as fly ash, bricks, and brick is hardly used in buildings in India these days. It's also taken over by AAC blocks, which are, much more energy efficient. And with that, I come to Mr. Shiver, who specializes in wood. And it's a very interesting material. We know that wood has been, used by our ancestors, and not ancestors, but as far as 100 years back as well. Wood has been used extensively in all our houses. Now, there is a terminology that is associated with wood, which is deforestation. So, how do you, ensure that the wood in conventional times, as compared to the earlier times, we can make use of it in today's times? And what are your action plans, or what are you doing to ensure that, deforestation is also not affected? So some thoughts on that to the audience will be helpful.
Well, thank you very much for having me. If I may say so, wood perhaps is the only natural renewable material in the world. When you say deforestation as a concern, certainly deforestation should be a concern, but deforestation, why it takes place, we need to look at that. Deforestation takes place because people do not consume in a responsible way. They do not think about leaving something behind for the future generation. So I would say it tantamounts to plundering the resources we have and not paying back to society. So, but if you have a sustainable way of looking at things, and we certainly can ensure that that beautiful natural renewable material like wood. In fact, we have a saying in British Columbia, Canada, where our organization comes from, that wood is forever. Canada today has practically the same forest cover as it had centuries ago when the white settlers first came from Europe into Canada. Now, this is despite the fact that Canada today is the world's largest exporter of softwood lumber in the world. It still continues to have the same forest cover as it had centuries ago. Why? Because they have very robust, sustainable forest management practices in place. There's a legislation, there is industry commitment to ensure that nothing is done in order to disturb the apple cart of how much actually you need, and then what are you doing once you take away from the forest, what are you giving back to the forest? So I have a few statistics I would read out for you, which I think is important.
That would be interesting.
To understand the context. In Canada, we harvest only 0.35% of our forest every year. You understand, I mean, that's a self-regulation of the industry as well as the government. So it's the public sector and private sector combined, because 95% of forests in Canada are owned by the government. 200 million seedlings are planted annually assess the sustainability and quality of the forest management against a set of defined standards. Now, these are very robust standards, very important standards put in place. So, Canada's industry, forest industry has actually invited these international bodies to come in and certify their forests to ensure that they are following the sustainable forest management practices as expected. So I would say that we really believe wood is forever. I've given you enough stats and the whole thing that the Canada today has the same forest cover as it had when the European settlers first came in. So I think that answers the question.
Right, absolutely. And I have a follow-up question for that as well. So are we advocating use of Canadian wood for Indian residential projects? Because this session is all about residential buildings in India. So do you have forests in India managed by your company, or how do you plan to make use of this wood being used in residential projects in India?
We have no control how the forests are managed in India. We do engage with the forestry organizations and companies, government, semi-government companies. We do engage with them. We do engage with the forest, wood technology, and all these companies. I wouldn't like to name them here, but we do engage with them. But we have little control over how they go about doing forestry management in India. But having said that, we do engage with our stakeholders and target audience regularly every year. We have several seminars and workshops conducted where we share our knowledge and expertise. We also share the best practices with whosoever is willing to listen to us and wants to know about how sustainable forest management practices can be done. I think after talking to all these people over the last few years, I must admit there is forward thinking, there is forward looking amongst the stakeholders here in India. People are getting concerned about global warming, about carbon footprint, and all these are buzzwords today, and everybody's talking about it. But yes, public by large is aware. Corporate bodies are becoming even more aware. Responsible corporate bodies, I would say, are taking steps towards this. And we very actively and very happily will share, if anybody wants to engage with us, to dip into our pool of expertise and knowledge we have on sustainable raw materials like wood. We can give them a lot of reasons why they should be using wood without getting concerned about deforestation at all. In fact, building with wood is another thing because it does not take away the precious resources like water, you mentioned, or the sand, which is not replaceable. Wood is replaceable. And wood does not create any carbon footprint. Whereas cement and all those things create a huge amount of carbon footprint. So I think we have today a very positive outlook towards building with wood in future. If I can conclude by saying that not only in the West but also in closer home in Asia and economies like China, Japan and other places, Korea, etc. Outside of the metros, entire housing is wood construction. You go to North America, the US, Canada, you go all over Europe, you go to Australia, New Zealand, you go to Japan, China. Outside of the main urban areas, that is the metro cities, you find that the housing is all wood construction.
Absolutely. So we'll discuss about the use of wood in residential a bit later. But I'll move on to Mahesh. The next question is, in a diverse market like, diverse and economically varied market like India, how do you address the skepticism surrounding the feasibility of achieving net zero? In residential buildings especially.
Let there be no mistake, to getting to a net zero home is not it's the hardest part of the work. So one of the things I've always spoken about is that we cannot underestimate the level of effort needed, and we have to understand clearly the barriers to entry. So the number one barrier obviously is the economic feasibility. The number two is technical feasibility, the knowledge and the competencies that you need to develop a good net zero home. Of course, leaders like Mahindra are doing it well, more to come. Third is that awareness and education cannot be underestimated. That's the hardest part of the work. And then financial incentives, investment mechanisms, incentive policies that actually will penalize bad behavior, but they'll reward good behavior. That kind of polarized financial instruments are very lacking in the market. And last but not the least, the enormous sense of purpose we must instill in everybody, so that this is a collective work. This is not about just brick and mortar, that you'll stand up a building and you'll go. It's your place, it's your home, and your home impacts other people's home, and you're part of the community. And the whole context about how this whole ecosystem, this positive ecosystem should evolve. All these are barriers and opportunities at the same time. So how do you address them is that I've always felt that good case studies, good solid examples. You talked about your policy about getting to net zero energy, net zero water, net zero waste, and of course net zero emissions as part of the outcome. That is a very replicable story. It's not that hard if you pay attention. Maybe the variations are different for different projects, but the crux of that knowledge base is very well available today. And of course, enormous amount of opportunities have been created through government programs, particularly in India. I'm always encouraged by this new rooftop solar program, clean energy program, being able to give people more affordable and accessible health and wellness opportunities. These opportunities have been phenomenal. In fact, recently BMC announced a 116 crore building, a net zero building right here in Mumbai. So these are all encouraging and powerful stories, and builders like obviously Mahindra, Raheja, of course Godrej, there are a long list of people who are showcasing how this can be done. Now the question is affordability. I think you touched on it a little earlier. But it's not a zero-sum game. Intentionality is important, and education is important, and then you build on that to really get to a place of really overcoming the skepticism. And I'll close it by saying, when I stepped in 2014, people asked me this question about, it's not possible to do a LEED building in India. It's not possible to do a green building at scale in India. Now look around, the work that has been done by IGBC, USGBC and all, over a decade, massive transformation has been done by the green building movement. So it's possible, but it is done one building at a time, unfortunately, but that's the only way to do it.
Thank you, Mahesh, for that.
Add to it in lighter side, in sustainability, sustenance is important because it's not one-time game, right? It's always, you have to be there, always there. And it has to be like, it's kind of a part of your key kind of drivers, right? It can't be, I've done one project and then 10 projects are not kind of following any of it. So sustenance is very important.
Right, absolutely. It's like, I've heard people say, if I stop going to the gym, I'll get fat. I mean, it's a lifestyle change. That's not the goal. That's the first step. And what, these experts put across is absolutely right. It's an ongoing process, and that's where awareness also is extremely important. My next question is for Mr. Shailendra Joshi. So given the rapid urbanization in India, again, it'll touch upon affordability. How does Birla Estate plan to scale sustainable practices without compromising on the quality of construction?
Birla Estate is a company formed in 2016 under the Century Textiles from Aditya Birla Group. And we have to commercial and domestic portfolio, residential and commercial portfolio. As we ended discussion about the green building certification, so we have the policy to cover all our buildings, let it be commercial or residential, with the green building certification, either with LEED or IGBC. That is one of the things. And apart from many other initiatives which we have taken in the area of sustainability, let it in the area of the water, in the area of the energy and waste regularity and everything. So I would love to mention two major initiatives which Birla Estate is working on. First one is embodied carbon assessment and analysis. So our project at Niara, Worli, we have started doing the embodied carbon assessment for that project. And all the material which we are being used in the core and shell and into the facade and into the interiors and the designs will be assessed for the embodied carbon analysis for that. And the materials which are less carbon intensive will be replaced with that, and comparison will be done with the carbon emission, total carbon being embodied into the building. So, and we're making particular tool for that particular process for one building, and if it is, and after the successful completion of this particular project, it will be finished in another 4 to 5 months. This will be implemented all across the projects of Birla Estates in India. So any residential commercial projects which we are coming up will be analyzed for the embodied carbon assessment, and alternative materials will be used into the building to reduce the overall carbon footprint of the building. So that is one of the important things which we are initiated, and that is the next step to our goal for the net zero as a Aditya Birla Group. Second one is we are into the climate risk assessment studies of all of the properties. So all the commercial and residential properties are being assessed for the climate risk assessment, physical or transitional risk assessment. So, and outcome of those particular studies will be implemented into the design stage of the new buildings in those particular areas. And before handover of the residential properties, the flood risk assessment, you can say for the heat, and then for the high precipitations and so drought. So those things are being implemented at the building levels and the commercial as well as residential properties, and will be addressed into the particular section. Third one is into the energy part, renewable energy. I would like to mention over here that 100% of our commercial portfolio, we have 2 commercial buildings, Birla Aurora and Centurion in Worli. Those are on 100% of green energy and the renewable energy. And we are working on currently to cover our residential portfolio also on the renewable energy in the coming years, so that all our energy consumptions as far as electricity is concerned should be under the green portfolio.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Joshi. My next question is to Mr. Jitesh. So before the lunch break, we had an interesting session on, integration of smart technologies, right? That is something which I found to be, and that is the future. Let's admit that. So considering the future trends in sustainable residential design, like smart, technologies, how is the company preparing to adopt these trends, especially in the residential sector? Are you seeing demand for, such things in the residential market?
So definitely that's the way what we see it as, and so like we have adapted this practice a decade back, and when we started this journey, that as conscious call from the group and the company that all our kind of development should be kind of sustainable, and definitely green building certification should be there. So for future, the government policies or the guidelines which definitely is going to be more stringent, and we expect that to be stringent because then only it will be more effective. So that is one part of it from the government side. As responsible corporates and the companies and even the citizens, we have kind of now good knowledge about it, that like what it does mean and how it helps. So like for example, from company side, we make all efforts to develop as responsible development or sustainable development. But our business is such that in real estate, we eventually hand it over to a group of people, right, who are going to kind of occupy that and use it. So making them aware about it, kind of making what are the benefits, and most of them know that what does green building means and how the sustainability helps them. But running the program for them, documenting it for them, and helping them for next couple of years so that it doesn't kind of dies down. The intent or the implementation, what has been done, doesn't die down. So that, in terms of futuristic approach, we have started long back. And second, the products which we are seeing now, very innovative, like small things like particle boards to any other stuff which we are seeing even in the gadgets. We have now rating system coming up for the gadgets. So many other such material and the technology we are seeing. And we have we are collaborating with suppliers, producers, even our peers in the industry, and it's more of a collaborative approach there where how we can make it better. And many of subject matter experts helping us in that. So like the model which we have developed internally, like climate responsive design for all our projects. So though it's not new, nothing which is kind of, we can say hatke, but it is very much for us, which helps kind of do the best for next 5 years or next 10 years. And it is ever evolving. So in terms of practice, in terms of technology, and in terms of collaboration, we see that it's going to go a long way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jitesh. My next question will be to Mr. Chivar. Can you just take us through some of the use cases in today's scenario for residential buildings, with respect to wood? Is it applicable for interiors mostly, or if you can highlight some case studies where houses have been built, what are the specific use cases for wood as a material in India? Are they any different from what they used to be? So that's what we want to know.
As I said earlier, wood has been a construction material of choice throughout outside of India and the countries I named, the areas I mentioned. But yes, I do realize I'm in the company of developers and builders here, and majority of our construction does take place in the metros and the urban areas where you are prone to have multi-story buildings. And obviously there is very little people know about wood as a material for making multi-story buildings. This is where I would like to share some information with my eminent colleagues on the dais here today, that if they want to make a multi-story building with 100% wood, is eminently possible. We have some wonderful technologies and techniques developed over the last few decades, which have enabled multiple multi-story buildings around the world now. In fact, I would start by saying that in 2010, we had the devastating earthquake in the heart of, I think it was Wellington or Christchurch, one of these two cities in New Zealand. The government did not rush into rebuilding the entire downtown area. They evaluated, they called the experts from around the world, and then they decided, because of the kind of plate which was running underneath that area, could possibly create another repercussion of a seismic undulation. So they decided they would build with wood. And once they decided to build with wood, and it was a downtown area, you just can't have single family homes in a downtown area. You have to have multiple stories. And then they called architects, structural engineers from experts from around the world, and the entire area was rebuilt using 100% wood. Now, having said that, we have some very eminent and prominent buildings world over, but I would rather restrict myself to talk about just one building called Rock Commons. It is a student's hostel, which is 18-story high, sitting on the campus of University of British Columbia in Vancouver. It has got 230 suites and about 33 or 35 four-bedroom apartments in that building of 18 stories. That building is 100% wood. Okay, and it has got 2 lift cores. That means 2 lifts are running up and down. The beauty of this construction is that it has been made using the latest technique which we call as mass timber, which is the latest in wood building. Mass timber enables to go in for multi-story construction. In fact, the god of building with wood is an architect called Michael Green. You can Google him. He has a white paper somewhere floating on the net, wherein he has said that it is eminently possible to make the Empire State Building in wood if it was to be made today. Okay. And
Thank you so much for that information. I'll go back to Mahesh now. Since we are talking about case studies, it would be good to know, if you can highlight any successful case studies or pilot projects of net zero residential buildings in India or abroad taken up by the Global Network for Zero.
There are not enough, there are really, really good examples are out there, but not enough examples. This is the reason. Only 0.02% of the buildings in the world are net zero buildings. That's not a very encouraging number. Having said that, Mahindra's Eden project in Bangalore, that's a fantastic project. I've studied it. It's a good replicable model also. It's not that project is a showcase project alone. A showcase and a mainstream project. That is something that I like. Obviously, I looked at some good examples around the world. One of my examples is in Florida. And I worked with this gentleman named Marshall Guberti. And when he started building a senior living community, I told him, Marshall, you need to build this all to LEED Platinum. I want each and every home to be LEED Platinum. These are single family homes. He said, are you crazy? My budget will not allow me to do it. I said, you must do it if you want to transform this place. He did it. All the 135 homes for senior living was LEED Platinum. That's a very, very tall order. Then I told him, now you need to build the first LEED Zero home, which was at that point of time the net zero for a LEED building. And he said, I'll become the first single family home in the world to become the LEED Zero home. Then I said, now you need to look at this new development you're doing called Hunter's Point. And I want you to go now net positive, not net zero, but net positive. He said, how do I do that? I said, solar, battery, and figure out grid harmonization, and take this whole loop. And he's able to generate about 20 to 57% of energy back to the grid. Now that's also after doing all the other sustainable strategies incorporated into the project. So why I'm giving this example is it's possible. Now, where, how fast and how quicker, that's the problem, that predicament that we are all struggling with. But the good news is right here in India, we are doing it because to me, getting a net zero home is the ground zero for getting to a net zero India. So those are some good examples, but I do believe that all green buildings have an opportunity to become net zero buildings, but they need to focus on outcomes and continuous improvement, at least on the operational side. So that's a great opportunity. And there is a ton of platinum buildings here and gold buildings here, gold certificate buildings, regardless of what certification you pursued. These are two largest opportunities to replicate a quick example for scope 1 or scope 2 and definitely scope 3.
Thanks. And I have a follow-up question to that. So you mentioned all these regulatory frameworks. So does that sometimes confuse owners, or is it like all of these are like taking baby steps towards achieving the final goal of net zero? What is your opinion on that?
The candid view is that 30 years ago, it was fascinating to see all these rating systems. But then since then, almost 150 rating systems have come. Local disclosure laws, local compliance laws, local regulations have also caught up to these market-oriented mechanisms. So to be blunt, it's utterly confusing because sometimes you make incremental modification and put the burden on the project. So instead, if we can all look at this and say we need to meet people where they are, meaning I've lobbied for this for a very long time, that we need to mutually recognize accomplishments. That is the only way you can actually raise the bar, right? So if IGBC did X, then LEED should recognize it. If LEED did X, IGBC should recognize it. As an example, I'm not trying to advocate for either organizations, but just as a thought. That is why we said we'll meet people where they are. We will not create one more standard, but we will focus on the outcome. What did these rating systems do for you, do for the asset, and most importantly, do for the triple bottom line, the people, planet, and profit. So I agree with you, it's become super confusing. And we all need to work together to reduce the anomalies and really focus on the outcomes, and that's an opportunity.
Right, thank you, Mahesh. My next question is to Jitesh and Mr. Joshi, both of them, but I'll first go to Mr. Joshi. In terms of, so how do you address the potential trade-offs between achieving sustainability goals, at a company level and maximizing profitability in your residential projects? Do you often see that, ensuring that you, follow sustainability measures in residential projects, does it always turn into profit? or, are you doing it because it is a mandate of the company? So does it make economic sense is my question.
Yes, definitely it makes economic sense. So it is myth that maybe it is not profitable once you go for a sustainable features into building. Like many times people are saying if you're going for a LEED platinum building or IGBC platinum building, then the cost of the construction will be higher than the normal building construction. So it is not like that. So you will get payoff in the good period of time. So for example, if you implement initiatives in the area of water, in the area of energy into the building, then it will pays off. Same in the case of the systems related to the waste management. So if you put up a waste management systems, collect waste collection, then waste treatment systems into the building itself to treat organic waste into the premises, to putting up the systems like organic waste converter and everything like that. So those things will be in turn off, and it is a sustainable case for a building as such, because if manure is being produced from that system, it is being used inside the premises for further use. Same is the case with the rainwater harvesting and water harvesting features. Many buildings are having a sewage treatment plants, residential properties also. So whatever sewage is being treated and generated from those plants are being used for the secondary purposes into the building. So those things are very important as far as nowadays in the coming time, this water scarcity will be there, and this temperature change and all those things. So those things are very uncertain for the power and water supply. So if the building is sustainable on its own for these particular resources, then it will be very useful for the building. And I think it is this is not a trade-off. It is essential, and it is now you can say a need of an hour. We need to implement all those things into the building as well as the residential and commercial buildings.
Thank you. So Mr. Jitesh, your views on this?
No, I think the same line, I agree to Mr. Shailesh, but I see it in a little different way. Like we see it as an option, and that's why we say that whether it's profitable or not, right? Because we have been given that option. कि आपको green building करना है कि नहीं करना है, right? You want to go for it. It's not an option for us. It is the way of kind of building, way of developing. So the way we have codes, right, for structure, for MEP and all of it, we have regulations, local authority regulations from all corporations and all authority. We don't have any option for that, right? So similar is the case. So profitability, when we say in money terms, definitely there are ways, and we have been getting, they are doing it, Mahesh is working on it since many decades, and we are seeing that it's not the expense. It is actually helping us as we develop. In many ways, when we say the waste management or the water management during construction, even the energy management during construction, and for occupants, say if you say the building life cycle is 50 years, for example, which is minimum we consider, for occupants, it is definitely profitable.
Right, absolutely. I think it's a win-win situation for all of us, and it's, it's imperative that all of us, whether it's residential or, towers or bungalows or whatever we build, I think we should try and instill all of these practices, into our lives, right? My last question to Mr. Chivar is, when we, talk about maintaining a forest in a sustainable manner, do you engage with local communities, and is it important, to address their concerns as well? Because, all of us are in this together. So just wanted your thoughts, how do you work with the local communities to make a forest sustainable?
Very tricky question, because we work to make forestry sustainable. When I say, I mean FII, because we are a crown corporation of the government of British Columbia in Canada. See, we work towards making our forest sustainable there. But we do bring that expertise, knowledge, and a lot of domain expertise, which is at our disposal directly and indirectly also, because we have access to experts who are only too happy and willing to share their knowledge. We bring that here. We share it with people who are looking at wood as an option, to use it as a material for construction. building with wood in India. Okay. As I said, and rather you mentioned that wood has been in India for a fairly long time. For centuries we've been using wood in India. But unfortunately over the last couple of centuries, wood in structural use has disappeared. I mean, we have great examples of buildings in wood standing still. I mean, we have Padmanabhan Temple in near Trivandrum. It's a fine example of a wood construction still standing tall. You've got a lot of things in the hills of Himachal and Uttarakhand still made with wood. You've got, in fact, downtown Ahmedabad, you have, unknown to the even locals, there is a series of structures which is hundreds of years old in wood existing. But over the period of last century or so, we lost the art of building with wood in India. Now that was primarily, I think, what has happened is because, as I mentioned earlier, we actually are not paying the cost of the material used in our construction today. We don't pay the real cost of the sand. We don't pay the cost of the water we use. We don't pay for the cost of the roading we use, because we are only paying for the profit of the contractor, transportation, the logistics cost, and the labor. The natural resources we are actually not paying for them, which is very unfortunate. And because of that, concrete construction in India is perhaps one of the cheapest in the world. You know, and that puts building with wood at a little disadvantage here in our country. So that means you have to have a real great commitment towards sustainability, mitigation of carbon footprint and global warming. You have to be a champion of all those things to be able to consider building with wood in India. But having said that, I must also say that in the last almost a decade, we've been here talking to the different stakeholders and industry leaders. We have come across a lot of people who have shown a lot of concern for all these issues I just spoke about. And we have put together some very fine examples of 100% sustainable properties with 100% wood construction. They are existing as institutions, they are existing as villas, they are existing as residential homes, single family homes. We have a lot of those examples existing today. I can rattle off names and cities where they exist today in India. But they are far too few, I would say, because the mass housing, as we know, one, there is a lack of awareness what can be done with wood. So that's one of the jobs we have, is to let people know what can be done with wood. And as I offered earlier, I said I would be only too happy to engage with my colleagues on the dais, plus people like them in the domain of developing and building industry, to engage with them and let them know as to what are the possibilities. And there are certain, of course, doubts, misgivings about wood as a material. We'll be only too happy to even address those issues. It is simply baffling at times to come across some very eminent personalities, and I do mention one particular incident which I recall. This happened about 6, 7, 8 years ago, and very, very eminent personality, and he says, no, I don't want to talk with you guys, you are promoting wood. You know, wood use. You are actually going against the tide, and you are trying to finish off whatever is left of our forest. And I said, if you have 5 to 10 minutes, I would like to dispel all the doubts which you have. In fact, forests have grown. If we talk about forests in the world, they have actually started growing back because of the consciousness which has come in. People are into sustainable forest management practices. Our own forest got decimated in the last century or so very badly. We lost a lot of lot of forest cover in India. But then the government stepped in, I think in the late 80s and early 90s, we had two legislations brought in where our forests stand protected even till this date. But despite those two legislations, we kept on losing forest cover till 2016 because there was so much done towards deforestation of our forests, rampant logging and things like that. But then those legislations started bearing fruit from 2017 was the first time when we stopped losing forest cover in India. I mean, this is trying to cover some of the questions you asked me earlier. Since 2014, India is number 3 in the world to have recovered forest. Okay, so this is, I think, it speaks volumes about India doing something right, which is helping it to regain its forests. But we haven't reached a stage where we can start logging again here and start building with wood. Till such time that we have abundance and we have sustainable forest management practices in place, which will ensure that whatever we harvest, we put back and grow more than what we have.
Right.
Till such time, we will perhaps, as a nation, will have to depend on imported wood, and that's what's happening right now. We get about 700 million wood imported into the country every year, used by the construction industry, by the furniture manufacturing industry, and the other woodworking industry we have. So, all in all, I think from sustainability point of view, this is a very, very, what do you call, promising and a very interesting material for people to know more about. And I'm happy to be here so that I can share some of it with you guys here today.
Right. So thank you for that elaborate response. And with that, I think we can, yeah. Sorry?
Yeah. Questions, if anybody has any questions, please raise your hand and I'll be taking the mic. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rakesh from Tata EcoFirst, and we've been partnering with Jitesh and Joshiji on MLDL net zero projects. One quick question, because Mahesh is also here on the dais. So these are all net zero design projects as of now, and they are yet to see the operational part of the day. But very important is, how are we going to scale the impact these projects are going to create? Because what we've seen is over the years, over the last 20 years, we've been trying to create this database over here in India, which is open to public. So I'm asking Mahesh if that is something which you have envisioned for the near future, that we'll be noting down all the data on the platform which you've created, and we'll be giving access for all other users to make use of it, especially in the area of energy performance, water performance, waste, and also their overall EPIs and their carbon performance. So that is how we'll be able to scale the impact. So over to you, Mahesh.
Good to see you again, Rakesh. Short answer is yes, that's the plan. And that is why we are very much focused on the outcomes, right? Even for the design projects, design to net zero, constructing to net zero, eventually has to operate to net zero, right? Finally, that's what you will be tracking. And you're absolutely right. Data is still a very rare thing in this space. So the more data we can give to the market, particularly help them make the business case, I still think that the economic factor is very, very important. So being able to create the database around scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions in our lens, and then being able to tie some kind of a monetary component to it. And also give guidance to people on what strategies you must prioritize to be able to hit those outcomes. These 3 things we are hoping to align through our platform. You know, given my tech background, that's always my focus. And the second part is that in the modern AI world that we are coming in, this is one place I'd like to really use AI well. You know, because AI can actually make it more conversational. Until now, in the last 2-3 decades, I've seen case study presentations. Now only the guy who presents understands it, or the team members in the team understand it. Nobody else understands that case study. And we have to stop trying to teach people the case study rather than make it conversational, be able to query into it, be able to get feedback, be able to actually contextualize this for your own scenario. These type of modeling questions are possible, feasible through this conversational AI that we can build, for which this data foundation is important. So that's the vision we are plotting, and obviously next 2 to 3 years will tell. I need more projects, so let me do a shout out. Bring more projects in, don't worry about the results. We'll get started where we are, and we'll try to get to zero.
Thank you. So we have Gurmeet ji also from IGBC here. So my request to all is that let's transform the market. Jitesh spoke about IoT devices being implemented at homes. The costing needs to come down drastically. If we have our eyes focused on data, then obviously the market will transform and we will see it happening more and more. Thank you.
Thank you. We have bandwidth for one more question if, okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My question is for Mr. Chibbar, Canadian Wood. Really excited to hear that you're talking about wood here. A lot of our colleagues, architects and designers in the West and Singapore, all talking about cross-laminated timber, engineered wood for construction. You've mentioned some of the reasons why it's still not picked up in India. People are hesitant, worries of deforestation, cost against concrete and so on. Anything else you think could be an impediment? I mean, labor, skilled labor, does that, is that a factor at all? And is locally available wood actually, useful for the sort of construction that we're looking at today with this sort of scale that Mahindras and Birlas are doing? Good to have your thoughts on that.
Yeah, you've actually hit the nail on the head. The ecosystem of skill sets of building with wood, that's what has been actually absent or lacking, I would say, here for a long time. When we came in, people were really not thinking in terms of solid wood, natural wood. A lot of work, in fact, was being done with the man-made wood products like ply, board, etc., etc. And people really did not differentiate between solid wood or natural wood versus the man-made wood fibers. So we started a series of educational seminars and workshops with architects, with developers from city to city. We today have, I'm very happy to share with you that we have been successful in developing an ecosystem where we have architects, structural engineers, builders, developers, and it's not a very big ecosystem, but it's a step, many steps from the time we started some 5-6 years ago on this route, that we have people, when they start talking about, can we do a wood construction project, and then they come to us, and we are happy to, I'm happy to say that we are able to put together the architect, the developer, and the contractor or the builder together and say that this is definitely possible. And we bring in that vital knowledge and expertise required to make that happen. And today we also have been successful to be able to have developed people who know what to do with wood. So there are many, I would say, mechanized factories who are able to produce something like glulam in India today, which is very heartening. And we are still working with some of those manufacturers today, very closely with them to, in fact, right now as I speak, we are talking in terms of an exclusive glulam and a CLT factory coming up in the eastern part of India because they see a lot of potential for themselves in the eastern side. We are hand-holding them, we are providing them the technical expertise, we are connecting them with the people who can give them the supplies, the machinery has arrived, they are working, and I think once they start going by before the end of this year, they would be able to produce about 10 meters plus long beams and posts of glulam, that is glue laminated timber. Of course, cross-laminated timber will be maybe a couple of years away from now, but glulam is eminently possible today. And glulam is what is going to actually make it happen for all the architects and developers if they're thinking in terms of working with wood today. CLT will come in a little later because that's one step next to the glue lamp in terms of technology. So I'm looking at a time frame of about 1.5 to 2 years from now where we will have even the CLT available. So that means you will be able to have ceilings and walls without having to resort to wood frame construction. That means you can have straight away solid wood walls and ceilings and floors. So a lot of work is happening. People are showing a lot of interest. Many people are making the pioneering effort, and I would say that I'm very happy that we are engaged with them. So skill sets evolution is taking place. We have many more people today who can build with wood today than they were 5 years back. We have many more architects today who are designing with wood as a material in mind. Earlier on, when I started talking to these people, they used to think in concrete and then say how I can adapt it to wood. But now we've reached a stage where these architects are actually designing the building with wood in mind as a construction material. So we've come quite a way, in fact. Still a lot to be done.
We have space for one question, I've been told. So anybody wants to ask anything, or would you like to connect offline with our guests? Anybody has any question over here? Anyone else? Please raise your hands if you do. I don't see any hands, so on that case, I believe we can use the same hands to clap and appreciate them for this wonderful, wonderful session. Loudly, please, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving your time and expertise over here. And I will quickly request our token of appreciation to be handed over here by none other than Mr. Subhakar Rao Sudapaneni, Chairman of Champion Group. Can I please call him over here to hand over the token of appreciation? A huge round of applause for him as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hand over the token of appreciation to our respected speakers over here. As well, and we'll do a group photo as well with all of you together. It's all about the green revolution, so we'll pose with the greens in order to go ahead with the green revolution. Hashtag Go Green it is. I request all of you to kindly come forward for the group photo over here so that we can do it right over here. That's it. Thank you so much, wonderful panelists, our respected moderator for sharing your insights with us over here. Thank you so much. Also, we have another panel discussion right now, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that we are going to be discussing right now is commercial developments, ESG and buyer's demand. I'll quickly give our staff over here to assort the chairs. How many chairs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right. So ladies and gentlemen, the topic for panel discussion right now is commercial developments, ESG and buyer's demand. This session is going to be chaired by Nitesh Mehrotra, India Partner Sustainability and ESG EY India. To tell you all a bit about him, he specializes in ESG governance framework, ESG maturity and benchmarking across business models and value chains. With over 20 years of professional experience, he has been influential in end-to-end project management, driving profitable growth and opportunities focused on ESG. Nitesh is also a part of Global Sustainability Executive GSE board at EY and actively contributes in industry workshops as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and appreciate the presence of Nitesh Mehrotra over here as well. Can I please request him to kindly come up on stage? Thank you so much. I'll now be calling our respected speakers in alphabetical order. I welcome over here Alok Deshmukh, co-founder and MD, Superhuman Race Private Limited. Alok is a LEED fellow and is an active contributor to the sustainability ecosystem through initiatives like the Sustainability Mafia and Solar Decathlon India. He also serves on national committees for developing the Energy Conservation and Sustainable Building Code and the Indian Building Energy Performance Standard. He had earlier headed the USAID-funded bilateral Eco3 project where he developed a net zero energy building strategy for India. He has also been a senior consultant, built environmentalist and at Rocky Mountain Institute, RMI, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate the presence of Alok Deshmukh over here as well, please. Can I please request all of you to clap and appreciate and show some energy over here. We also have Dhaval Barbhaya, Principal SWA, Laguna Beach, California. Dhaval Barbhaya is an architect, master planner and urban designer with over 20 years of professional experience. Dhaval joined SWA Laguna Beach in August 2015 after 3 years in Singapore, leading EDAW AECOM's master planning and urban designing studio for Southeast Asia. Prior to that, he spent 12 years in St. Louis with HOK. Apart from his work in North America, his projects have taken him to South America, China, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and back to his home country, India, of course, where he devoted 10 years to designing and building award-winning projects. Give it up for Dhaval as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here as well. We also have the honorable presence of Gurmeet Singh Arora, National President, Indian Plumbing Association and Chairman CII IGBC Marketing Outreach and Strategic Alliances over here with us as well. Sir is known for his various accolades and he spearheads Rajco Group and is the National President of Indian Plumbing Association IPA. He's been the president of the association since the year 2016, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the presence of Karandeep Singh Nanda, Head Operations West Region, Embassy Services Private Limited. Karandeep Singh Nanda has been handling over 25 plus million square feet under his portfolio for IFM and PAM and is responsible for managing the CRM, financial management, P&L analysis, driving operations with cost-effective solutions, building value adds, technology integration and new business development in the West region. Can I please appreciate the presence of Karandeep Singh Nanda over here as well, please. Thank you so much. And we also have Shirish Patankar, Head Projects, Office Space Solutions. Shirish, I believe it is. Shirish is the correct name, right? Yeah, because there's a typo error over here. Is LEED AP and Well AP accredited with over 26 years of experience in project, program management and procurement in built environment. Currently, he heads projects for Office Space Solutions Limited, the largest flexible workspace solutions company in India. His expertise spans across various industries like construction, retail, BFSI, co-working, commercial, having managed over 5 million square feet out of fit projects. Give it up for Mr. Shirish as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. And apologies if there has been any mistake from my end in the pronunciation. There's a typo in the list. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for the long and a very comprehensive introduction for all of us. I must say, it's a very diverse panel, diversity in many sense, including national, the profile, and the experience. I know the gender diversity is missing, I must acknowledge, but that is something that we need to work on the country and obviously on these forums as well. So I think just to set the context, obviously we'll keep it very realistic in terms of what are the challenges in sustainability, what are the triggers, what are some of the leading practice from various fields and aspects that all my fellow eminent panelists are representing. But before that, I just want to say that, just to lay out a little bit of context in terms of the, urgency, as you would have heard since morning and various discussion. I think there are three themes that are emerging, just to lay it out there. I think the first one, as all of you know, I know it's a budget season, and I must mention the budget, which is very, very critical from a sustainability standpoint, is called carbon budget, right? So there is a limited carbon budget that was defined once Paris Agreement came live, and I was just looking at the numbers. The carbon budget at the moment is about 200 gigatons for the entire globe. And as you may know, some of you may know, most of you may know, that the world still emits 40 gigaton every year, right? And we are still, after talking for last many years, 28 COPs that have happened, the UN movement, we are still on an upward trajectory. That's the reality. And I think if you were to look at it, this is a decisive decade, right? Give and take, we're about 5 years, less than 5 years left to really bend the emission curve. Otherwise, we will be in uncharted territory. So I think that's point number one. And obviously, from a building standpoint, we all know a significant chunk of emissions come from the construction sector. So what are we doing to bend the curve? I think that's point number one. The other thing, I think from an Indian context is very important, is that if you look at our per capita income, right, last year was about $2,500, right? And according to EY's projection and many projections, right, we're going to grow 6x in the next 25 years as we become a 100-year nation, and we'll get to about 15,000 per capita income. And that essentially tells us that 3/4 of the country is still to be built, right? And I think there lies a risk and opportunity that how do we build differently than the West, right? Because for West, a lot of people would argue that the trajectory has to come down, and obviously our growth trajectory is going up, right? And I think that how do we fit sustainability as an equation in the carbon budget that I talked about, right? And the third, I think, which is very important, that as you may know, is that various studies are saying that up to 10% of the GDP may be at risk because of climate change, right? So we are seeing the impact of climate change, I think, in various aspects, in heat waves, in floods. So how do we make our infrastructure resilient? So I think that's just a little bit of the opening context that I wanted to set. So I think with that background in mind, I'll go start with Alok, since you're just sitting here. And I know you do a lot of work on digital and data, so maybe that's one thing I'll upfront start with, that the role of digital technologies, how can that really accelerate, create a single version of truth for us, and data, can that help us take meaningful decisions? So maybe starting with the tech and digital aspect first, that how can that help create and solve this problem? So maybe Alok, over to you.
Sure, yeah, thanks Nitesh. And so absolutely the answer to that would be yes and yes. Data and technology, what it's doing is that, so we currently have around 190 odd square feet of leasable commercial real estate on our platform, and 270 odd square feet, 270 million and 190 million square feet of, so 290 plus million square feet of saleable residential real estate on our platform. And what data and technology is helping do is a couple of things, is that it's bringing together seemingly disparate data sets and bringing opportunities to light that have a business case. So an example would be one of our clients, large real estate investment trust, looked at, they were intrigued by one of their assets having a very high energy intensity, disproportionately high energy intensity. And they looked at that in relation to the water intensity. Water intensity being a proxy for human occupancy. And they were able to find that the energy intensity was not on account of human occupancy. It was in fact because the tenant was running a server farm on site for an office space. Right, so that became a negotiation vector. We've had other instances of juxtaposing vacancy of the asset against the fact that there was an opportunity lost because a large global bank would not lease space in assets that did not have on-site renewables.
Yeah.
That, along with the visibility of the terrace space that was unutilized, made a very quick case for on-site solar installations. So those are just a couple of examples,
Yeah.
but data is helping bring these opportunities that are hidden in plain sight to the forefront.
Yeah. No, that's very interesting. I mean, data can then tell us and we can take meaningful actions with the data, but and maybe we'll come back to that later, Alok. I know that getting real credible data, I know many buildings which does not have water meter, digital meters, right? Things are not captured at the detail level. So obviously analyzing that to the degree that you need to make meaningful actions may be a challenge, and also obviously the data which is outside the building, which obviously needs to be tracked as well. So yeah, I think very, very important point, Alok. So thank you. We'll come back to that as we move along. Dhaval, coming to you, I know you represent a global organization. You do a work in India, outside India, from a design standpoint. So what in your view are the key design considerations that India needs to keep in mind as we build our infrastructure? As obviously we are a growing economy, right? As I said, 3/4 of the country still to be built. So what are you seeing, and are there learnings from the West that are worth incorporating, or are there lessons that we could also look, and maybe the other way around, that the West needs to incorporate our learnings that we have in India that maybe they haven't? So both ways, Dhaval.
Well, let me start, from the planning standpoint. I mean, I've been doing planning, urban design, landscape architecture, for more than 2 decades, and I think, most of my work's been in the U.S., China, and other parts of the world. Interestingly enough, I wouldn't name who I was talking to this morning, but again, they are into large development. And the thing that I'm really interested in India, kind of getting into is look at environmental infrastructure, because, if you look at the growth of India in the last 2 decades, we've been investing a lot of money, just as country and various states, investing a lot of money in hard infrastructure. So you see bridges, highways, road, tollways, now you see ports and new airports are getting built. But everything that's being built, it's being seen from hard infrastructure standpoint. If you start to think about our cities, and especially, in monsoon season, Mumbaikars always see that, you always see flooding, you see, issues related to water and, stormwater, drainage, etc. And if you start to compare that with, what China did, for example, in last 2 decades. We used to do a lot of work in China where it used to be very private developer focused. And then suddenly in the last 10 to 15 years, we saw governments shift from private development, just building tall building, high-rise residential. We started to see the focus shifting to building sustainable cities. So you actually start to see all the natural drainage ways, getting cleaned up. New trails, waterfront, walkways, bikeways, trail systems getting put in place. You don't really see that happening. And one of the projects that comes to my mind is, recently I was reading about Dharavi getting redeveloped, and, it's right next to Methi River. You have area like BKC, pretty much fronting that. And in any global city, that would be your frontage, that would be your natural frontage. That would be where you have beautiful promenades, you'd have beautiful bridges, you would have...
That's our plan as well, but yeah.
And I feel, there's a lot of things that are happening, when you think about from federal government and state government standpoint, it's being spent in hard infrastructure. It's not getting spent in software infrastructure, because natural infrastructure is the way to do it. If you look at city of Mumbai, during the colonial days to now, you can see how much of natural infrastructure that got taken up by development. And, you're not going to be really returning city back to nature anytime soon. But if you start to really establish natural infrastructure in a way, that can be meaningfully be measured, like if you function like nature, then you start to kind of, mimic nature's way of, behavior. One thing I would add is recent, in just about a year or two ago, we were working with city of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and there's a program called Green Riyadh, and they have a beautiful program that basically, and their aim is to plant 10,000 trees across the city. Because you're building, you have a capital city in the middle of desert. And, that's a pretty lofty goal to have. Even if you end up planting 1 million trees, that's still an amazing, achievement to have. And what we need to start to do is, we need to start to set some higher goals. Just simply looking at our city's current infrastructure, roadways and greenways. If you really start to take care of that in terms of, how we protect and preserve, and then especially water problem, you're really going to have to, look at our water system and water infrastructure more comprehensively. So, I can go on and on in terms of, how we do that, but, the focus on hard infrastructure is necessary, but you cannot forget the software infrastructure, the environmental infrastructure that goes with it.
Yeah, no, that's well said, Dhaval. Obviously, I think mimicking nature, I think it's a great thing. Nature has a lot to us to offer, so I think how do we do that? Having resilient infrastructure, I think is important, and with increased urbanization in the country,
correct,
I think is very important, because some of these cities will become heat zones and heat traps, right? Which is
and thermal comfort and microclimate is a huge part of our cities.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, Gurmeet, coming to you, talking a little bit about the Green Building Council, what it does, and standards, and what are you seeing in terms of the industry doing well, or the industry also that needs to accelerate further from your vantage point?
When we started the green building movement in India in 2001, when we built the first building in India, which was the greenest building in the world for about 15 years, it was inaugurated by the president that time, Abdul Kalam ji. At that time, the building costed 18% more over the conventional building. We have come to a stage where green buildings now, if it's a residential building, cost less than a non-certified building by 3 to 5%, because we have 18,000 products which are certified as green. You can have recyclable content, recyclability potential, a cradle-to-cradle approach. You can have energy efficiency, water efficiency, carbon, embodied carbon, embedded virtual water. Who has a cell phone here? Anybody has a cell phone here? Sapna, put your cell phone up, please. That guy takes 2,500 liters to make.
2,500?
Liters to make.
To make.
One cell phone takes 2,500 liters to make, and my daughter wants to change her cell phone every year.
Yeah.
Right? So does my wife, play on it all the time.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to convey to you is that every product has embodied energy, embodied carbon, embedded energy, or virtual water.
Yeah.
So it's very important to study what goes in a product,
right?
Whether it's green or not green. Is there recyclability potential, energy efficient, water efficient?
Yeah.
We are working on net zero water, net zero energy buildings. Our own headquarters produces more energy than it can consume. I have 125 employees in my headquarters in Hyderabad, IGBC headquarters. But we give to the grid. We don't get any money, but doesn't matter. Our energy bill is zero.
Yeah.
So we have now the largest rating systems in the world. We have 32 rating systems, and we rate anything that is constructed. So the 750 metro rail stations in India, all IGBC certified. If I talk to you about the last, we have a reverend rating for temples.
Right.
Because we don't give a platinum, gold, silver to a temple. We say we are nobody to rate a place of worship. So whatever changes we can make, we make, and then we
there are sensitivities involved in.
Yeah, but if you look at a metro station, it's air conditioned, there are no public toilets.
Right.
If you look at a railway station, there are public toilets. Some stations you can stay. Hygiene levels are higher.
Yeah.
So there's no air conditioning. So the energy is less, but the water is more. So every typography of project requires a different rating. An affordable building will be separate, and we are building a lot of affordable housing now in India, or a new construction, commercial building where we want to, because in a commercial building, water and energy has to be safe. An existing building you can't change much.
Yeah.
We went to Tata headquarters, Bombay House, and we gave a gold to the chairman at that time, Cyrus Mistry. And he told me that, boss, I don't want this. He refused Tata Consultancy, we are working with Wipro.
Hmm.
They have reported 15 to 20% increase in productivity rates after they were certified green. A green building improves your health parameters by 20%. You go to the Paharpur Business Center in Delhi, all the medical parameters of each employee is tested every 6 months. The neighboring building, and it's a very polluted area in Nehru Place.
Yeah.
The neighboring buildings parameters are 20% worse. So it not only makes business sense, it's good for your health.
Yeah.
For health
And maybe one good excuse to get people back to work rather than work from home.
The
for these
problem is that in a green building, people have to look at the watch and say, oh shit, it's 7 o'clock, I have to go home.
Yeah.
So that's the problem that some employees face, in green buildings. Sorry, thank you.
No, that's very interesting, Gurmeet. So just if I may follow up on that, what percentage of India's infrastructure is green by any standard? Has there been some study, and also the existing infrastructure, how do we adapt them to make it green?
Well, I feel we are in for some very exciting times. Right now we are at 1200 crore square feet of green footprint, IGBC.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, IGBC got leads to India. We used to give a leads IGBC certification.
Yes.
Till they increased their fees and whatever.
Right.
Internally, and then we had to go into our own ratings.
Yeah.
There is a lot of opportunity because the government of India now, the Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, where I'm working very closely, the Jal Shakti Ministry, Ministry of Power, they are all working with us.
Yeah.
So I feel my target is that by 2030, all new constructed buildings must be certified green, because what you can measure, you can monitor.
Right.
Like you were talking of water meters.
Yeah.
Which home has a water meter?
Correct. Absolutely.
So how do you know what your real water consumption is?
Yes.
I stay in an affluent society. I get 135 liters of water per head per day. And then 50% of my water comes from tanker water. And believe me, even a Sardar's hair is receding. If I take off my turban, you'll see when my hair is receding, because it's all hard water.
Yeah.
Right? It's all dirty water. And 70% of communicable diseases communicated through bad quality of water.
Yeah.
Cholera, typhoid, diarrhea. Diarrhea takes away more lives
Yeah.
than the Gaza-Israel war or the Ukraine-Russia. We lose 3,000 children every day to diarrhea. Every day. And what are we doing about it? We have a program now, Amrut 2.0, where we are looking at 4902 cities, drink from the tap 24/7.
Right.
I'm working with government on that also. And so, a lot of things happening in the country, government is supporting.
Yes.
So I'm very hopeful that all existing buildings by 2030, by 2047, I would like to convert them to green.
Right.
That's where we are working with government. And all new construction after 2030 must be certified.
Right. No, that's a great and very important goal, Gurmeet, as you said. And some of it is no-brainer, as you said, right? Because there's a win-win scenario. There's no trade-off, because typically when we look at sustainability, many things have trade-off, right? But seems like you're saying there could be a win for all, right? Rather than heavy trade-off.
The perception is that green buildings cost more.
Yeah.
And that is what we are trying to remove,
Correct.
the perception. Once we remove that perception, everybody will go.
That's correct. And I think maybe that notion came from the Western world, right? Because they need to adapt the concept of green premium, which is creating a little bit of an angst. So well said. Thank you, Gurmeet. So Karandeep, coming to you, I mean, you manage a lot of area. So when you look at maintenance from an operational standpoint, are there some good practices that you're embedding that our audience and other sector could look at?
Sure. So from a maintenance point of view, I think that today we are more focusing on conditional based monitoring, that is reliability maintenance.
Yeah.
So we are focusing on how we can, other than the preventive maintenance, how we can focus more on predictive maintenance. Like we have today IoT based vibration analyzers which can detect the vibration of the equipment.
Yeah.
So now like bearings, if you see, right, if I know what is happening wrong with the bearing by using a simple shock pulse meter, I can prevent my motor coil to get burned, because that will be a huge cost if I have to replace the motor.
Yeah.
Then there are other techniques like we are doing thermography to detect the hot spots, or oil analysis by measuring their dielectric strength and all.
Yeah.
So I think these are all, so we know what is the residual time of the equipment and how we can get it corrected before it goes to failure. So that is one of the techniques which is basically used, because while cost saving and all definitely is a focus area where we are trying to promote more of solar power, And from embassy point of view, we have our own solar power plant in Bellary in Karnataka, which is around a 100 megawatt generation, where we completely produce it. We do complete energy wheeling. It goes to the BESCOM grid. And then from that, we provide it to our tenants. And most of our tenants also are renewing the contracts with us because of this solar power thing. Secondly, I think since we are more in facility management and we are more of enablers, right? So the focus area, I think I want to divide it into 5 parts. One is in terms of biodiversity. So there is a lot of focus today in terms of sustainability and biodiversity, like for most of our customers and even our parks in REIT parks, we have tried to develop butterfly parks, which is just if you have 1,000 square feet area, you develop that. Then we have also encouraged something called as an urban farming, where we are basically providing plots to our employees and they are able to cultivate crops, and we tell them vegetables and all that you can take it to your home. So that is also encouraging this. Then second point which I want to focus in terms of buildings is in terms of water management. So like in continuation the point mentioned earlier, I think water management again, what we are basically focusing is that we have STPs at most of our sites, and how we can, like we had done an exercise, we had done a project where the quantity of water was 304 KLD which we were treating. And in one of the WTPs, we had actually changed this pressure sand filter to a screen filter. So the amount of backwash, which was like 35,000 liters per day, it came to 104 liters. So you can see how we have increased the backwash efficiency. We have reduced from 11.5% to 0.3%. So, and water, another ways is that we are promoting waterless urinals, water flow reducers. This is from a occupier site inside an IFM building. Then third important point which I want to say, which we are emphasizing, and with much pride I can say that there are some buildings which we are managing where we have reduced the waste landfill rejects. It has come to even 0%. And the reason is because we are encouraging source segregation. We are doing quarterly awareness session with our tenants. We have also changed the schedule of the timings of the waste. We have deployed additional security guards to ensure that the dry waste is completely recycled and the wet waste is composted. And also our person goes till that last point where the waste segregation is going on. So that is from that perspective. Then fourth point I would like to emphasize is on tenant engagement. Because today for a sustainable building, occupiers, when they are occupying the building, one of the major important consideration is how, as service providers, along with our customers, we are engaging them. So we are doing a lot of like sessions like on diabetes, healthcare, Zumba, yoga, meditation, and we are also encouraging flea markets and all. In fact, there is a new concept today in facility management, which is, it's not a new concept, but it's being promoted now in terms of a facility week. Like there for a week, basically we do some safety inductions, we promote some food festivals, some health camps and all. So this is on tenant engagement. And the fifth important point which I would like to touch upon is on diversity, social equity framework, because most of the occupiers today, when they want to invest in the buildings or the tenants, they want to also invest in those buildings which are encouraging these PWD practices. And diversity is about 3 Gs basically. It is your gender, geography and generation. So how I can have a mix of the old age employees with the youngsters or Gen Zs, and how I can have a mix of the geography and all. So again, there are a lot of inclusion strategies today that we are encouraging more than 2% PWD employees in our parks. We are encouraging more women recruitment. And also recently we have started doing a workplace survey to assess and to analyze and increase the inclusiveness of an organization culture towards this DI. So we do a survey where we take the feedback from the employees, and based on that we formulate an action plan and all. So these are some of the areas where we are implementing from an operations point of view.
No, thank you, Karandeep. That's very helpful. I mean, to look at, you're looking at holistically and also providing a better experience to your end consumer, and we'll touch upon some of those as we move along. Shirish, coming to you, I know you represent a co-working space. So how do you see this, and what's the proposition from your business model standpoint embedding sustainability?
So I'll tell you, we are doing bit of all what you say, but we are missing one important parameter, which is S in ESG, which is social. Two important points that we are doing is we talk about energy and all, right? We missed a large part of fuel, which is transport, right? So what we are doing is we are building offices which
optimize the travel.
Optimize the travel and then fuel and
Yeah.
then obviously
Yeah.
only it reduces the carbon footprints also and it then benefits the.
Shishir, my wife will come over there.
As long as they can get out of home, it's good, because there's still a lot of people who want to work from home. So that's good.
We can discuss later. We can bring, build one office here. And then second important point is we are doing a lot of tier 2 locations.
Yeah.
Right? That helps reduces a lot of migration
Hmm.
from tier 2 to tier 1, and then it reduces the amount of
Rather than urbanization, which is happening. Right.
and all. So these are two important points. Apart from that, we are doing a bit of everything what we talked about. One important concept that I would like to mention here is, and we Indians are very good at it, which is there are 5 R's, which is refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, and recycle. So if we start doing this in our fit outs, right from design stage, since we talked about the design and how we copy the West and all, I always had this question from long, and I don't know why we are doing this. We have a lot of glass facades in our country, right? And if you see the southwest side, it's the maximum, it's the side which gives the maximum heat. We do a glass facade there, then we increase our HVAC load, then we create pressure on employees, then it's a vicious circle, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why we do that, right?
Yeah.
This is one thing which bothers me from ages.
So a lot of panelists are itching to answer that. So I'll let, since Gurmeet you said, and I know Alok you want to come in as well. Yeah.
See, a green building is 3 to 4 degrees less than the ambient temperature. So if the outside is 30 degrees, inside I'm already 26, so I have to cool from 26 to 24 or 23, whatever I want. I don't recommend 23 degrees, but anyway. We do a simulation of the building for 365 days and look at where we can bring in daylighting to reduce lighting loads and at the same time restrict heat. The only way to do that is by using glass, which can bring in light and not heat. And therefore you see a lot of buildings, earlier when buildings were built, they were putting glass all over. But now you see building surface, only one side has glass. Okay, and that is a reason, there's a technical reason for that, so that we can have daylighting, and therefore you have lots of workplaces now where the lights are not on in the day, and you're still very comfortable, but you're not bringing the heat.
Yeah, Alok, you wanted to.
So I actually, to the point that you're saying, yes, there is spectrally selective glazing which allows the heat, but does not allow the heat, but allows the light visible transmission in. But I do think, this is one of the things that I say, there is a building type that originates in northern latitudes that lends its name to the effect that we are seeing that causes the crisis that we're experiencing. It's called the greenhouse, right? And we build greenhouses in the tropics. And I think the example that Gurmeet is giving is a small select few people who are enlightened enough to do the spectrally selective glass and glazing by orientation. But I do think that this needs to change. We need to question, when we see greenhouses in the tropics, it basically means that the air conditioning load is 3x, which means the electrical capacity is also 1.5 times, because air conditioning is half of the electrical capacity and so on, right? So I think that this does need to be challenged more vigorously.
Yeah. I think one is a new design, the other is existing, but I think hopefully in India it's more of new development than the existing, so we don't need to look at our old infrastructure as much. So I think pivoting a little bit, I know we talked about, the business case is great, everyone should do it, yet there are various challenges, right? One would argue in terms of getting this done, it could be awareness, as we said, a lot of preconceived notions, it could be change management at times, the way we've been doing things that needs to be challenged. So I think I want to pivot as we move around a little bit on the challenges that are there to really solve it. It can be technological, it can be human, right? In terms of creating awareness, it could be change at the end consumer end. So again, starting back with you, Alok, in terms of this whole aspect, staying with the theme of digital, obviously we can measure, we can improve, I think that's a great theme, but what are the challenges to really monitor data, right? And I think Gurmeet touched upon saying, look, if the data is not being tracked at the right level, if the data is not accurate, then we may also have false results and false analysis that we may do. So how do we solve for that, right? To get credible data at an overall ecosystem level?
Yeah, so that's a that goes to the crux of, is it just acing reporting or are you actually delivering results?
Yeah.
Right? And so the thing is, the way we kind of solved for that is that picture of data, we've democratized it. So everybody, everywhere that has data, and it could be a gate pass, a delivery challan,
OT system, whichever.
Whatever it is, right? Wherever a good or a service and money exchange hands, whatever evidence is there, that can get captured, because technology today allows you to do that. And I mean, any of you who use MyGate, right? I mean, you get like so much data out of it just from entry and exit and all those kinds of things. So
privacy could be another concern, that who's entering my house, but
right.
anyways.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But the thing is that like on like hundreds of construction sites of our clients, water tankers, gate passes are tracked, and it's evidence. It's down to the most granular node, whether it's a logbook or anything, right? So and I've always said India is a place where you will never have perfect data.
Right.
And so you're going to have
and
to...
no one has, you're right. Yeah.
And we just have to figure out ways to look at aggregates and, do some, intelligent statistical analysis and see what patterns we are getting out of it to be able to say that, this is causative and this is the correlation. And we're going to work on then drilling down for greater accuracy of data there. So I think drill down where required is just something that, we have to get better at.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I think hopefully with 5G, AI coming, that can really help make some intelligent decisions and also aggregating data, right? As you said, from the down source.
And just to add one other piece, slightly kind of, tangential, but we also have, in the community impact, social responsibility space, hundreds of locations in remote rural India, non-profit field staff are reporting impact data that is bringing forth real insights. And every granular node of data can today be evidenced with an attachment, whether it's a photograph or, you name it, right? A logbook.
On the CSR side, you mentioned.
On the CSR side. And so, we're just drawing parallels from that and saying that, if it can be done in remote rural India with non-profit field staff, then definitely site engineers can do this.
I agree. I mean, there may be issues with real transparency. People may not want full transparency, right? Because once you have data, I mean, it tells a story, right, to your point.
We do hit that wall. So at some point with some of our clients, they don't want to go any further. And in early days, we would struggle with why they don't want to go any further. And then we just kind of made our peace with it, that there's something there that they don't want us to unearth.
Right.
And, so that's their call.
Yeah, I mean, because once the data is there, it's there. You can't really then start to manipulate, right, which you could do in a digitized manner. But anyways, that's another discussion.
So I always say data is like a mirror, right? You don't like you may not like what you see in it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is,
it's critical.
a reflection.
Absolutely. Very good point. Yes, Shirish, please.
In terms of data, currently we have two basic challenges. One is the technical constraints, like all infrastructure in our facility has got different way of communication.
Yes.
So one is bringing that into one platform.
Into one platform, yeah.
That is one challenge that we are facing right now. And second is we have a lot of data. That's a challenge. I mean, we have a lot of data, but we don't have sufficient tools to analyze that data.
Right.
And then doing a two-way communication with the infrastructure.
That's correct.
I think with the help of AI, probably that when we get that two-way communication, then probably using data and IoTs would actually
No, you're right, Shri, absolutely. And some of it less is more, but we have so many touch points, and while technology has evolved, but still getting data from multiple platform, legacy systems is always a challenge, right? And to really then interpret in a manner that is seamless. So no, that's a great point. Dhaval, coming back to you a little bit on some constraints on planning. I know you gave us a little bit, but as you look at planning and design, what are the challenges that you see as you start to incorporate sustainability?
Well, I mean, right now I see a big disconnect between the public and the private sector in terms of how they work together. I mean, most of the work that I've done in my 20 years in India, has always been with private sector because, there's a clear project defined. You go in, you do what you have to do it, but you basically do it for a private sector, and you basically do it for something that is very confined into a site boundary. I mean, the number of projects that I can think of, but every time when you basically attach that project out to the outer world, to an existing city, the project falls apart. The project is successful, inside, and I think right now I just see the communication that has to happen from the local municipality standpoint with the private sector, or public-private, the way they come together, not the public-private partnership, but just the way public realm and the private realm comes together and then builds something that is cohesive. If you look at anywhere around the world, pick a city, that you like, that you go for vacations, and you use it as a model. You'll always see a better coordination happening between the two sides that I feel, currently doesn't happen. I mean, I'll tell you, we used to do these, 100-acre, 200, 500-acre townships. You have beautiful, 6-lane roads, coming out onto a single lane, kind of contextual
and
circulation system. And what's the point of building something that is 6-lane, coming outside and meeting only a 1-lane road? Because you're not planning transportation at the city scale. I mean, even just outside here, you see how the traffic is being channelized. So there's a lot of planning that has to happen both at a micro and macro level that I feel is done in a piecemeal fashion. That happens more comprehensively in other parts of the world. Just the way the two sides talk to each other and make sure, and the public sector is the agency that actually makes the connection happen, because private sector will never, they'll always take care of their own business, but public sector, because it's responsible for public safety and so on and so forth, they have to enforce, and currently I don't see that happening in fashion. And I think going back to our natural infrastructure, because we always, we are more concerned about our own internal world, because we know that that's the only thing we can control. And somehow we have accepted that the outside world is what it is. And if we stop taking that, as a status quo, and if we challenge that, I'm sure there's money there. I mean, if you look at, now the way our tax structure is bringing in money, especially both at the federal and the state level, in terms of how you spend that money. I just don't see that money is being spent in the right fashion that's still solving cities' problems. Because I still, I mean, I've been living outside the US, outside India for now 26 years, but at the same time, I've been constantly coming back, and I've been doing a lot of projects. And I wish I could be doing more and more public sector projects and actually work on projects that I've done in other parts of the world. And I haven't given up hopes, but I really think, I mean, no matter which city you take from this country, there are a lot of simple, easy areas that you can start with, whether it's your roadways, waterways, building sidewalks, providing better connectivity, crosswalks. I mean, and you take that for granted in the other parts of the world, I mean, that's where you go, you go outside, you behave, you see it, you come back, and you again, and if that changes, and then I think, that also has to do with, a little bit of mindset that changes at the higher level, that,
mindset, and also someone would say, right, the population, the sheer size and scale the country has, right? Because
absolutely.
No other country in the world can adapt to such a growing population, urbanization. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, I take your point. So I know it's easier said than done, right? If I were to,
but at the same time, we used to compare ourselves with China. I remember, a decade back, we used to look at the graph and say India is going to surpass China, right? And I think we can. I mean, population standpoint, we are quite similar, right? I don't compare, the way the governance happens in China versus India, and I think it's completely different, and I completely take that, into consideration. It's just, population density, urbanization, that is a challenge, but it can be solved. And there's a lot of money that needs to be poured in, but now the money is coming in, and I think it just needs to be sent and spent in the right way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. I think a lot needs to be done in terms of coordination. I know easier said than done, but things have started to change, and it obviously takes time to move the needle a little bit. Coming back to you, Gurmeet, I think just a little bit on the standards. I know there are a lot of global standards, right, that are there. How would you say are Indian standards different, if any, and is there a nuance to looking at Indian standards versus global lead and others, and how do they differ, if you may just create a little bit of awareness with everyone?
We are the founders of the World Green Building Council, and out of 70 countries, the Indian Green Building Council is number 2 worldwide in terms of green footprint. US GBC is number 1, what they call GBCI in India. But our target is that after 2 years, we would even beat their worldwide figure, because India is
just by sheer size.
By sheer size, we have 6.7% urbanization rate, and one Chicago that's 600 square kilometers every year, and whatever we are constructing right now, 36 kilometers of roads every day.
Yeah.
So we have the world's best standards, and a lot of our standards now are being adopted by neighboring countries, Sri Lanka, Indonesia. Some of them, I'm not saying all of them.
Right.
Like they want to use, we had the only standard for metro rails where we recover even the braking and convert it to energy for air conditioning.
Yeah.
And a metro rail brakes, the stations come very frequently, every 3-4 minutes there's a station. So this standard was derived with Delhi Metro Rail DMRC. Dr. Mangu Singh, who was the chairman at that time, and Mr. A.K. Gupta, the electrical head, were on our committee. In fact, Dr. Mangu Singh was on my IGBC board. So we have been working with a lot of corporations and the World Green Building Council. We also chaired the Asia Pacific Network, which is 22 countries of Green Building Councils, including Australia. So our standards are now being followed and copied. The net zero standard is also being adopted by the World Green Building Council, even though they started the net zero movement. So our standards are very well modern and also cover carbon, as I told you, because we have to achieve carbon circularity or neutrality by 2070. 46 years, many of us will not be alive. So I think we have to do something now, otherwise we won't leave a habitable planet. So you cannot achieve net zero carbon because buildings are responsible for 38% of the carbon emissions. 11% comes from materials used in carbon, 20 in buildings, and 28% comes from operational carbon. Now, somebody spoke about the vehicle industry, work from walk and all that. But the vehicle industry is evolved into electric vehicles, Bharat stage 4, 5, 6, more less emissions, better fuels, with lower global warming effect. So, but buildings are still responsible for 38% of the carbon. So, unless we achieve net zero energy, water, waste, we cannot achieve net zero carbon.
That's true, that's true. I think that's a very important puzzle, but someone
So the Prime Minister can keep on shouting, we'll have carbon circularity. You can't do that, boss, unless what he said, your infrastructure, your buildings, there has to be a master plan in every city. I went to meet the Pune Municipal Corporation head, the commissioner. They do not have 11 lakh rupees to pay for converting the entire Pune city to green. So we gave a 1 lakh rupee discount. Kridai is 14,000 developers, paid 10 lakhs rupees, Kridai Pune.
Yeah.
And that's how we are converting Pune to green. But the municipal commissioner does not have 11 lakhs to pay, and they can make roads which we have to keep on repairing and repairing again and again, and 5 times a year.
Yeah. So all right, we'll leave at that. But yeah, lots to be done. Karandeep, coming to you, all of these things that you do, someone would say that cost a little bit more money, effort, training, awareness. Have you seen that you're able to pass that to your customers to pay more for all that we want? And if not, how do you kind of set that off, right? Because it does cost effort, time, money, investment.
initiatives, they definitely go with those expenses because at the end of the day, when they save the cost, it is their cost. I'll give you a very simple example. Many years back, I had I had a client basically, and there was an issue that they did not had any parking space, so they could not park the water tankers. So there we had actually installed those water flow reducers, which used to cost at that time only 240 rupees and around for 18 taps. And when we showed the cost saving to the saving 240 rupees at that time, and small, not 12 rupees. So the payback period was around 15 days, and we were able to save around 9.17 lakh liters of water, which is equivalent to providing water to 4 to 5 people in a home annually. So when you show these sustainability benefits to your customers today, because ESG is very, very important. But again, at this point, I would like to also highlight one point here, that there are some challenges in terms of behavioral change, which people need to do, because like whatever we talk about healthy cafeterias, right? Many of our clients and many of the employees, they want healthy cafeteria and they would encourage healthy food. But when they go back home, then again they start eating fried foods. Secondly, we talk about most of our buildings today are BSc 5-star certified, and we encourage that kinetic manual handling process to lift any load. Now, when you go to your home, you never follow that, right? In fact, I even see some of colleagues who don't wear the safety belt. Colleagues, friends, maybe whoever, so they don't wear the safety belt when they are at the back of the car. So that behavioral change needs to basically come if you really need to bring this
as a culture rather than
as a culture to the next level. And even one last point, we talk about green chemicals today in the buildings. So earlier we used to work with R1, R2, R4 and R5. Today we have green chemicals like Alpha HP, Stride NC, Good Sense and Crew, which also have a less dilution level as compared to these chemicals. But when again you go back to your home, the maid will not, they will not use the green chemicals. So I think that mindset also needs to change. So that's my point.
So you need to own both residential, commercial to get that done.
My maid will not wash the utensils unless she removes the aerator in the house of the president of the Indian Plumbing Association.
All right, I think change management end to end, that is what we need to do. Shirish, coming to you, any do's and don'ts from your industry that you're seeing or any other challenges that you want to highlight?
I'll take up this point, whether the customer is really ready to pay that. Unfortunately, no. I mean, probably what we'll have to do is the entire ecosystem has to be aware.
But Karandeep is saying it's going to save you money. You don't have to pay. In fact, he's saying I'm going to lower the price or the cost.
Sir said the green building is going to cost me 4 or 5% more. Ultimately, I have to
commercial.
So the entire ecosystem has to be aware. We have to understand it's for the greater good. So as I said, entire ecosystem has to understand. Unless and until there would be competition, some people would do unfair practices. They would, I mean, the customer will obviously go to them because of the price benefit and all. So that's the challenge that we are facing currently. There are some customers who are aware, who come and say that we want this way, and they are ready to pay that cost.
No, you're right. I think that awareness and I think that culture change that we talked about, I think is very, very critical, because there would be certain trade-offs and someone has to pay in some sense or the other for change or other bits that are there. But I think a lot of it, what we discussed is that it does pay for itself, which is great, right? In many senses, as we discussed, it's going to save us costs, right? So the win-win proposition. So I know we're coming at the top of our hour and our scheduled time. So thank you everyone, my fellow panelists, for the great insights, points. I just want to open it up if there are any other questions, comments, anyone wants to share for any of us or ask a question. Happy to take one or two. We have few seconds, so maybe a question or two, if any.
So you're very articulate with your time, not one or two, we can take 3-4 questions on that note. Anybody has any questions? The floor is open for questions. This session you get that additional cushion to ask the questions over here and not offline. Here, over to you, ma'am.
So I have a quick question on the ESG, the implementation in companies. You now have chief sustainability officers. How much of that are they, what kind of decision making do we think they really have?
So I can take that, and then please feel free to add. See, I mean, I think as we discuss, it takes, as we say, it takes a village to get things done, right? I mean, sustainability officer, in my view, in corporates is an expert who can tell the science, but to get things implemented at the board level, the finance level, across the functions of an organization takes a lot of effort, right? So ultimately, I would say the tone at the top is very critical, and some of it, what we're discussing is that you need to have a good business case to be able to drive, right? And I think if that is not articulated very sharply and with data in some sense, then things not gonna move. But the jury's out that who should kind of lead it, and in some organization it's the finance leading, some is supply chain, some is operations leading, right? Because they are the ones who have to get things done on the ground. So that's how it is. That's my view, but feel free to add, yeah.
So I'll, you know, what we are seeing, and a lot of chief sustainability officers are our decision makers that buy our tech. And I always say that the corporate activist is a really good vector for change at scale, because these are activists at heart, but they've learned to play the corporate game in terms of messaging the business case. Yeah. So a chief sustainability officer is only effective if they're able to articulate the business case to the chief financial officer in metrics that the CFO understands, that has their business productivity unit in the denominator and the rupee in the numerator. Yeah. I think the most effective ones are the ones that are able to show the business case with those metrics. So and there are a few that are doing it very well. But there are a few that also spend a lot of their time just acing the reporting. So, you know, that's where I say that these are the people that are winning man of the match awards in World Cup finals that we are losing, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's always a challenge, because, and to that point, some would argue that reporting is a distraction, because whatever limited time and budget you get into reporting rather than driving actions. But obviously, without data, you also can't do, and transparency. So it's a complex balance that everyone has to do. Any other question, input from anyone?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for your question.
Thank you.
Just a little shift from the serious talk that we're having. Do you think rural India is more sustainable than urban India?
That's a good question. Anyone wants to take that?
You cook with wood, causing cancer. You drink water from the pond where you wash your cows or your cattle, and you cause disease. And you walk sometimes 45 minutes to bring water to your home. Is that sustainable? We have a green village rating system, and the biggest culprit we find is these Haldirams 5 rupees and these lays. Because you find them scattered all over, not only in your water systems, but in your soil, and they are not going to disintegrate for the next 50, 100 years, or maybe more. So villages need to be, we are now converting villages to solar. There is a Har Ghar Nal scheme, Jal Jeevan Mission, where we are looking at giving 55 liters of water per head per day. This will bring down our medical bill by 18%. There's a study that the government has done. We have done a study with them. We have helped them in this, where 18% medical bill can come down of the country if we supply clean water. So you have an open defecation free program. You are shifting the cylinders from the cities to the villages so that you can have cylinder for cooking gas. And we are going to have 42 cities with pipe gas. So a lot of things happening. Currently, the hinterland of India is not sustainable.
One thing I would like to say is that we are also managing sites which are little away from the cities also. So where we do these local sourcing of those people who are working in the villages, we see that they are very adaptable to these sustainable methods. If you just teach them, they are very flexible, adaptable, and I think that is one very positive point when we have to achieve these targets. So that is one thing which
change management is easier. Okay. All right. I think that's a good question. Very good perspective. Anyone else? Any other question from anyone?
Mr. Moderator, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Please.
For everybody.
Okay.
How many of you think you are Lata Mangeshkar or Mohammed Rafi and sing under your shower? Nobody? Don't tell lies. Come on. Pankaj, you do?
You'll ask them to sing a song. That's why they say no. But yeah, if you don't, then maybe.
No. Stop singing under your shower, Pankaj Dharkar. Come out, stand on your bed and sing if you can. because you're saving 100 liters of water if you don't sing. So please stop singing under your shower. Please stop using your WC or flush as a dustbin or an ashtray. I've seen girls throw their hair and they flush. And if you throw a cigarette butt, you have to flush 4-5 times. Water is not there for tomorrow. We have 17.65% of the world's population, only 4% of its fresh water. We have a big problem. You will produce energy, but you won't have water for tomorrow. So please stop singing under your shower.
All right, no, that's a great point. And I think, truth be told, I think water as a medium to transport our waste may not be sustainable, absolutely. I think with that, we will bring it to a close, and a great action Gurmeet has given for all of us to kind of follow. So I think that's one action for the day that all of us should take back. So with that,
can I give another quote?
Yes.
You can calculate how rich you are. You can calculate how rich you are by counting the things that money cannot buy. And money will not be able to buy you sustainability if you don't do something together. Thank you.
There you go. So I think with that note, very positive note, we're going to close the session. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, my fellow panelists, for great discussion. Thank you.
I request all of you to be here. I'll quickly request Sapna Srivastava, editor, Realty Plus, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all our guests over here. Can we please have the token of photograph as well. Green revolution, so I'll request all of you to pose with your greens as well. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we please clap and appreciate their presence as they share some wonderful insights and knowledgeable information for all of us over here. Thank you. And on that note, we'll quickly move on to our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic that's going to be discussed right now is green construction, intersection of sustainability and innovation. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's green construction, intersection of sustainability and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be conducted by Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting and ESG, India, Cushman and Wakefield. Mr. Gandhi has almost 18 years of experience in providing real estate advisory services across the country. He has extensively worked on projects with diverse client categories as well. His rich experience comprises of managing strategic real estate assignments across Africa, Middle East and Southeast Asia, covering a wide variety of consulting and valuation projects for real estate asset classes. Can we please clap loudly, ladies and gentlemen, for Khurshid Gandhi ji, as I call him over here on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'll now be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. We have the presence of Amar Tendulkar, architect and founder, principal, Amar Tendulkar Architects over here as well. With over 25 years of experience, Amar Tendulkar has been instrumental in delivering various luxury, super tall, economical, mass housing, commercial, retail, industrial, and integrated township projects pan-India and overseas as well. His firm's projects range from premium hospitality to SRA mega projects to some very unique religious heritage ones as well. The esteemed clients range from top of the corporate houses like Adani to the most respectable developers such as Central Park, Siddha, Sejal, and very respectable trusts, institutes like the GSB Trust as well. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Amar Tendulkar as he arrives over here next. We also have Dr. Amit Chaudhary, Associate Director, Head MEP and Infrastructure, KPM Design Services Private Limited over here as well. A huge shout out for him as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request all of you to clap and acknowledge his presence? Dr. Amit Chaudhary, with his immense passion for water conservation and sustainability, drives design programs on mission critical sustainable projects. His experience with WSP, FLAC and plus codes, Lodha, Tata projects includes infrastructure planning for large land parcels, feasibility studies and analysis, situation and erosion control plans, stormwater management, detailed designs of water distribution systems, wastewater collection systems, and pumping stations as well. He has designed the tallest building and largest infrastructure township in the country as well. A huge round of applause once again for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Komal Datta, Divisional Director, Benoy. Komal has over 16 years of international architectural experience spanning a breadth of projects ranging from large-scale, mixed-use and retail design in Europe and India, multi-speciality hospitals in USA, to urban design and regeneration schemes in the country as well. She was also a member of the World Bank Institute's Joint Design Workshop with MIT Design Studio and City Corporation of Thimphu to develop urban growth alternatives for the Thimphu urban area in Bhutan. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Komal as well. We also have Nishant Gupta, Senior Associate Architect, Architect Hafiz Contractor over here with us as well. He's the youngest Senior Associate Architect at Architect Hafiz Contractor, which is one of the largest architectural studios in Asia. Nishant has successfully completed MIRAT projects including Lodha Amara, Siemens South Asia Headquarters, projects DLF Capital Greens and Kings Court, New Delhi, Godrej Hillside, Pune, master planning of 1800 acres, Amaravati GCC, and master planning of 48 square kilometers, Blue Dream City, China, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap and acknowledge the presence of Nishant Gupta as well. We also have Pankaj Dharkar, Founder, President Pankaj Dharkar and Associates with us over here as well. Pankaj Dharkar, MEP and Green Building Consultant, and A. ASHRAE and IGBC Fellow, is also the current National Chair, FSAI Suraksha Index, first global index to rate safety and security of buildings, which will help in proper fire audits. He's also Chairman of FSAI COVID Task Force and National Chairman of ASSOCHAM, GEM for India. In his rich experience of 43 years, he has successfully designed and completed more than 4,500 projects of various applications. Can I please expect all of you to clap loudly and acknowledge the presence of Mr. Pankaj over here as well. Thank you so much. A fascinating panel full of insightful discussions all set to unfold. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thank you, panel. Appreciate the time you guys are taking to come here on this lovely wet day. This is actually my favorite season, and from a sustainability perspective, it's also a lovely thing. So let me kick this off, and since we're talking about the intersection between sustainability and innovation, Pankaj, if I may start with you, since you've done more than most of us have lived in the industry, it would be great if you could give us your thoughts on the topic, obviously, but also specifically starting with how things start from a design perspective and how they actually end up in the implementation cycle, right? And where, and the multiple points of intersection, if you will, with sustainability. If you can lead us off with that big topic.
It's a very complex subject. First of all, let me congratulate Realty Plus and thank you for inviting us. And thank you, moderator. I think you have changed my question. So, anyway, I think I have my stalwart architect friend. Any such project has to start from the drawing board, and unless our basic conceptualization and all passive measures are taken, we cannot have a sustainable building. So basically, recycling of water, rainwater harvesting, all things are happening with a great speed, better than what probably we were expecting. Last 5 years we have seen a lot of things happening. So I think that awareness has also percolated down to the architects and new generation, better than when we started our career. Today's young generation, young architects, and Nishant and Amar will endorse this, is quite, I would say, conscious about the energy consumptions, the indoor quality, the water consumptions, and so the design will take place accordingly. And if ABP also finds right places, because it is important to have a right place, I would say, starting from rainwater harvesting to putting our air conditioning systems rightly. Everything is possible if design intervention and every aspect of it, which is not limited to only passive, but all dynamic active systems are taken care. We are on the right track. Recently we completed, say, Nalanda University. It is one of the largest university, 455 acres of campus with technologies like geothermal. It is a net positive on water, entire water falling on the places. What we couldn't probably implement was the biogas formation from the rest of entire Rajgir district. That is a dream which we are still living with. Because of the political situation there, it couldn't happen, but it would have been an ideal case. But all such technologies which engineers can dream of, and with the help of architects, if we are able to design them at right stage, because everything requires space and planning, and we want our buildings also to look very smart, very interesting. So, and the architect's visions are also changing fast. So to complement our engineering system with that is also a challenge. So I think we are all are moving in right direction, and we are seeing very innovative projects which are coming up in and changing the landscape of the nation.
Thank you for that. And obviously, I'm going to get back with more points on MEP and where we can see more intersection, but I'll come back in a little while. Nishant, you're obviously doing a lot of work on various kinds of design, right? And the gentleman in the panel prior to us highlighted that we're 17.4% of our population, 4% water. There's an issue, right? And that's not all. We're also, while we're energy positive today from a production perspective, we're not likely to be energy positive for much longer. And as you know, our share is still 86% thermal, right? Despite us being the fastest growing solar, we're putting the most amount of solar down in the world. The fact is, our balance is not right. What are you seeing from your design perspective? What are the things that you're doing to improve not only inherent carbons, but also operational carbon usage from water as well as power perspective, and anything else that you think is relevant?
Yeah, so good evening everyone, and it's an honor to be sitting next to Mr. Thakur. He's and likewise, I mean, we got 3 designers here and 2 greats of our collaboration. I think any project won't be possible with their intervention and them realizing, our vision into place. So I think like Mr. Pankaj said, a lot starts with the design, and I think before design, I mean, I'll circumvent and come to the question you're asking, because otherwise it's very boring, right? So it is actually, a lot starts not even with design, it all starts with the selection of a site, to say, what is really sustainable, because sustainability is different for this part of the world where we are in, and sustainability is a lot different in the more developed part of the world. Sustainability more in this part of the world hinges on the 2 pillars of economics and social, while it is hugely tilted on environmental point of view for the developed countries. So what we are really trying to say that, okay, it is going to be a sustainable building is definitely not sustainable for the larger development that we are doing in the economic sense. So that's where the gap lies. What is happening is 60 to 70% of the built environment around us is housing. And that 60 to 70% housing, what we are talking about, and 75% of it is not built today. That is something that we need to build a Chicago every year till, we sort of meet these, goals. So now coming back to from selection of site, what is the site? Are we doing it on a contoured site? Are we doing with with black cotton soil? So there are a lot of perspectives in terms of what is the approach. Then once the site is decided, then it comes down to the planning, because are we really overdoing in terms of spreading the infrastructure and then, sort of designing? Then it comes to the points of how we are designing the building, from the concept of orientations to the, basics of everything. But I think as a designer, there are a lot of things that we cannot control, because it is, site I cannot control, ultimately the budget I cannot control. But the things that I can control is through design. Through design, strong intervention is that, sort of I remove all the wastage that is going to go in the building as a designer. So if you see, like, in Mumbai, whatever is getting built, we have 2-meter wide staircases for the high rise, which is nowhere seen in the world. Do we not have high rises on the other side of the world? Everywhere it is 1.5-meter wide staircases. So when you're doing 2 staircases, which are 2-meter wide staircases, which is 25%, you're constructing more. And that is something which is not needed. So a core which is 20% of the built, I'm coming to the housing, which I said is the bigger constitute, then coming to the percentage. So we are unnecessarily overdoing things. So it is also consumption, right? So if I build less, still provide the same, is sustainability in first place, right? So I'm building less, I'm building these many square feet, but I'm still providing these many homes. So I think that's where, for us, sustainability starts. And what we call in our office a zero waste architecture. We like to, and then everything, the usage of water, energy, everything is like a byproduct of this, is what I'm saying.
Thanks. Komal, if I may. So, obviously you've done projects in multiple countries, and you've spoken on how software, early stage software makes a big difference, right? Especially because you can forward look and see where problems could be in your design, and therefore potentially make it sustainable, right? Outside of that, and obviously with that background, what are you all doing to ensure that designs and thought process from different parts of the world feed into India, and vice versa? Because we've got a lot of historical lessons here as well, right? Can you give us some idea of what you are doing there?
Sure. We've got a lot of architects on the panel, and I can see you all think alike. At Benoy as well, I mean, it's really the decisions that we take at the inception of a design process, we feel have a profound impact on what is the embodied carbon, what is the operational carbon, how the building is actually going to be standing the test of time in terms of net zero and so on. So those first few lines that you draw on the paper are quite crucial in really what the overall sustainability of that whole development will be. So at Benoy, we are trying to, I mean, the topic of this panel is intersection of sustainability and innovation. And so just tying up with that, the innovative tools that we're using back in the office, trying to use a lot of software that will support our designers to make those informed decisions at the early stages of the design process. So some tools like, there are multiple tools ongoing at the moment. One of them is AutoCAD Forma we use, which sort of helps the designers understand what are the spatial implications of a certain design strategy. And so, it's again cloud sourced, and you can get to know your sun path analysis happens through that, and your wind flow, and how you should orient your building, and so on. Basics of passive design, I guess. It's sort of doffing your hat to the old school concepts of passive design, what we all learned in architecture school, and just sort of scaled up with technological support. We're also trying to use some sort of carbon calculators in-house. There are various available, various parts of the world. Singapore and others have their own sort of mandated carbon calculators. sort of materiality that we're using and specifying for the project. What is the embodied carbon of that particular material? Is there something better that you could use in the geography that you're designing for? You know, what is the amount of that particular material you might need to design the way you're designing? So a lot of technical tools to just, you know, help and support our designers. But just taking a step back, in the West and one of the mature countries, it's adaptive reuse actually. That's the big thing at the moment. Do we really need to, if there's a building on site, do we really need to break it down? To build something new, can we reuse part of it? You know, the structure of a building, I believe there's a stat which is like some 50 to 70% of embodied carbon is in the structure of the building itself. So if we can reuse a lot of that and repurpose, that's you know, a big way to remain sustainable in the construction process. So that's what we are seeing in our Western markets. But of course, India is a huge development market. There's a lot of you know, new greenfield development. So passive design, biophilic design, you know, new materials. We're trying to incorporate all of that.
Thank you. Amit, you've seen, you know, there's a lot that you're doing on your side of the world, especially from an engineering solutions perspective, right? How, and perhaps there's overlap with Mr. Pankaj as well, from what you all are doing. But how are you seeing solutions being built, right? Especially when you look at adaptive reuse or repurposing or rethinking buildings. If you look at India today, we've got about 1.3 billion square feet of, I would say, grade A space, which is investment friendly across commercial, retail, warehousing and hotels, right? And these are active use, very heavily used, very heavily trafficked places. And I'm putting residential aside because it's perhaps a thornier problem to solve than the commercial side of the world, right? What are you seeing there from a solutions perspective that you're taking back and saying, existing developments, how do we make them more sustainable friendly? As well as when you look at new developments, greenfield, what are the lessons you've learned from what you've already done and taken it there?
So thank you everyone to be here, and thanks for the question. First question, I would say we can incentivize the existing structures, and if we incentivize to make them more sustainable, like using of renewable energies and using the less energy, I would say nowadays that is trending. For example, consumption should be less rather than increasing on the heavier side. So incentivize can certainly help in our kind of country where people are conscious about their spendings. Second, whenever new constructions are coming up, most of the architects nowadays who are also on the panel, they are also asking us so many questions as how they can make it sustainable. So, and the theme is sustainable and innovation, collaboration. So, innovation is running very fast. We can say AI, ML is even penetrated in the designing and everywhere, where the efficiency of the architectural, MEP design, structural design is achieved at a large. But making them sustainable and practical is a little bit challenging. So we also have our own team of softwares, those who develop the plugins for our designs, and the design which is more sustainable. So if we have that implementable sustainable design, then it would help the new construction. That I can say.
Thank you. And let me ask the larger panel, is there anything truly like green construction, right, in your opinion?
I can for at least my end, I can summarize it. If it is starting from soil, it should go easily to the soil one day without much hassles. So if we are manufacturing, constructing anything, should have a end of life which is a certain probably 40-50 years, and going back to the nature without impacting the ecosystems.
Sorry, my apologies. So you've done a lot of design, obviously, and there are a lot of questions that I don't want to ask something very similar, but what are your thoughts on truly finding end-to-end sustainable architecture, right? And something for India, because our pressures are very different, right? People truly don't understand how dense we are and the infrastructure issues that we face.
Absolutely.
So how would you ideally say that you could solve something and perhaps doing end-to-end dust-to-dust solutions? Big topic.
It's a very big topic, very holistic kind of a question. I think probably it will cover the answers which all of you have given. Just to quickly tell you, as the philosophy of the architecture of our firm on which it is based on, we do the architecture based on three principles: firmitas, utilitas, venestas. Firmitas means it's a stability, timelessness. Utilitas is the efficiency or the utility value of the building, and venestas is the elegance, beauty. So, if you've got these three things embedded in your architecture, it's going to be the sustainable architecture. It's going to be the kind of architecture which is timeless, it is for the future. So these are the three most important principles that I feel in the architecture that one should embed. Now, coming to your question, in terms of how do we, what are the kind of things that, in India, as a kind of in the Indian architecture, or the kind of an architecture which is good for India, and which is a kind of a very valid point that you have raised. The importance of the architecture, I must say, or the importance of the aesthetics even, not only the architecture. It's bit kind of an undermined till today in India. Everything is going utilitarian, everything is based on the efficiency. But there is something which is beyond all these things, which is beyond something which is in eye-pleasing, something which is in aesthetically superior, has got a lot sustainable value, I must say. Okay, and I think that aspect of the sustainability is something which we need to focus as we are progressing. I mean, you take the examples of the new airports and the airports of yesteryears, or you take the examples of the terminus buildings, which were of the yesteryears and today. Now they have started becoming aesthetically as well superior, so that there is an appreciation is coming. And when there is an appreciation which comes in the public domain, okay, people start understanding even the smaller aspects of that, the way the scientifically all those things are resolved. So I think that is one thing is very important. But when you are asking me this question, there is one thing which pricks my mind, and Nishan, I must compliment you that you raised that the 2 meter, 1.5 meter staircases kind of a point. You spoke about the carbon measuring. You see the public buildings which are done in the history, either by the autocratic setup or by the democratic setup. Of course, those regimes have used their knowledge of the sustainability during those times. Whether you take the Red Fort, whether you take the Raigad, there is a kind of a rainwater harvesting system. Those times have also been kind of done. Okay. You take the Victoria Terminus station, which was built by Britishers. Today we are saying it's a Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, a great building, heritage building. When we talk about the sustainability, all those measures for the sustainability have been done in those buildings. But are those buildings, in terms of the usage of those buildings, the technology, all those things, they have been used during those times, are they relevant for today? When we used all that technology in doing the buildings, which we call sustainable, green, net zero, are those buildings going to be relevant for tomorrow? That's the first most important thing. Britishers have built Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, what we call today. Such a fantastic, the magnificent building was built. Only one train was running during those days. Okay, but still they built that building, and today it is housing almost about 1,000 routes, 1,000 journeys during the day. So what is sustainable? It's the sustainability relevant to the vision, okay, and then you use the scientific ways to put that vision into the practice. Or sustainability is something that we build something and use the technology and science to make it so called, that we are saving something while doing that building. I think that is something that India should, today ask and focus. That are we going towards, as in the earlier, are the villages more sustainable or the cities more sustainable? And what are the good things out of the village sustainable, what you can say, the good things out of the villages? The lorry bakers architecture. The Gandhiji told lorry baker that you need to use the resources within 5 miles to build your building. So is that more sustainable? Or we do the high rises, in the kind of aluminum shuttering, and we say that yes, we are not polluting air, we are building it fast. Obviously the specific heat content is more and we feel more hot inside, and then we use air conditioning and we say that we use the green air conditioning. What is more sustainable? I think that is the most important thing today, and the approach nation-wise, the holistic approach is very important when we talk about, and which goes beyond technology. That's my perspective.
Thank you. Pankaj, you've been involved with a number of key projects across India, GIFT City, Adani, Nalanda University you mentioned earlier. You focus on getting a lot of developments to net zero. How do you see the rest of our journey to get to net zero? And given that net zero is a moving scale, how do you see that going? 2 questions, right? Getting us to net zero, and then as net zero scale moves, how do we continue growing? And of course, it's in continuation with Mr. Tendulkar's inputs as well.
Thank you for that question. When you started with GIFT City is the only example in this nation as of now where we have district cooling in terms of my engineering services. We have centralized district cooling, we have centralized vacuum system where the waste is also getting processed 6 kilometers away. But if you are staying on a 22nd floor of a building in an apartment, you are throwing the waste outside your door steps in a bin and it is getting completely processed. So it is a unique project. And district cooling has tremendous advantages as we see the towers in Mumbai, and specifically when I work with him, Amal, and we know that currently in India and in Mumbai, when we are doing high-rise buildings, architects give us very limited spaces. They don't want my outdoor units to be seen. And it all starts because the air conditioning system requires breathing. And so the lowers are being designed in a very varieties of ways, and many projects I am seeing could have a very big risk of fire also. I'll tell you why. Because you are stacking your outdoor units one above other, and the ratings of VRVs by any manufacturers are coming at 36 degrees. Say you are put a 10 HP or 8-ton machine for an apartment and it is 60 floors. You are talking about throwing hot air from one above other, and in a city like Mumbai, when we are talking about 36 degree with the wind velocity, the air is rising, and I can tell you that in Imperial Tower, which is done by your office, I have measured at 48 floor, 52 degree temperature in the outdoor unit side, while outdoor condition was 32 degree in November. Now each degree of rise is making my air conditioner or any air conditioning system you take any make is consuming 5% more energy. Now you imagine when it is going 16 degree up, you are talking about 80% of energy. Means your air conditioning is consuming almost double the energy and delivering you 50% of that. So what it means, it is delivering 3 ton and consuming 20 kilowatt of water. And now imagine one above other they are stacked, how electrical systems are getting stressed, and it is a big consumption which is happening. Now when you talk, why I gave you that example in GIFT City, and this is also increasing the microclimate. We have done study to various educational institutes from ISRE, and we have seen that a place like Gurgaon, if your meteorological department is showing 40 degree, it is really meaning 43 to 44 degree, because your buildings are glazed, your cars which you are driving with the traffic jam, every car today is maintaining take a situation in GIFT City where till today we have not permitted a single split or single air-cooled machine. It is all going to district cooling. So if you are in Ahmedabad or Gandhinagar and you come to GIFT City, you will start realizing now that it is the occupancy is going up with district cooling. Our consumption is not going to like this, what is happening on high rises of Mumbai. And you have seen this season in Mumbai, in summer where it has gone go beyond Anna. We have touched 42 degree, it has never happened. So climate change is going to make a huge difference. So the way buildings are being designed with air-cooled and modular units is going to bring a lot of stress, and this building can never become net zero because your power consumption is going up extremely high. So the basics should start with the air conditioning system because it does consume 60% of the energy. If the orientation, your madam said in terms of sun path analysis, our CBC gives you very good guidelines. Our window wall ratios are designed, but tell me how many buildings, and he said he has limited choice because your site is cemented by client for various commercial reasons, and with the road entries and all, everything is restricted. So there is a choice to a certain extent, but not beyond the commercial benefits which he has to see for any developer builder where he wants every square inch to be in premium spots. So we are, as a fraternity, as architect engineers, we have always been stressed to create a net zero. Net zero to me can still happen with a project like Nalanda, I told you, where you have all the freedom of life because you have the space, orientation is to your choice. But for a tight or expensive place like Mumbai, and when you create a high-rise building, unless a lot of creative things are done, which has a lot of capital cost, it's still a dream and still a challenge. I just want to address one thing which he mentioned, and which is 2-meter staircase, 2.2-meter staircase in Ahmedabad or Gujarat. DRC says 2.2 meter by the way. So they have exceeded 10%. They feel they are making safer building than Gurgaon. So sir, to me, I think all these are coming because of the National Building Code, and the egresses are very important, and they feel that doing 2 staircase and this is the only solution. But to me, I think unless the codes change to the performance-based designs, which is the need of our, and a lot of us are working towards that, to suggesting, because 2025 code is going to come. My earnest request to all of you who are sitting here, if you have certain ideas, please pass it on to the BSc, the team which is making codes. I think there is no point in talking about it after it is done. But it has to happen in a very constructive way. This is a time when 2025 code revision meetings are happening. We have been talking about it. The whole problem is that my fire officers are not trained for understanding the performance-based simulations. We have tried in many projects because they feel they can be manipulated, so they are not accepting. For them, the comfort is going the safe way, and you all know that the safety and egresses cannot be compromised. So these are the heavy costs of that. If modern tools are not accepted in high-rise, there's performance-based simulation becomes a reality. I think the fraternity is going to, means you can imagine that you don't have in Mumbai from Bandra to Dahisar. Do you know that you don't have a hospital, and hospitals have not come up because high-rise hospitals as per NBC beyond 45 meters are not permitted.
Thank you.
Just pick up, that's a really important point that Mr. Thakur has raised. I think the code and policy as well needs to support. I mean, architects and engineers together can do so much. But if the policy doesn't support, moving in the particular direction, the code doesn't support us, it's difficult to make those changes. And I give the example of Singapore. I mean, a lot of times you look at the Singapore architecture as, they're very green. They make sure that they bring in more sort of green into the buildings. That's mandated by the government. The government gives incentives to developers to actually create those green spaces, give back to the city. And whereas here we are always trying to maximize FSI, understandably, land is so expensive and we want to build every square inch. But if that's kind of built into the code, that really would help.
I was just mentioning to you that yesterday we had a very brainstorming meeting with Department of Science and Technology Chief for the nation and various BE people, Bureau of Energy Efficiency people. And when I questioned them that if in Delhi, say 15 years later, if a diesel car is not permitted or 10 years later a petrol car is not permitted, the reason is the pollution which is created and it is very strictly being implemented. Take a case of air conditioners where if you see 2006 and you see 2018, when we started the BE code and today the energy efficiency has gone in with 60%, means my air conditioning systems are 60% more energy efficient than they were in 2006. So I asked Madam who heads, why not you come up with a legislation where you scrap all the ACs? Why can't incentive be given? Because 60% is a state saving. Why can't the bank use interest at very nominal rates? Why can't the people come up with scheme, the industry come up with scheme where to replace the AC and you are saying 60% for the nation. Today, a middle class family is also using minimum 2 ACs in a house. They are spending close to 12 to 15,000 rupees per month on air conditioning. You imagine the kind of saving which can bring, and this will also spur the production. The capacities of the country wants to go for Viksit Bharat. They want to produce here. You can imagine how much benefit it can take. I said they have to come up with such policies where energy and water in terms of everything which can complement the nation.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point that you raised, and we also had some discussions with some, very senior financial authorities in the government and with some bankers. And again, we had given the example Singapore as well as some European countries where there are green bonds. The buildings which get the platinum rating or the net zero ratings, they are given the incentives as well as the loans in the subsidized way. There is a strategy that how do you promote the net zero buildings, green buildings, in a way that it becomes profitable for them to adapt, because for those technologies you are spending more. So how does one get the returns on spending those more? So I think those things are very important, as one is the policy and second is the direct incentive. Now we have started giving bit additional FSI, but that additional FSI is something first you have to spend for that and then you build, but there is not a kind of a direct benefit which is available financially. Second very interesting thing and important thing, as you talked about the air conditioning, there are few things which are there are some intelligent ICs which are available, there are some thermal exchangers which are available. Those, they are not coming into the public domain. I mean, many people, I don't know whether here they are aware about, even the simple window air conditioner can heat up your water for the next day. I don't know how many people of here they are aware about those things. I think those things have to come into the market as fast as possible, because that will reduce the load on the national grid itself if those things come into the market. And we as the architects, if we can, and the people like you, Amit, and Darkar sir like you, why we are not putting these things in our design basis reports itself as the first place and propose.
Amar, I can tell you, in city of Mumbai, if you see the landscape, all residential tall buildings have air-cooled VRVs. Okay.
We had done water. We had done water cooled. I had done water cooled VRV. I have done water cooled VR.
Just going to come to you that that is the only building, and
Yeah,
you
then-
know how it happened. But that is the only building because you, as architect and maybe Norman Foster, didn't wanted a lower. I don't know whether it was,
No, it was
based on hereditary consumption, but
No,
it
it was
the only
us.
building.
No, we said, you know, when we are building rich, it has to be rich, not in terms of expenditure, but it has to be rich in terms of sustainability. So that's where we said that we'll spend more, but we'll
We
build
have
something.
proved to many customers that 40% energy saving can happen with a similar system. Unfortunately, the projects didn't come because of the capex to an extent today that if I am instigating companies like Daikin who supplied the units there, or Toshiba or Mitsubishi or any manufacturing company, they say, Pankaj, my requirement is only 5%. If I am getting market of 1 lakh VRBs which is air cooled, why do I produce 5,000? My production cost is very high.
True.
So in your case, we had imported this from Japan. It came and the cost is working out very high. Now, there has to be a legislation which doesn't allow builder or developer to have such systems which are energy inefficient, right? So a huge work is required, but the companies will not make those units if there is no market for them. And I
So-
think that is where architects and consultants like us has to work to.
So I'll tell you, I'll just go back a bit nostalgic with him. 25 years back, 30 years back in our journey together when we started, doing Sintel together. There was no legislation that which will not allow us to draw the water from river. You know? Still we did 2 lakes at the site itself. So I think it is something which is a vision that, the people, those they are driving these things have to put forward and take it ahead. That's I think the most important thing. And then the others follow. That's where we are, that's the job of the leader.
I think he reminded me that we know each other 27, 28 years back, and I didn't realize that I have gone that way. Because that was the beginning when I saw you, a very young architect on that side. So,
Still young, no?
इसका time है.
So, वो तो,
I have a question, right? And have we stopped using low-tech solutions to optimize things, right? Historically, and if you look at a lot of our historical architecture, there's a lot of low-tech solutions, right? Slightly taller ceilings, better wind management, it keeps the building cool, more green areas. We know for a fact that if you're, and this is especially true of IT parks, we've realized that if your green coverage typically is about 20% outside, there's a 1.5 degree drop in ambient temperature, which has a direct impact on your cooling, as you were highlighting, right? And your cooling towers drop. Louvers, case in point, right? Also block out heat and light. Don't these also help? And if so, how much more do you think they can, we can start using them as part of our own design? And I know architects, I know builders don't like tall ceilings because they can make 1 less floor to sell, or 2 less floors to sell, and obviously that's an issue for them. But design-wise, I think taller ceilings in excess of 10, 11 feet do make a difference, especially if you're smart about how we place our cooling units.
So I think we definitely are using those low-tech solutions, and the example that he gave of CST terminus, it's not an air-conditioned building, it's just a large volume, and you have ample light, and it's very comfortable, with so much population also in that building. We've been talking about Singapore and the ambient temperature that you talked about. So the case study of Bombay metropolitan region and Singapore, I think, is pretty similar. In 1960s, the kind of slums we had, and the area Bombay and Singapore is around 650, 700 square kilometers. So what Singapore has done is Singapore is doing, and the world is talking about. So they are saying, you are doing, let's say, 1 acre of land, you have to give back that 1 acre of green back to the, so why do you have those terraces? Why do you have the vertical greens? Is whatever land that you're going to use, you have to give back to the society that much green. So, in that ways, and then it's a law. But before doing all this, again, I come back, people ignore housing. They housed everyone. We are still struggling, the spectrum is too wide. You know, we're still struggling on one side, employment and housing, and then we are still talking about net zero buildings. So I think at policy level, everybody, like, he's doing a fabulous work, pushing agencies, pushing, you know, government. So are we, you know, with so many bureaucrats, because things don't get done. You know, so we are showing them what are the benefits, and some of them are willing, some of them are not willing, but definitely there is slow and steady change. You know, examples of like how district cooling, so somebody needs to be educated, you know. So when district cooling is coming, so every big plot we are leaving a certain amenity space, we are giving back to the government, and they come up with something. So I think at a policy level, if that certain amenity space for that particular area could be used for district cooling, you know.
You're right, actually, the whole problem wherever we tried to push the district cooling had been because it requires a space, it will require a floor plate, and if it is not, it is going in, beyond your green space requirement of what you need to leave mandatorily, no developer or builder is going to give me 4,000 square meter of space for district cooling. I mean, if they are eyeing at its commercial different way value, I think it is not going to happen. And that is where probably the policy needs to change, and all such spaces are made aware to developer, or that basic infrastructure is done by government, and then only this can happen. In fact, to some team and to the Mantralaya, they are talking about redevelopment of Mantralaya and all that. So there we have proposed district cooling using seawater, where you can save 100% water, not a single drop will be required. It is a capex, we can go with Titanic heat exchanger, but there are examples available in Hong Kong and Dubai where seawater is completely used, and there is not a single drop of water which is going from the main system. And Mumbai should have been blessed with such system for years. I don't know why it has not happened, but it is a myth. I mean, all the plants, instead of going air-cooled, could have gone with this. If basic infrastructure is done with seawater, and it is 100% civil. We did this example for Omkareshwar, and I'm doing one in Hooghly River in Calcutta, where we are using them as big sinks. And this is a very innovative way of conserving water and energy both sides. So, but policy-wise, from the government side, if such infrastructures are supported, I think a lot can be done.
I believe Oberoi Tower Hotel, they have been using the, you know, the desalination plant since last, I think, 40 years or something. I think they are doing it from the seawater, but for the drinking water, I suppose. And I think that is the only, you know, building in Mumbai, at least I know that they have been doing that. So my question is, why these things are not happening, I mean, to you? Because one thing I know that it's about the cost, other thing I do not know, because if that cost is saving the running cost, operational cost, then, you know, it should work. Or that, you know, what is the reason?
So to me, I think...
Rich dad and poor dad.
Sorry?
Rich dad and poor dad. So we all have poor dads. The guys like Oberoi have a rich dad. So the finance...
No. Ultimately, if the water-cooled system is going to save their energy, which is going to save their operational cost, which is almost about 60-65% of their running cost, then at least for the hospitality industry, it should not be the problem. That's my...
Yeah, wherever 24 hours, 365 days air conditioning is required, I think these are the cases where the mindset has to change to life cycle cost analysis rather than the first capex. I think the day consultants, architects, and many times we'll बैठे वो PMC, they start with a budget and we all get guided. So I think people have to change the mindset to a life cycle cost analysis. Until that is done, I think we cannot implement such projects where we can talk about net zero and net positive.
So now I want to ask one more question, since we are discussing all these things. What is your opinion on the variable tariffs? And then we do the thermal storage.
So to me, I think moment you have a variable tariff, thermal storage is something which will get popularized.
So exactly.
And that is the way forward. Means any district cooling which we do, like GIFT City, we have a 20,000 tons of storage which has happened. I did many years back this right here in Bandra, Jindal's headquarter building, which is a platinum certified building. We have a static storage system right there. So anywhere, any building, you have a variable load, the static storage will work, and with that, if the variable tariff is there, which will depend on how much is consumption happening, how your industry and residential loads are behaving day, night. But if there is a tariff difference, you can store it and use it.
Yeah.
If that also will complement the use of solar, because once you store it, the solar energy storing is the biggest challenge. So if you are able to store chilled water at a right cost with the solar thermal combination, it can do a magic. And that's what I did in Nalanda, by the way, where we have used geothermal, solar, and complemented it, and that is where it is becoming net positive campus.
Material science is also very important, right, as part of this. We've seen a lot of innovation in, a lot of recycled plastics being used for tiling and so on and so forth, right? Of course, we've got to see the life cycle of that to see whether it deteriorates at the rate that they think, but for now, I definitely see that. And even from a filtration perspective, since you've been mentioning district cooling, I know rather than MERV filters or a lot of organizations tend to use, there's a lot of thought and being pushed for either seaweed based or plankton based, I forget exactly what it's called, filters, right? You're essentially just filtering through the water and the plankton, and it actually returns oxygen. So the quantities, and I don't know the math on it, but these are things that we've been asking a lot of our end clients, saying that how do we get this to industrial size, right? It's very easy to say we've got a one-off development, we've got a one-off thing, and as Amar rightly pointed out, the cost related things. How do we make this mass? Because at the end of the day, we've got to deal with the masses, right? At a 1.4 billion population, we have a major problem to solve. Thoughts, Amit?
Yeah. So filtration is again, it's a very cost-sensitive topic. The filtration after the COVID specifically has become a very detailed-oriented engineering, and as you say, the scaling of it. Again, it is we need to see whether we need to go for MERV or other type of filters. But the time with this green movements and with the health and well-being of the persons, the scalability will happen, and we can see the more and more better quality filters in the near future.
I must tell you, and this was also one of the topic yesterday, that R&D facilities, there has been no investments on R&D. The whole problem is, after COVID, there has been no work. We have all forgotten on the filtration media, the nano medias, people were talking, but nothing, no product has come up which can complement this. The filter has a pressure drop, which is also energy, and therefore a lot of research is required in the nation, whether it happens through educational institute, whether it through industry, for which money is required, but there are no research labs. That is a pity, and that is the starting point. Unless such facilities happen, and maybe our young students in IITs and various architectural institutes, they have research labs which do such work. You cannot expect them to be produced, and you cannot expect to go to next level. So I think that is where I was told by this lady that in this budget there is 1 lakh crore provided for all such research work. I hope it flows to the universities and it flows to the industry wherein such research happens. But it is a fact that after COVID has gone, we have all forgotten, and I have not seen in my industry a new filter which has come in which can complement your health and provide you a better indoor air quality. What you see is nothing, actually. There is no new media which has come in last 2 years.
Right, so you're saying a culture of research is necessary for us to...
To me, I
I agree with Dharkar sir because I am basically from research background, and when I see the premium institutes research facilities and the funds available for XYZ reason, it is very it's very short funding, and we always say that we have capability, we have talent pool, but unless you have the funding and you have that research facilities available, the good product cannot be made.
So, from what I'm hearing, it's an intersection of policy, research culture, financing to a large degree, perhaps, getting incentives. And while we stitch that all together, and I mean, I understand that's a much larger play. What would you say, I mean, each one of you, what is your one thing that you think needs to be done and can be done very quickly to make us more sustainable? Aman, if I could start with you. Just the one thing.
I think one very, I mean, you told me one thing, but I'll just take couple of more sentences. There is a drive which was by one of the most respectable hospitality chains. They trained their waiters to fill the glass, just half the glass with the water, and ask the guest that, do you require more water? Okay. Otherwise, generally, we have seen all the times, here also we are saying that half the glass always remains, a kind of filled. So I think that embedding the sustainable practice in our everyday life, that is one of the most important thing. We are doing some, very sustainable office setup also. So there we suggested, to that setup that why don't you give the thermal bottles to your, staff. What happens is otherwise, people want the cold water or hot water. Every time they will go to the refrigerator or the heater, they'll put the tap on. Okay. That much of the, and it's a nice 1,000 office setup. So, those many times you open the doors of the refrigerator or maybe use the hot water, the energy consumption is more. So you get it either from your home or you do it once, keep it stored, for that much of the time, whatever time that you are using. So those many times that opening of the door of the refrigerator or, the kind of use of the heater is saved. It saves the huge amount of the electricity, and my experience is that saves almost about 6 to 7% of the entire electrical consumption. So which is, when the electrical bills of, about 5 lakhs rupees per month, you imagine what is that cost it amounts to. So these are the kind of small practices. If we start embedding in our day-to-day life, I think it will make a lot of difference to all of us.
Thank you. From my perspective, we must go for the 5-star energy rating appliances and equipments so that we can contribute to saving energy to the nation. And trust me, when there are statistics published in the many journal papers, every journal paper has said that there is a huge saving, and also Dharkar sir said that if it is incentivized, the many manufacturers will come up who will make only 5-star energy efficient products.
I'm going to talk big picture and small picture as well. I think at macro level, to make an impact at scale, it has to be policy-led, code and all of that together. But at the small scale, I think each one of us, what we do in our homes, how we run our practices, how green they are, how we travel to work, the day-to-day things, I think that's where we can make the big impact.
Just add, I think incentivize and penalize. So those are the two ways this big population can run.
So I think I just want to update you that in country today, if there are million air conditioners being made, there are only 15% which are in 5-star, and 3-star manufacturing is happening at 85% because of the capital cost difference. Normal person doesn't know that 5-star to 3-star difference can be repaid in 2 years or 2.5 years with the payback. But what I urged yesterday's meeting also, that you person who is buying an apartment for the architects, if he starts demanding that I need to go to a fully platinum certified building, probably that is a time when the builder will start talking about it. If he feels, I think there was a question I initiated a Suraksha Index, how safe is your building in terms of like a green building certification, how safe is to live. So it's the first time we have initiated in the world, and it is, in fact, in Bombay we are going to certify first building in coming weeks. But what I'm trying to say is, unless client or a customer who is buying it, or an office occupant who is going to purchase, he doesn't demand it. Till that, no developer or builder is going to spend money for that capex, because it is a general awareness. So I think awareness is the key issue which, if government wants to bring down the energy level, they have to also spend. They have to bring Amitabh Bachchan to the TV screens again and again and educate. Simple thing I did, 1 degree movement, which became very popular and we also adopted, where we are requesting people that you set your thermostats at 1 degree above and you will see the energy level saving which it can give. To me, it is a very sad thing that your AC can go to 18 degree, and there are people who are setting thermostats at 18. If your production is done or your software is made in a manner that temperature setting cannot go below 24, I think country can save so much of energy. So I think those kind of legislation have to come. Of course, there could be a concession given to people who want to, from a medical purpose or for a particular process, you want low temperature, but there is no case that people should have 18 degree, and you can see these hotels also where systems don't work. So I think there has to be strong penalization which should happen, and legislation should talk about it, you rightly pinpointed, and awareness of the people and buyers which has to increase.
Thank you. I think that neatly wraps up, unless...
Just one point I want to tell you, which I feel from and I gathered from you, and I see that as a ray of hope, because about few years back, about 6-7 years back, we wanted to take another apartment, and we were looking at certain apartments. My son was that time in the 8th standard, and the question that he asked, is the building where we are buying the apartment, is it a green certified building? So I'm saying that the environmental friendliness, sustainability is getting narrated into the next generation, and I think that's where it's going to make the impact from the buyers on the developers. So I think it's a good ray of hope that the next generation is learning and getting nurtured about the sustainability.
Sir, I can tell you that when I see the brochures where your clients put in, they put all the features of finishes, fantastic swimming pools and glazing and anyway, hardly 10% brochures I see where they highlight the sustainability. There are customers
it has started like in Gurgaon. Now there is a 0.12, you get an additional FSI. If you, so while you're using, so now it's sort of picking up, like the MNCs, everybody wanted a platinum rated building. Now everybody, buyer are also getting more conscious, and
I think unfortunately we are out of time. Perfect, thank you so much. I think a lovely panel. If anybody's got any questions, one or two, we'd appreciate that before we hand it over back to the conference.
We have bandwidth for 1-2 questions. If anybody wants to ask anything, then they can ask. You may raise your hands, or otherwise you may connect offline as well. But if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hands, and we'll take that question. So I believe everybody wants to connect offline, because they know they'll get detailed answers over there.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause once again for them, please. Thank you, and I'll request all of you to kindly be over here, and I'll request Mahesh Ramanujam, co-founder, president and CEO, the Global Network for Zero, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all of them over here. Do we have Mahesh over here? I believe in that case, I'll request Sapna Srivastav to kindly come over here on stage and hand over the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus. gentlemen, once again, please clap and appreciate the presence of this wonderful, wonderful panel. I know it's evening. We're all gearing up for the awards as well, but appreciation is the least that we can do. So you're forgetting your... We'll just need 2 chairs on stage. All right, so a fun-filled day full of panel discussions, exclusive conversations, and I'm sure a lot of insights in terms of how we can go ahead with the green revolution. Hashtag Green for Change is what we are looking forward to as individuals over here. And right there in the morning, we took this pledge that we're all going to be consistent in our approach towards sustainability, because sustainability is a process that needs to be followed for a long, long period of time. It's not about just being sustainable for a day or two. It's about being consistent over a period of time. Panel discussions are done and dusted, and right now we're all set for a very interesting real talk session where, of course, some real conversations are going to be coming up. This is about a very inspiring success story, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome on stage somebody who's very, very special, the one and only Janak Daftari, convener for Jal Biradri Maharashtra and Meethi Nadi Sansad, who left his IT business way back in the year 2003 to work as an evangelist for river rejuvenation, rainwater harvesting, and waste management. Janak Daftari is working on issues of Meethi, Dev Nadi, Mula Matha, and other rivers of Maharashtra in the High Court, NGT, and Supreme Court, and also runs an awareness campaign, Jal Jagruti, for students, professionals, and other citizens as well. He also provides technical inputs for implementing water conservation projects and organic sewage treatment plans based on biotechnology developed at IIT Bombay. Ladies and gentlemen, please clap loudly and acknowledge the presence of Janak Daftari over here as I call him up on stage. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Janak Daftari. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. And to carry forward this conversation, this very interesting and inspiring real talk, we have respected environmentalist who is also the editor of Realty Plus. Everybody knows her. Everybody knows what she brings to the table. Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus. Ke liye bhi zor se taali, please, ladies and gentlemen. While a lot of you know, a lot of you might not know, she's also an architect by qualification. And after her active architectural practice of more than a decade, she's forayed into the field of journalism in the year 2006. She's a member of the Council of Architecture and the Indian Institute of Architects, and as editor of Realty Plus, she literally eats, drinks, and breathes real estate. If there's more to it, then of course you can add that for Sapna. Give it up for Sapna, ladies and gentlemen, all of you over here. Can I please expect you all to clap and appreciate Sapna? She's really put in a lot of hard work to put this event going forward today. So the least that we can do is appreciate her presence as well. Thank you so much, Sapna, and over to you.
And for Mr. Daftari, but I believe words are less when we are talking about Mr. Daftari. क्योंकि आप जो कर रहे हैं वो selflessly कर रहे हैं. You know, you do not have any commercial agenda with what you are doing. Being an environmentalist, being a water activist, working for the rivers, creating awareness. In 2003, you had a well-established IT business which you left to become an environmentalist. What brought that change?
Namaskar. See, firstly, I want to say that I'm not doing this selflessly. I have my selfish interest. इतना पाप किया है तो डर है ऊपर जाएंगे वो बोलेगा बम्बई में फेंको वापस. So this is part of the sadhana, you know. The ambition that all human beings should have. Second thing, I would like to disagree with Sapna. I'm not an environmentalist. An environmentalist is the one who goes in an air-conditioned car to an air-conditioned hall like this and goes home back to his air-conditioned residence. I am actually an environment worker. I think that would be more appropriate. To answer the question that she has raised, what made me get into this, I think there is some, what my kids call kira, to put it exactly. There is something which drives all of us. For some it is money, for some it is fame. For me it's a combination of all this and a little spiritual component in all this. When I read this along with Article 51 of the Constitution, see, everybody is familiar with right to freedom, right to live, right to employment. That's 16, 17, 19, 21. You flip some more pages, come to Article 51, I think somewhere after F, G, H. Each and every citizen of the country is bounded by duty to preserve his environment, to preserve his ecological assets. And then I had the fortune of running into one Dr. Rajendra Singh. I don't know if people are aware of him. He is the Jal Purush of India, and around 2016 or so he won the, apart from all the other honors, he also won the Nobel for Water, the Stockholm laureate. And he is the guy who primarily pushed me into water. So I think that should answer your question.
No, we've been fortunate that Dr. Rajendra Singh has been on this platform, has been part of our events twice. And, he expressed the same thing, what you just said, that we have this responsibility to our children, to our people, to save our natural assets. पानी सबसे बड़ी चीज है, and he has revived, I know how many, 80 rivers or something, in Rajasthan he has revived so many rivers. In fact, he showed us a case study how it changed the entire life of people
in the village.
In the village once the river was there.
Arwari.
So, coming from that, what he also said, and you also have said in a lot of your writings about पारंपरिक और traditional methods. So, हम आज पूरा दिन जो हम, we have been talking about sustainability, we have been talking about technology, we have been talking about design. Where does पारंपरिक or the traditional methods fit in today's world?
I think it will be easy to answer that. If you look at the two or the multi-layer, breakup. One is that we talk in terms of innovation and sustainability in the perspective of, like the earlier panelist said, Raigad, Red Fort, and I'm not talking about the bridges which fell down in Bihar. I'm talking about any cement concrete structure goes for 50, 60 years. Now if you stop to think about it, the hillock which has stood the test of time over hundreds of years, with our technology, mankind, not kind, but I would say for lack of any other term, we break the hillock into small chip stones, we make cement out of it, which is good for 60 years, 80 years. जो सैकड़ों सालों से जो मौजूद था, उसका 60 साल में हमने लाइफ साइकिल खत्म कर दिया है. So sustainability, and I'll come to innovation next, but sustainability to my mind, as I see, we need to very sincerely and seriously look behind. ये जो पारंपरिक आप बोल रहे हैं, to give you a very telling analogy, सोनार की 100 और लोहार का 1. If you keep the basic principle which I mean in India, this thought philosophy has evolved. Okay, It's not something that has come from the West 200, 300, 500 years old. No. This philosophy has evolved over thousands of years. We respect what we call the Panch Mahabhut. I'm sure we all know what the Mahabhuts are. It's a lot like Casper the Friendly Ghost, but 5 of them. If we are able to give the due respect, if we are able to work for the betterment of these Panch Mahabhuts, basically water, air, soil, etc., it's going to become sustainable. That's how simple it is. At the grassroots, what we need to do is to ensure that we implement whatever respect at the intellectual plane that we generate, that we give due to these Panch Mahabhut. At the grassroots, one has to implement this. And I was quite taken up by the earlier panel discussion, and it struck me that one of the things which really turns me on, you won't believe, is when I talk to children in the schools. I've been to quite a few of them, schools, colleges. It's like planting a tree, a seed where the tree will grow. Some wise man said, yeah, the guy who planted the tree is not going to be around to enjoy the shade. But it's the concept. You start what the gentleman, that panelist said, embed. You embed these values into this growing tree, into this seed which is going to be the future citizen of the country. And this really turns me on. Now, in terms of innovation, I don't think it's such a big deal. Because if you work with those basic principles of respecting and working with the Panch Mahabhut, in this country, we have had examples of tremendous engineering and architecture. I've already mentioned 2 of them. There must be hundreds of them. In terms of water conservation, I've seen, and we all are aware, there are places in Rajasthan where, one of the questions you asked, what made me get into this, sometime in 2003, March, I had gone to Rajasthan. I had taken a study team from IIT, 6 of us. I was the backbencher and the leader of the team. In the month of March, I saw the 3rd crop. And Rajasthan enjoys 12 to 15 centimeters of rain. You're aware how much rainfall we get in Bombay? 2.2 meters. And this particular district, because of the effort of Rajendra Singh and his associates, were growing a 3rd crop. Konkan has 6 meters of rain, and they don't go beyond 1.5 crops a year. So that is innovation. So coming back to the point I want to make is, the primary tool, or at the primary level, we need to respect the Panch Mahabhut, and that is an age-old concept. At the grassroots, we need to embed. We need to embed this value, this awareness in the next generation.
That's it. Lots to learn from our age-old wisdom. As you said, there is lots to learn from that. So let's look back. Catch them young. Let's start from our young children. Let's start, adding that sustainability value in them when they are young. And thirdly, innovation starts from grassroots. If it can change, make, uplift the people at the grassroots, that is the balance environment? How do we balance our needs of infrastructure?
That's a banana peel of a question. See, it's like this. I was explaining to the auto rickshaw guy when I came. Take specifically the city of Bombay, Mumbai. 450 square kilometers surrounded on three sides by sea. Now we are trying to build, okay, buildings, infrastructure, then you get flyover, fly under, you get all these metros and regals and what have you. Is tantamount to putting or trying to put 3 liters of water into a 1 liter bottle. नहीं होता ये, कहीं ना कहीं धुआं निकल नहीं है. Then it is evident in the quality of life. I've been traveling in the north extensively, hanging on to Rajendra Singh's coattails, learning about the water conservation and all that. And I used to tell people, Bombay वाले सवेरे एक चाटा मारो तो बोलेगा जल्दी दूसरे गाल में चाटा मार, मेरी 8:32 की बोरीवली जाएगी. You see the quality of life. You may not be aware, but some of these environmentalists have worked out a notional figure where each human being needs about X square meters in terms of his traffic requirement, his residence, his workplace, water, trees, etc. In Bombay, this poor chap is operating at 25% of X. So this is what happens. You can't beat nature. Think back to 2005. Even more recently, I can tell you, you may be aware about all these landslides and panic chaos that is going on in Uttarakhand. In 2010, I think, or 11, the CAG, that is Comptroller and Auditor General, Mr. Vinay Rai, he called Rajendra Singh to do an audit of the rivers. He said, अभी तक नदियों का audit किया नहीं है. So Rajendra Singh took off. Obviously, I was right behind him. And I've written in that report to the CAG saying these are not power plants which are run off the river. They are running off with the river. This is 10, 15 years ago. Today there is a big time, it's not an expressway, but it's some big corridor from one place to another place. Our Honorable Prime Minister has declared all these, what do you call them, bhakts, for lack of any better word. These bhakts have the facility to go to Kedarnath, Badrinath, Gangotri, here, there. In the process, they destroyed the ecology over there. And I would like to make my point of difference. India is not a young country. India is one of the oldest civilizations. And what has happened is, in the process of building this path, the government has overruled technical experts who said, don't widen this road. Don't cut the trees on the hillside. That guy, the chairman, he was overruled. He resigned. Out of the 5 Supreme Court appointed experts, 2 of those differed with the committee, the opinion of the committee, and they resigned. And that's how that entire project has been put into place. Now, This is called jugaad. In India, we are very good at jugaad and software. The project needs clearance if it is more than 5 kilometers or 500 meters, I forget. The entire length of that highway is something like 150 kilometers. So very smartly they broken it up into 20, 30 sections which don't need clearance. That's how that project has been cleared. And I think that these are the bugs who are going to use them. We are already seeing the impact. It's been happening from 2013. I have seen the dam where, I wasn't there of course, but I've seen the dam. I think it was just before the Ganga. That river comes down and there was a flood. I don't know how many hundreds of bodies are still lying on the inside of the dam.
So we are overburdening our nature. So we are a developing country. Infrastructure need is valid, but we have to, like you said, let's not try and fit 3 liter in 1 liter. So let's not overburden our nature and work with the nature, with the environment that we have, and work around it. So, and as you said, let's not use sugar in a negative way. In positive way, it is definitely good. So my next, I would like to ask you is, you have done, one of the initiatives that you would really like to talk about, one achievement that you are really proud of, that you have, would like to tell us in terms of how you did it, what you did.
I would like to answer that in two parts, 1A and 1B. 1A with a very high priority. I think without any doubt, I would say that the turn on I get when I talk to students, some of those questions that they ask, believe me, are extremely tricky. They go by 0 and 1. They are not programmed like me. They ask questions which hit the root. So that is 1A. The biggest achievement I would consider, I've been to maybe close to 100 schools, colleges, all lands, rotaries, all that. So that is 1A. 1B, I would say, is my deploying soil biotechnology. Now, you can call it an innovation. Actually, it is regression. If you've been to a village, they don't have sanitation problem. Person goes to the khet outside the village, does his job, ऊपर से धूप लगती है, नीचे से soil chemistry चलती है. It is manured by tomorrow morning. They don't have sanitation problem. Soil chemistry. Now, we revere the Ganga for various reasons. But primarily, the Ganga is respected, revered because of the quality of water. Why is the Ganga water, you can keep a glass for 6 months, nothing happens to it. You take the BMC water, put it in a glass, in 3 days, 4 days, there will be slime on the inside of the glass. Why is that? It took me several years after traipsing up and down the Ganga and the rivers in and around Maharashtra. One day I happened to be sitting in some distant village in UP, and 3-4 of us in the evening with those village elders sharing a BD, and this guy explained to me the what I would call the PhD of waste treatment. Soil biotechnology is the root of all this. He told me in his country bumpkins language, he said, जो पानी बरसात इंद्रलोक से आता है उसको इंद्रजल बोलते हैं, जो पानी धरती पे चलता है उसको वरुण जल बोलते हैं, और जो पानी धरती में उतरता है उसको गंगा जल बोलते हैं. That's PhD in waste water treatment. I was lucky to associate with another batchmate of mine who has developed this soil biotechnology. He's got patents from the US and India, which I use for treating waste. So that is the innovation part.
Fantastic. You also spoke about that you have been talking to a lot of children, a lot of college students. Do they have eco-anxiety? Because there was a study which said that the young generation has a lot of eco-anxiety. कि आगे क्या होगा nature का या environment का या planet का हमारे लिए. Do you see that they have a eco-anxiety?
Well, to be honest, I think my perspective on this would be limited to the schools in Mumbai. Although I remember one Amethi, that's where the Swaraj thing took place. No, one day we had gone on that Swaraj Day to a school in Amethi, and all these kids were sitting there, and they were asked, what is the most important component or ingredient without which humans cannot exist? So guys said air, this, that, water. There was a guy, young guy like me in the back, who said remote. So essentially, the perspective is actually, I would say, mixed. Because what we call environment studies, as it is taught in the schools, is not really of much impact. But there are a lot of attempts being made now to A, change the curriculum, and B, to expose the youngsters to people like us, me, for example. So this is something that again is going to be an iterative process.
Again, getting those fundamentals from the beginning, from the young age, so that they can have that awareness, as they are growing up. Lastly, you have accomplished a lot. A lot of initiatives you have taken, Mithi River and other rivers, which we heard in your introduction. What's for future? What's the next plan that you have in mind? What's your wish list for next coming years?
See, one thing is plans, like they say, is something that works, that sits on paper. But essentially I have to finish what I have started for the Mithi River. It's been a long, torturous journey. I've been to the High Court, I've been to the Green Tribunal in Pune, I've been to the Green Tribunal headquarters in Delhi, I've come back to the High Court, gone to the Supreme Court, and that river is not a river still. So that's going to be my driving ambition. You can call it a plan. I think it's more an ambition. And I have, certain ideas.
Around water conservation?
No, around how to go about it.
For the Mithi River?
Yeah.
So your plan for next few years is to bring back Mithi River, to revive the river. Fantastic. One message for all our experts
sound biased. As an engineer, I can only hurry up and add that I'm not an engineer. I work for the environment, and I would like to convey to the professionals sitting here that never forget the laws of nature. They came, they were in place much before technology as we know it has come into place. We all know what happened 3-4 days back. The watchman opened the door and let the thief in. Microsoft. You know the chaos that took place. It was not somebody who hacked into the system. It was a security company which had put in some patch that caused the damage. Can you imagine what will happen if some guy, Sundarajan and, Mehta here in India, they sit together, use their brains and hack into that system. So, technology can only be a tool, it can only be an aid. The laws of nature can be broken only at cost.
So the message from Janak Daftari is that we need to respect nature. It's much stronger than we are. Technology is an enabler, it's a tool, but it cannot overrule the laws of nature. So that's what the message of Janak Daftari is for all of us. Thank you so much for being here with us and giving us those wise words and for that candid conversation. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge shout out for this wonderful man. And of course, initiatives play and initiatives actually matter. But when you do things unconditionally, they're all the way more special. A huge round of applause once again for this brilliant, brilliant man. I'll request Sapna Srivastav to kindly hand over the token of appreciation to Janak sir over here. Realty Plus Real Talk is all about inspiring success stories. I'll request you to kindly pose for a photograph as well, sir, over here. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so truly that was quite an eye-opening and informative conversation. And thank you so much, Sapna, for handing over the token of appreciation to sir. We have another interesting presentation going forward before we get going with the awards later in the evening. So ladies and gentlemen, this presentation is about creating awareness to engagement when big brands allocate their marketing budgets to green marketing initiatives. It's not only what benefits them, but also amplifies the sustainability message, reaching deeper, wider, and more local audiences. As consumers become more aware and engaged with sustainability, they expect more from their favorite brands. So are you truly meeting their expectations? Presenting Earthwise, a digital platform dedicated to capturing and analyzing sustainability marketing campaigns by brands all in one place. I introduce somebody who genuinely needs no introduction, Anujita Jain, agency leader, Alchemist.wise, and co-founder Earthwise. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for her as she comes over here with her presentation. Thank you so much, and I pass it over to you.
Hello. I know it's late, and I came before the introduction was over, just to make it short. Enough with the introductions, right? So I'll just wait for the presentation to come in, and then I'll talk about us and what we do as well. Can I have the presentation, please? Okay. So we are Earthwise, and after this wonderful day, and I heard a couple of the panels, and I of course heard a couple of sessions as well, all very solidly speaking about solutions that matter. What we've come here is not with a solution. We don't have any solution. We're not the experts for that at all. We have something else, and if I have the solution for the PPT, then I can get my move my way on to this. Okay, yeah. So here we are. Earthwise is a green marketing solution, and I do know I stand between you and the awards, so I'm going to try and make it very crisp, very short, and hopefully somewhere engaging as well. So here goes. What we are trying to do through this platform is talk to brands about the green ocean of opportunity that lies. And I know this particular forum requires no introduction to what this green ocean of opportunity actually is. Most companies, most consumer brands or brands, they have two kinds of business strategy that they are talking about. Depending on which category they are into, there could be something called red ocean strategy, where they compete for the existing demand that exists in that category. The others could be all about creating the blue ocean of opportunity, which is all about creating new demand. The green ocean of opportunity is not so much spoken about yet. However, key white papers, etc., are already starting to do that. Now let's try and understand what that is. We see it almost centered between these strategies or almost engulfing them. We have some people who agree with us. They are noteworthy names, Harvard Business School. I'm going to just quote a couple of lines from there to tell you about that. So it's a creation of virgin market space by reconnecting with customers' core value. It's also about emphasizing creativity with a focus on unmet customer desires, where businesses may grow in a way that's both more socially and environmentally responsible. And these are mainstream businesses that we are talking about. So our platform is essentially talking about that, where the consumer is already ready and waiting for options with both intent and pocket. The last panel spoke about that in depth. The last lovely conversation was all about that, how young people are so much more aware, maybe even climate conscious, climate anxious about this. So definitely there are audiences willing to spend more to be sustainable and waiting for options. Then before we started this platform, and we started this just about a month back, we also tried to explore how many categories globally are really exploring their green side when they are marketing themselves. We couldn't find many that have not gone green yet, surprisingly. We even laid a bet on our social media platforms to ask people if they could find a category that had not gone green yet. However, wait for this. Are enough brands marketing their green side though? And that's where the real question lies. Not really. Globally, there are some wonderful case studies that are there, but the wave is headed our way. In India, there are these lovely boutique, small niche companies that are making efforts, but not the large, big ones. Even the global companies that are there, like Starbucks or McDonald's, they're not making such great waves in the Indian market yet. However, like I said, this is headed, and I think we've spent a day discussing only the opportunity that lies for brands to start talking to green or pro-earth customers. And just like smartphones, just like social media, and just like AI now, it's going to be an avalanche. It's just going to be around us very, very soon before we know it, where we won't have a discussion with just maybe 100 or 200 people right here, but far larger audiences involved in those conversations. That's what Earthwise talks about. Green marketing for us is about consistent, authentic, and most importantly, demonstrated commitment to sustainability. Not sporadic, just one little ad done somewhere. Not in the corner of the internet, which is about doing an initiative, making a video and just posting it on YouTube, doing nothing to promote it. And not in the corner of your ad with an icon which looks like a tree. No, that's not what commitment is to the sustainability initiative. I have water falling over me. Wow, that's a sign of good things, right? So, green marketing is where we personally found our ikigai. I will take a second to speak about what my background is. I've spent the last 15 years running an agency, and that's a commercial agency. We're the largest agency in real estate. Alchemist is the name. So we work with a lot of real estate clients. That's what our main reason to be is. And that's why I'm here as well from the perspective of Realty Plus. However, lately what we have tried to do and wanted to do is use our marketing expertise. That's what we understand. That's where we find joy. How do we put it to good use? How do we create a platform that also contributes back somewhere? So hence the Ikigai about what we love doing, what you can be paid for hopefully, what we are good at, and what the world needs as well. So Earthwise is a platform that spotlights marketing with a purpose. It's currently on Instagram and on LinkedIn. If you look for these handles, you can follow us as well and promote it further. Okay. It's only on social media at this point. Of course, there's a website as well, and I'll tell you why. The whole point of Earthwise was, can we create platforms and can we create content that is easy to consume, relatable, something that comes in the organic feed of people and makes them curious about, what was that I just saw? I want to know more about it. Content that will take the message of sustainability deeper, so basically at the local level as well, wider to more audiences, and most importantly, mainstream. Can we make sustainability sexy, glamorous? Because when that happens, more monies are put behind it by brands. More serious efforts are taken by brands to do that. And that's the power that advertising or marketing can get to an initiative which only can mean good things for the world. So let's see what actually happens when brands find the green ocean in sustainability. And now we want to talk about what Earthwise does talk about, which is when brands put money and might behind their green initiatives, how does it add back to their lives? Of course, it's a good thing for the audience and the customers. That's why they do it. And there are government's norms put in place, or compliance norms put in place for them to do that. But when they market them using marketing budgets, serious marketing budgets, what do they get back in return? The most important thing is, it actually drives active markers to their business. So consume brands like IKEA, like Starbucks, like many others, when they advertise on sustainability initiatives, they create advocacy rather than just awareness. They create admiration among their audience set rather than just recall, and affinity more than interest there. We have an example here of Lacoste, which did a very simple thing globally, and they replaced their iconic crocodile logo with endangered animals from across the world, tying up with a company for that. And this created, while it created a huge amount of collections and for the good cause that they did, it also added a lot of positive metrics for their business. 76% of the first buyers of Lacoste during this time were first-time buyers of Lacoste. They'd never bought a t-shirt from this company before. So they got new audiences in. Now when marketers hear about these kind of case studies, hopefully more will be interested in taking initiatives that are green. 25% jump on Instagram, 10x on Facebook, because that matters for brands, and 600,000 shares, which clearly demonstrates advocacy. So a lot of new audiences taking active steps because they went sustainable. We also feel that when brands take serious efforts in creating, in marketing their green campaigns, it creates ripples far beyond what you normally see, what two-way conversations are. Today you would have heard social media allows brands to talk to their audiences, and that's a two-way communication, unlike the print and outdoor kind of communication that was done earlier, which was one-way communication. Today, three-way communication is possible, and I'll tell you how. We know brand and consumer, and now it's the awam talking, the larger audiences. When basically an audience, a brand actually gets to doing this, far more people talk about it. My favorite example is this. Anybody follows Coldplay music here? I have one show of hand. Coldplay, oh, 2, 3, 4, many, oh, several. All right, thank you. So Coldplay is of course a band, right? And it's a band that appeals to my age, not younger people. And they recently released a sustainability report and took very serious measures about the touring that they did. So they went green, they took serious action, committed action, and released a sustainability report. Nobody was expecting them to do that. But when they did that, their entire industry, including bands like Swaratma, etc. in India, took notice, and they're taking steps now. They took thought leadership position in their industry. Nobody expects that to do them. And that's the ripples I'm talking about, which is they not only won a younger, newer fan base, because the young people do care, all data shows that they care about sustainability. They got new facets for social chatter, tons of earned PR, not everything was paid, just tons of that, and stature among peers. A much larger ecosystem was talking about them, and in positive ways. What also happens when when brands in a category start doing sustainable marketing, symbiotic growth, the entire category sometimes enhances, and here's an example of that. The two biggest competition, right, in a category, Burger King and McDonald's, globally at least, over the last many years, they have been taking very active steps to undo a lot of the damage that they have inflicted with their junk food and irresponsible kind of eating that they've done. Including now that Happy Meals do have apples and fruit options as part of the offering. What that's done over time is that a lot more families today are okay buying this food or going to these places to their advantage. And that's how the entire category has built. Winning hearts and respect, of course, and here's an Indian example. Maggie did this. I was wowed by this. Nestle India actually used an expensive endorser's time, Rajkumar Rao, to create a film which is all about recycling the packets of Maggie and saying all about कि 2 minute देश की सफाई के लिए भी दीजिए. So they carried the 2 minute of Maggie and integrated that with a good cause. And it's a beautiful, lovely, creative. These are all screenshots from our Earthwise handle. And that's how we, put it out in very simple, entertaining formats, not deep formats. So authentic connections with audience is what green marketing creates, which go deeper, wider, and most importantly, and I cannot emphasize it enough, our topic needs to become mainstream. Our topic needs to have people involved who hold the big budgets of promoters, of directors, of stakeholders, of marketing heads who will put the money, or product leads, who will put the money in creating those large changes in these companies. As the panel, the last panel did say, audiences are ready, they are taking the steps. We probably need to integrate more of sustainability in our lives. But when we see large companies do that in creative, innovative ways which are entertaining, I want to follow them, because then that message is reaching everybody. Somebody just said, the gentleman there, that we should get Amitabh Bachchan, the government should get Amitabh Bachchan to talk about more sustainability initiatives if they want things to be followed. That's exactly the point of Earthwise, where we celebrate those kind of campaigns. So many more, and I'm just going to run through a few glimpses from case studies. These are posts that we carry on the Earthwise handle, just automobiles and what various brands are doing there. Apparel brands, Lacoste you already saw, there's Mango, Zara, etc., doing very serious initiatives globally on that. Skincare, a lot of skincare is of course going global. I'd love to see the Nykas and Sugars do that as well. There's a huge opportunity there. Celebrity brands, they're earning goodwill and stature. So brands like Leonardo DiCaprio, who international, they've been doing that for years. But what's brilliant is people like Alia Bhatt are setting an example. Even if it's selfishly done to promote their own image, it doesn't matter. When she's talking sustainability, so many people get impacted positively with the message. And that's what's powerful there. So although we did do some research, a couple of the initiatives are genuinely real and honest, and we love that. IPs like IPL this year, if you notice, they are demonstrating responsibility. Where RCB, I think, did an entire, Rajasthan Royals played an entire one match in green jerseys instead of their usual pink For every dot ball, there was a tree planted, etc. and so on. So several other initiatives were done by the team. And so we think that the green wave is around the corner for brands. We believe the way to make it real and to make it very mainstream is to encourage more and more brands to spend money and might and creativity behind it. And that's what Earthwise's charter is. I'm Anujita Jain. I've stopped carrying cards from years. My little bit of that. It also allows me to make a statement and a conversation with many people around sustainability. When I say I don't have cards, that's a simple reason. This can be scanned if you want to reach me, and I'd love any questions that are there, and any comments as well.
Does anybody have any questions? Please feel free to ask. You don't get such stalwarts over here every day under one roof. So anybody wants to ask anything, please feel free to ask. Or if you feel like connecting offline, you can do that as well. I'm sure she will be sharing her insights. But even if you don't have questions, you may please clap for her, I think, for this wonderful presentation. And I loved how detailed it was, right from movie stars and everyone to cricketers and cricket teams. I think it was quite a detailed presentation. I love this as well.
Oh.
Brilliant use of technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll request Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to her. Anujita, for that wonderful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we have finally come to an end of this interesting summit and conclave. It was a day full of interesting insights where we learned a lot more about how to go ahead for a greener tomorrow. We're all set to have the Realty Plus Harit Bharat Leadership Awards 2024 very soon. So I'll request all of you to kindly be there for that as well. I request everybody to kindly vacate the room because we need to get the room cleaned up before we get going with the awards. So that's it from the summit over here, ladies and gentlemen. In the next 20 minutes, we get going with the awards. Till then, please refresh yourselves. Thank you. We'll get going with the awards very soon. Thank you. You all have been a wonderful audience. I'll request all of you to kindly please vacate the room so that we can get it cleaned.